Hello, welcome to our channel by Angie. Hosted by Club Blue. Co-hosted by the rest of you. Please like, share, and subscribe. And if you don't, we understand. Don't let the books fool you, baby, because it's that true talk. So let's get one. I got a lot going on. What's happening? What's happening? You know what? Yeah. So, let's rerun this. Copyright. I'm trying to make sure that the copyright get embedded somehow, some way. In every kind of way, child. What's happening? Good morning to y'all. So let me do this. Okay, let me not do that. Okay, so I ran across Doug Weinstein yesterday. Something called Dummy Talk or something like that. Talking about what happened yesterday in court. I wanted to add it on here. But I don't know where it went. Hold on. Okay, let me try it again. Lord, she's back in court.
All right, step for this morning's representation is
Okay, let me just take this down.
Mr. Nichols. We have Miss Foster and Miss Anderson. Thank you. All right.
And I'll
And
bring it to
somebody
you
said
live.
there was something they wanted to put on the record before we started.
Yes, Your Honor. So, in
motion in any way should affect our time in this case, and we should move forward. That's my position. I can put it in writing, but
Is if there are any post new evidence code cases with similar facts to ours. So I'd
is it
rather have something in writing if y'all
okay?
don't mind.
I will, but there's a ton of
All right. Well,
cases
you don't have to
post.
give me. I don't want to argue it right now. I want a written response. All right. Appreciate it.
Your Honor, may
Yes.
we approach about another matter?
Yes. So, hello, Mr. Armstrong. I suspect that's why you're here, but can you come back on Monday instead? Thank you. Seems to be happening.
Why is this such an arduous process?
All right. So, for this morning's representation is Mr. Nichols. We have Miss Foster and Miss Anderson. Thank you. All right. And somebody said there was something they wanted to put on the record before we started.
Yes, Your Honor. So, in one of and it's not being published today, but I had very fruitful conversations with Mr. Atkins and Mr. Abate. There is in one of my clients' phone calls, there is a comment where he says, "I just went to court and they let everything out. F him." In the context, it's D, Woody, and the other D. In that context, he just came back from a prelim. So to someone that's not a lawyer that practices in Fulton County, you would get the impression that Woody and D and the other D let everything out in court, when I think it's pretty clear he's referring to the detectives the detective that testified at the prelim.
Okay.
So we're going to work on a stipulation that lets the jury know that a detective testified at a prelim on that date to add context to
Okay.
that statement,
That-
if it makes sense.
that's-
Because otherwise, I would have a 403 misleading objection.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we get the jury in? All right. Let's get the jury in and y'all can go ahead and be having your next witness make their way in. Yep. Yeah. All right, thank you very much. Everybody can be seated, and I see we have Mr. Sprinkle back on the stand. Mr. Sprinkle, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you. Can you tell the jurors, I know you have previously testified, and I know you spoke briefly about the fact that you had reviewed.
Excuse me, Mr. Abadi. I'm
Sorry.
sorry. Could you use the mic, please?
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
And if you want to move around, that's fine. There's a lapel mic somewhere if you'd prefer to use that, or you can hold one of those mics.
I hate the sound of my own voice, so the lapel mic really bothers me.
Okay.
So, Mr. Sprinkle, so you talked a little bit about the fact last time that you had, I guess, reviewed and gone through some jail calls as it related to the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas. You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so I want to kind of start there and follow up a little bit about how you do that and what system you use.
Okay.
So could you tell me a little bit about the system that you utilize or are able to use in order to preview or listen to jail calls?
Well, in this case, the system would have been Securus. Securus is a private corporation based out of Dallas, Texas. At the time, at the time that's relevant here, they maintained the phones and the tablets that were issued to inmates, with which the inmates were able to place phone calls. now it's another company, but that's not relevant for our purposes. At the time, the short answer to your question is it was Securus was the system.
Okay. And were you trained in using the secure system, and is it something that you use regularly as a part of your job roles and responsibilities?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when a call is made from the jail, is that call or is every call that's not to a privileged or is not a privileged conversation recorded?
Yes, it's an automated system, or it was, and well, it still is, but it's computers essentially automatically record the phone calls, their voice over IP phone calls. So barring some sort of malfunction in the system, which I've not seen with the secure call platform, all calls are automatically recorded. There's no human input needed to ensure the call is recorded. It's a computer program.
And can you tell the jurors when a call, I guess when an inmate at the Fulton County Jail is making a phone call, can you tell the jurors a little bit about the recording that plays before the call is connected?
Well, over time, the recording has changed a little bit, but one thing that is consistent is that the recording, it's an automated recording. And both parties to the conversation are advised that the conversation is may be monitored, and it will definitely be recorded.
And can you tell the jurors, are, I guess, each call, I guess, made by an inmate, are they stored then after the call is completed?
They're digital recordings. They're stored on a server.
And is that by the company that you've referred to as Securus, at least back in 2015 and 17 and 18?
Yeah, it's a server that Securus either owns or leases. It's some sort of server that was for Securus's use.
And based on your training, knowledge, and experience with Securus, are those calls then stored in the regular course of business?
They are.
And can you tell the jurors how members of the district attorney's office or law enforcement have access to the recorded jail calls by different inmates?
It's a website, commandcenter.securustech.net to be exact. And I have a login and password. It's a derivative of my first name and my first initial and last name. And on logging in, there's a array of things from which I can choose. And one of them is just a search form where I input various values like phone number, date range, inmate name, inmate account number, etc. And based on those values that I enter into the search form, I can look for the jail calls that look for certain jail calls that meet those criteria.
Okay. And the login that you just described, is that unique to just you as the user?
Yes.
And when you are, in order to log in with your login, you have to, I guess, use a password.
I do.
And once you are able to log into the Securus system, can you tell the jurors, I know you referenced searching for calls, and we'll get to there in a second, but if there's a call that you listen to and is of interest to you, are you able to then download that call?
Yes, I may.
And can you tell the jurors how, I guess, you are able to download calls that you intercept or that you listen to that are of interest to whatever you're working or investigating?
There's a variety of ways, but as I testified previously, they're just digital calls. They're either in MP3 format or WAV format, and I just ask the web-based software or the web-based platform to essentially compile the calls that I've selected for me, and I select a button to download them. And generally, there's multiple ways to do it, but the most common that I utilized with Securus was I would designate the calls I desire to download, essentially hit download, and then I'd get an email and that with a link that I would then download the calls and in what was an ISO format, which is essentially a zip file. And that would be how I would preserve the calls and place them in the case file.
And can you tell the jurors with the ISO format that you just described, can that format be altered or I guess changed in any way by you?
Well, no, not the ISO that I download from Securus. I'm not sure. There probably would be a way that somebody, if they wanted to be nefarious, would be able to unpack the contents of the ISO and then repack them. But I mean, I didn't do that in this case.
can you explain a little bit to the jurors how an inmate who is in the Fulton County Jail is able to utilize the secure system and make jail phone calls?
They enter in their account number followed by a PIN, and then they put the phone number. And I'm not sure if it's in this exact order, but they, in order to place the call, they enter in their account number, then a PIN, unless they're in the booking area or the lobby area, and that's essentially it. They enter in some a numeric credentials.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about searching for calls. Can you explain to the jurors the different ways in which you search for calls that you're looking that it could be relevant to your investigation?
Sure. I search either by phone numbers, if there's phone numbers that I desire to find calls on, and oftentimes I'll do that if I think that there's multiple people that are calling a certain number. I think that there's a certain phone number that a certain inmate may be utilizing another person's credentials to call. Then I'll search by phone number only. I can also search by the inmate's account. So all calls placed from the inmate's account. And those are the two primary ways. There's also ways that you can search on all calls from a certain area of the jail. Like if I wanted to pull all calls from the booking area during a certain date and time, I could do that as well. But for the most part, on doing searches, and I guess I'll speak in the past tense since Securus is no longer the system that is utilized by the Fulton County Jail, I would just run phone searches by either the inmate's account or phone number.
If you'll do us a favor, I think Madam Court Reporter's fingers are going to break. So could you just slow down just a little bit when you're talking?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell, I know you explained to the jurors when you testified previously about a number that you located after you reviewed call detail records. It was a number that you found in common with all those records. Do you remember talking about that?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember telling the jurors that the number through your investigation and through, I'm just trying to
I'm
set.
gonna give him a little leeway on that.
Do you remember that you testified that through your investigation and after receiving the call detail records, that phone number belonged to Mr. Bradford?
I do.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how you utilized that phone number that you found in common as it relates to the jail calls and the jail phone call system?
Well, so as I started to review the case, I found that the phone number 404-957-8008 could be found as a contacted number or a number that was contacted. It appeared in the phone logs of the records for Darius Zachary, Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Kelvin Treadwell during the relevant time frame that I was looking at. And so if on seeing that, common sense dictates this is whoever has this number, somebody that those four people know, or those handsets that contacted that number were nevertheless in the hands of somebody that knew that person. It was a number of interest, basically. So I ran 404-957-8008 through the Fulton County Jail call system to find any calls that were placed by anyone at the Fulton County Jail, anybody who is incarcerated.
And when you did that, did you locate any calls that were relevant or of interest to your work on this case involving the death of Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the PIN that you located as it relates to these calls? Who was the inmate in which the PIN was assigned to?
Are you asking me which inmate placed the calls?
Yes, which PIN number? Yes, which inmate who is, I guess, attached to the PIN placed the calls?
It was Martinez Arnold.
And can you tell the jurors how many calls did you download any calls as it relates to inmate Martinez Arnold's PIN number?
Yes.
And how many?
I don't recall how many.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were there any, I guess, how many specific calls did you listen to and that you determined were relevant as it relates to your investigation?
There to 404-957-8008.
Yes.
Well, there were two that were particularly relevant, two that were particularly relevant, and then there was a third that was also relevant. But there were two that particularly piqued my interest.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors the two calls that you located that were relevant to what you were investigating? What dates were those calls placed?
January 10th, 2015.
And what times or what time were both of those calls placed?
They're within an hour following the homicide.
Okay. And after finding those calls and listening to those calls, did you download them as you described earlier here before the jury?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as you continue to investigate this case, did you search, I guess, for any other calls related to Mr. Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, were you able to locate calls in which Mr. Jackson's PIN number was being used to place calls?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how many calls, if you can recall, did you listen to and download as it relates to your investigation?
Well, as far as the number of calls I downloaded, it was over 700. As far as the number of calls I listened to, that I don't recall. I don't remember.
And can you tell the jurors when you download a large number of calls like you just described, 700, explain to the jurors how you kind of narrow your search as it relates to such a large number of phone calls?
Well, there's a number of things that I do. For one thing that I do is I try to anticipate when someone may say something that would be relevant to me. If it's the call was placed at around the time of an event that would yield a relevant topic, such as, for example, calls made right after the arrest in the booking area, calls made right after a hearing where the case was discussed necessarily, that I would anticipate that perhaps the inmate would just like to discuss what happened that day with whomever they called. I also look for calls to numbers that aren't contacted very often, thinking that perhaps that indicates there's been some sort of that this is, if it's somebody that's not called very often, then the discussion may not be as mundane as it would be with someone that they speak to 5 times a day, and that's pretty much it.
And you, when you talk about hearings or things of that nature, is a prelim, for example, a type of hearing that you would use as a date for potential calls of interest?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you utilized in this case as it relates to phone calls that Mr. Jackson made?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors very briefly, at a prelim, is that a type of hearing in which the detective, typically the lead detective, is the only person who testifies about the facts and circumstances of the case during that hearing?
Generally, yes. It's hearsay is permitted, so generally that's the only witness that would testify at a preliminary hearing, rather.
In your experience, as it relates to phone calls that you pull after the date of a prelim, is it common for you to find calls in which the inmate is describing what happened during the prelim and the facts and circumstances that the detective may have testified about?
Yes, it's very.
And is that something that occurred here in this case as it relates to Mr. Jackson after you pulled calls on November 19th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specifically, did you also pull calls as it relates to Mr. Kendrick?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you utilize the same procedures you kind of just described to the jury when talking about the calls that you pulled and reviewed for Mr. Jackson?
I did.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit. $590Y. Yes. Mr. Sprinkle, I apologize. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And Mr. Sprinkle, do you recognize State Exhibit 590Y?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize 590Y?
Well, this is my handwriting on the disc. I created yesterday. It's a selection of jail calls that I downloaded and listened to, and I put them on this disc so that they would be in tangible form for purposes of creating an exhibit.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors the jail calls that you've described that are on that disc, are those the jail calls that you have talked about today as it relates to Mr. Arnold, Mr. Jackson, and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes,
And you said you created the disc?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors are the calls a fair and accurate depiction of the phone calls you listened to that you've described before this jury here today?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 590Y into evidence.
Your Honor, just reasserting the prior objections that were made, I guess, a week or two
Understood.
ago. Thank you.
Those are admitted. Any objections are preserved.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
Just for court's edification, counsel, and the jury, I'm not going to play all of the calls today, just a very small selection.
Okay.
While Mr. Atkins is pulling that up, for the record, for counsel, the court, and for the jury, this is a call that took place on November 19th, 2015, as it relates to Mr. Shannon Jackson.
Curious. You may start the conversation now.
Hello. When I was crying, the tears was on the screen and kept pressing phone, so I hung up by itself. I asked the phone, but they kept pressing phone. Yeah, I'm gonna just wrote me said D said what's your number.
Man, fuck D, bro. Fuck them nigga, bro. Oh, just like that, bro. Fuck you. Straight up, huh? All that fake friend shit. Fuck these folks. Wish I get on tour. Fuck
Huh?
I wish I get on tour. All these fuck niggas. Fuck all y'all rat ass niggas, man. Fuck that nigga, man.
I didn't know with D on the phone. He said what happened to SB at court because they just moved Mounk from charges. They didn't even take him to court.
That fuck nigga, you know what's going on. Pussy ass nigga.
Said like that.
You know, fuck.
Let's see.
Fuck you.
Okay. I said, fuck D. He know what he talking to tell.
Like all niggas got, bro.
I just said, she just read it. It look like she gonna hit.
You text me over your number?
Huh?
I don't got your number.
Y'all been having enough when you said, what you say? Some old shit now. Wait, what happened to baby?
That fuck nigga rat. They just went till I had went to court and they just let everything got to that fuck nigga rat. Him and Wood and the other G. I don't keep going with folks. That fuck nigga know what's going on. Bitch, you in love with a rat hoe. Everything that came out. That shit they bring up, bro, that shit was just weak as fuck, bro. I'm something like eating their ass up.
Man, do not leave her in here. This is not the time right now. Everybody get out. Everybody get out. Mom, can you get out too? Shut though. I don't know, call the phone. Young said, see, that's why I don't pick up my damn phone. People keep telling me that, tell Shane, keep your head up. He a real one, for real.
That's all you hear. Oh, you're real. Man, that shit don't do nothing for a nigga. That shit don't make a nigga feel good. That shit don't do nothing for a nigga.
I really get out this house.
Oh, hell. Talking about a doo-wop name, nut name, yak name. So called yak, yop, yop,
Yeah, get that shit on me, so.
yop. I said yop, nut, doo-wop. Oh, man. My head hurts, man.
I'm going to stop it there for the record. There's 41 seconds left in the call from November 19th, 2015. Mr. Sprinkle, are there 9 calls as it relates to Mr. Jackson on States Exhibit 590Y?
Yeah, 9. That sounds about right.
And as it relates to Mr. Arnold, are there 4 calls that were pulled that you downloaded on States Exhibit 590Y?
That sounds right, yeah.
And then as it relates to Mr. Kendrick, as we spoke earlier, are there 3 calls on 590Y as it relates to him?
Yeah, I think so. I think that all those numbers sound correct.
And when you, I guess, are listening to the phone calls from your computer, is the sound system a little better than what we have here in the great courtroom here in Fulton County?
Yes. So sometimes with jail calls, they split the inmate side of the call. I don't know if that's what was happening here, but generally that's what happens. They split the inmate side of the call in one, like the right channel or the left channel out, whichever one, and then the call party side and the other channel, so they're in stereo. And for whatever reason, the inmate channel is sometimes a lot lower than the called party channel. It sounds like that may have been what was happening just then, because I too was having difficulty hearing.
And for the court, for counsel, and for the jury, the state's going to play the rest of the calls at a different time when we can utilize a better sound system to
Okay, yeah, because
we were all struggling, I think.
I'm not sure anybody heard anything.
Now, Mr. Sprigg, I just want to ask you a couple questions about that call. As it relates to your investigation, was someone with the nickname Little Woody someone you investigated and was a part of this case?
Yes.
And did you hear his name during that call?
Yes.
And did you also hear Mr. Jackson reference doo-wop, nard, and yak?
I did. I heard that part, yeah.
And were those individuals that you also, through your investigation, I guess, were familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors the nickname Little Woody, who do you know that nickname to belong to?
Kenneth Copeland.
Okay. And when you received the case file from the Atlanta Police Department, were there a number of recorded statements or interviews inside of the file?
There was.
And when you received it, and as you continued to work on the case, did you review those statements?
I did.
And did you receive a statement as it relates to Kenneth Copeland from June 10th of 2015?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you review it in its full?
I did.
Okay. Now, during that statement, does Mr. Copeland provide his phone number as well as the phone number for his girlfriend?
I believe so, yes.
And can you tell the jurors what is Mr. Copeland's girlfriend's name?
Deshawn Quarterman.
Okay. And after receiving through the interview as well as other means through your investigation, did you request the phone records and receive them for Kenneth Copeland?
Well, by request, I didn't order his phone records. Someone with the Atlanta Police Department did, but I did review them.
Okay. And is it something that you reviewed as a part of this case?
Yes.
And this was previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 533YA. Now, can you tell the jury what was the phone number in the records that were related to the handset that was associated with Kenneth Copeland.
What was Kenneth Copeland's phone number?
Correct.
678-278-5991.
Okay. And after listening to the June 10th of 2015 statement with Mr. Copeland.
Hang on just a second. I know that stand isn't great, but I think the jurors in the back row are having a hard time seeing that.
Mr. Sprinkle, while Mr. Atkins is putting up the board, can you tell the jurors, did you review Mr. Copeland's phone records in light of the statement from June 10th of 2015 that you listened to?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, when did, I guess, activity on Mr. Copeland's phone or through his phone records, when did it begin in the early evening of June 10th of 2015?
Well, I guess it would depend on what you define as early evening. For me, I started inspecting the records as at 6:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was that an incoming or outgoing call?
His girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman, called him at 6:20.
Okay. And did Mr. Copeland?
Simply, who called? I said the handset.
Sustained.
Okay. Did the handset of Mr. Copeland's girlfriend call the handset related or associated with Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And did Mr. Copeland's telephone, the number that was associated with him, did he answer?
He did not at 6:20 p.m.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors when was the next, I guess, incoming or outgoing call that Mr. Copeland made and was connected or answered?
Well, his brother called him at 6:27 p.m.
Did the handset related to Mr. Copeland's brother call the handset related to Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Copeland's handset or telephone that's associated with him, did he pick up?
Well, it appears that he did. It was a 24-second conversation.
Okay. And do you recall during the interview that Mr. Copeland did on June 10th of 2015, what he described as it related to his activity in the early evening?
He said that he was at his house at 178 Maury Avenue. He'd been taking a midday nap at the time.
Okay. And did he indicate during that interview that when he, I guess, woke up, he called the handset that was associated with his girlfriend, Miss Quarterman?
He did.
And is that consistent with what the cell phone records, the call logs for the handset, Mr. Copeland, that you reviewed?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I believe this is cumulative to the information elicited from Mr. Burney by Mr. Atkins last week. The cell records, the calls, the timing of the calls.
So my response would be Mr. Burney, or Agent Burney, as he testified, he didn't review any sort of statements, so he was not in a position to talk about the consistency of the statement as it relates to the records, which was the necessity. The whole reason we needed to call Mr. Sprinkle back was due to that unfortunate scheduling issue.
All right. I'm going to.
Your Honor, I believe those would be jury versions. I don't believe it's Mr. Sprinkle's taking place to determine what is consistent and what's not.
Well, I'd also say this goes to Mr. Copeland was impeached on multiple occasions by multiple parties before this court and this jury, and this is prior consistent statements and activity as it relates to his impeachment.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can answer the question. Let me ask it again.
Yes.
What Mr. Copeland, I guess, described during his interview as it relates to waking up and his phone activity to the detectives on June 10th of 2015, is that consistent with the activity that you reviewed and you've described here today as it relates to the handset of Mr. Copeland and his call log detail records?
We called the handset associated with Deshaun Quarterman at 6:58 p.m. So that was consistent with him talking about what he did after his midday nap.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you also, as a part of your investigation, plot different calls as it related to the call detail records that you received with Mr. Copeland?
I did.
Okay. If you also had an opportunity to review similar, I guess, plotting of Special Agent Bernie?
I did.
Okay. Now, during the interview that day on June 10th of 2015, do you recall where Mr. Copeland described, I guess, he went next as it relates to his activities that night?
He went to the Green Store, which is, I believe, at 322 Glen Street. That's what he said, yeah.
And in your review of Mr. Copeland's records, can you tell the jurors were his records consistent with him going to the Green Store shortly after he called the handset related to or associated with Ms. Quarterman?
Mr. Sprinkle's expertise, and these are questions for Agent Bernie, which have been asked.
Okay, so if that may be true, if I'm understanding what it is that Mr. Sprinkle's testifying to.
I can lay a foundation.
Okay.
Mr. Sprinkle, do you utilize or do you review call detail records on a regular basis as a part of your job responsibilities and duties with the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how often do you do that?
Multiple times a week. I don't want to go so far as to say every day. I'm sure there's days that I haven't, but it's thousands upon thousands of times, thousands of sets of phone record, at least over 1,500 sets of phone records. And that's a conservative estimate. So yeah, I look at phone records all the time and have been doing so since 2012.
And in the phone records, or in many of the phone records or the call detail records that you receive, do they have longitude, latitude, or cell site location data related to the different phone calls within the call detail records?
Yes, depending on the type of phone logs, call detail records that I have or that they are, yes, they will sometimes have cell site location information.
And can you tell the jurors, as a part of your job responsibilities and duties with the district attorney's office, how often do you map or plot different calls as it relates to the cell site location data contained within the call detail records?
All the time.
Another objection on foundation for this part of the testimony
As it relates to what, I really need y'all to use the mics. All right, so,
I'm laying the foundation.
okay, he's in the midst of it.
So how often do you plot and map different call detail records, cell site location data?
Very, very often. Maybe not on every single case, but on many, many, many cases. How often? I would say at least once a week. Again, that's a very, very conservative estimate, but most cases have cell phone records, and I will generally, if there are cell phone records, want to look at those to make sure that the data is what we believe it to be.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your experience in the sense of how many years have you been utilizing cell site location information to map or plot different sets of phone records and specific phone calls within different sets of records?
Since 2012.
Okay. So roughly how many years? We're looking at what, Over 10?
Yes.
And within those 10 years, can you tell the jurors how many sets of phone records do you believe that you have mapped or plotted cell site location information related to call detail records?
That would be hundreds. I don't keep a tally. But the number of cases that I deal with a year since that time, it would just be in the hundreds. A lot of cases.
Okay. And in the cases that you have done what you just described, do you often work in tandem or in conjunction with different members of law enforcement, such as the Atlanta Police Department or other agencies within Fulton County?
Yes.
Okay. And have there been times that you also have worked with members of the FBI or different task forces as it relates to mapping and plotting call detail records?
Maybe like consulted with. Work would imply that I was like part of the team, or with respect to the FBI, that is. No, I mean, I've consulted with them.
Okay. So as it relates to this case, did you utilize cell site location information to map different calls for Kenneth Copeland after you listened to his recorded statement on June 10th of 2015?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to the mapping or the plotting that you did for Mr. Copeland's records, were they consistent at times with being near the Green store?
Yes.
Cumulative, Agent Bernie has already testified to these matters.
And my response is these questions will be brief, but again, Mr. Sprinkle's analysis is related to the statement that Mr. Copeland was impeached with during his testimony for the statement he gave on June 10th of 2015.
All right, and can you clarify whether whatever this analysis is based on Mr. Sprinkle's own plotting or whatever Mr. Bernie had already done?
Yes. The plotting that I've been talking to you about as it relates to Mr. Copeland is this plotting or mapping that you did yourself.
Yes.
And upon doing the plotting or mapping yourself with the cell site location information, well, let's start with, can you tell the jurors what information, I guess, are you inputting or using in order to get specific plots for specific calls?
So basically what I do is I'll have the phone records. So I'll have a set of phone records, and there will be some cell site location information that's in the same row as the date and time the phone number is called. And I'll use Google Earth. Sometimes some phone records are real easy. If they're from AT&T or T-Mobile, they'll just have the latitude and longitude of the tower actually in the records. Other phone companies like Sprint at the time or Verizon, they just put some sort of number that's unique to them. Like it's a number that identifies the tower for them. It will be like 14732 or something. That's by no means a lot. That was just a number I just came up with out of nowhere, but it'll be some sort of number, and I'll have to cross-reference another spreadsheet where that spreadsheet will have the latitude and longitude. But long story short, though, I just take the latitude and longitude of the tower, I put it into Google Earth, and then I use a graphic plugin in Google Earth to create I get what I call a pie slice that represents the approximate area of coverage, or basically just points in the direction of the antenna or the azimuth of the tower.
Okay. That was a long story.
Oh.
So can you tell the jurors in your review of the phone records, what time, if any, was Mr. Copeland's handset in the area of the Green store?
So his handset was consistent with was utilizing a tower that was consistent with it being in the area of the Green store between 7:26 and 7:27 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors through your review of Mr. Copeland's June 10th statement, did I guess the location, the McDonald's off of Cleveland Avenue, become a point of interest that was related to the investigation you were doing?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of did you review Mr. Copeland's call detail records and the cell site location information in regards to that interest point?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors in your review, what time, if any, Mr. Copeland was in the area of, or consistent with being in the area of, the McDonald's off of Cleveland Avenue.
All right, so like I testified previously, his phone gets to the area or uses a tower in the area of the Green Store from 7:26, 7:27 p.m. It remained in that general area or the tower until about 7:47. And then 7:49, it pinged off the tower that serviced the general area of the McDonald's at Old Hayville and Cleveland Avenue.
And you said 7:49?
That's correct.
As you continue to review the records, can you tell the jurors, after continuing to listen to Mr. Copeland's June 10th statement, did the Sky House located in Midtown become a point of interest relevant to the investigation that you were doing?
The Sky House condominiums at 1080 West Peachtree Street, yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors why or how did that location become a point of interest relevant to your investigation?
It was the location or a location that Jeffrey Williams resided.
And in the time that you were reviewing the records related to Mr. Copeland and reviewing the statement, can you tell the jurors at any point did Mr. Copeland reference during his statement that he communicated with a handset that would be associated with Mr. Garlington?
He did.
And can you tell the jurors, was that something that you attempted to locate within the call detail records of Mr. Copeland as you reviewed them?
I did. I didn't find a number that I could conclude was Mr. Garlington's, though if I remember correctly, I also said he contacted him via FaceTime, so I wouldn't be able to see those calls and call detail records anyway.
Okay, and that's something you talked about and mentioned as to why previously when you testified before this court and the jury, right?
I don't recall if I said that or not.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, I guess, what you were able to determine, if anything, as it related to the call detail records being consistent with Mr. Copeland's handset being in the area of Sky House Midtown?
It was later that evening. His handset, from what I recall, from what I remember, it was after 11 p.m. when his handset utilized the tower that was near the Sky House. So it did utilize the tower at some point. It serviced the area of the Sky House.
And can you tell the jurors, the Sky House Midtown, how was that building, I guess, related to or relevant to the investigation that you were doing as you continued to review the statement of Mr. Copeland and other materials that you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
That was the location that was said to be where Mr. Copeland and others converged later that evening on January 10th, 2015.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about other statements that you reviewed. Do you recall also reviewing the statement for Mr. Quindarius Zachary from August 5th of 2015?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors, did you listen to that statement, I guess, in its entirety or in full?
I did.
And do you recall that during that statement, did Mr. Zachary reference any, I guess, rental vehicles?
He did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about what Mr. Zachary said during that statement as it related to a rental vehicle?
From what I remember, that he mentioned there was an Infiniti that was involved, and they believed that the manager for Mr. Williams rented the Infiniti.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after getting that information from the statement, did you request anything from any rental companies here in the city of Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. And did you?
Well, let me. It's a small clarification. I requested information from rental companies, and I didn't just specify from their physical locations only in the city of Atlanta. I asked from the rental car companies that they give me records of any rental cars that were rented by a list of people during a time, regardless of where the location was.
Okay. And did you do that in relation to Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you receive any information back as it related to any rental vehicles in the name of Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered previously.
I don't know if it has been with this witness, but it's certainly been established.
I can move on.
All right.
Well, I want to show you what's been marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 335Y. And when it gets up there, page 7, 335Y. And as Mr. Atkins is getting to page 7, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize previously tendered and admitted State's Exhibit 335Y?
Okay, is the 335Y what's being displayed on these television sets behind me?
That's correct.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is State's Exhibit 335Y?
These are records that I received from Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Okay, and are these records, I guess, who are these records, I guess, related to and in reference to?
Jeffrey Williams.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is cumulative, and it
Sustained.
has been asked and answered.
Well, my response is the specific information as it relates to what's inside State's Exhibit 335Y was not elicited from any witness as it relates to the trial.
Okay, if there's something new on this exhibit, then.
I'll just cut to the chase. In State's Exhibit 335Y was a phone number that was associated with the rental for Mr. Jeffrey Williams located within.
There was a phone number located somewhere within there, yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what that phone number was?
I don't recall. It's somewhere in the, I think, was it the one that ended in 3504 maybe? It should be in the business record though.
And do you see it on page 7?
Yes, 3904, 504-975, 3904. That's right.
And can you tell the jurors, after, I guess, receiving this document and learning of this number, was a request made or a search warrant done for the records as it relates to Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive those records back related to the phone number associated with the handset of Mr. Williams?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to ask you a few questions about other sets of records that you reviewed in relation to the information you had received from Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland after reviewing their statements, okay?
Okay.
Did you request either through search warrant or subpoena the records for Justin Cobb?
I don't know if it was me that did that, but yeah, we did obtain the records for Justin Cobb.
Okay. And
Actually, no, I believe it was. I recall drafting a search warrant on that, so yes.
okay. As well as did you receive whether it was by you or another member of law enforcement you were working in conjunction with, the records for Mr. McMullins?
That McMullen was somebody with the Atlanta Police Department, but I did receive them.
And did you review them?
I did.
All right. And regardless of who requested them, did you also review the records for Kelvin Treadwell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about specifically, did you review those records kind of how you've described today as it relates to January 10th of 2015.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about some of the activity that you saw as you did the review of the records. Specifically, can you tell the jurors, you talked about you received records from Mr. Bradford based on the phone number being a common number called by Mr. Zachary, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Treadwell, I believe you said, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in reviewing the call detail records, did you review the records as it relates to the point of interest of the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as you reviewed Mr. Bradford's records in relation to that Texaco, what you determined from your analysis?
What I determined from my analysis of Mr. Bradford's tower logs was that his handset utilized a tower that was in close proximity to that Texaco, and therefore 330 McDaniel Street, the incident location, between the hours of 7:11 p.m. to 7:19 p.m.
And I should have asked you this first, but as you were reviewing statements and call detail records, did you also receive and review any video surveillance?
I did.
And is that the surveillance that you, I think you briefly described previously as it relates to the Texaco off of Cleveland, as well as the barbershop not far from the Texaco?
Right, the barber shop, like between 60 and 100 yards, yes, away. Yeah, that too.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibits 591. 591Y through 598Y. And prior to your testimony, have you had an opportunity to review those photographs?
I did.
And do those photographs contained in State's Exhibits 591Y through 598 fairly and accurately depict the Texaco from July 10th of 2015?
January 10th, 2015?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, they do. These are screenshots. It looks like they're screenshots I took, actually.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state retainer was marked as State's Exhibits 591Y through 598Y.
Admitted.
And while we're at it, Mr. Sprinkle, previously admitted into evidence was 292YL through N. Do you also recognize those as screenshots from what you've described from the Texaco that you actually took?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jurors in State's Exhibit 591Y what we're looking at?
This is a screenshot taken from the video from the Texaco. It was a surveillance camera that captured the exterior of the Texaco station. This would be the gas pumps that were closest to 330 McDaniel Street. The timestamp in the lower on the video is 6:41 p.m. and 58 seconds. Literally, it's 18:41:58, but that's 24-hour time, so it's 6:41 p.m. and 58 seconds.
Okay. And is there a vehicle, or do you see the vehicle, I guess that's in the center of State's Exhibit 591Y?
Yes, I do.
And through, I guess, your investigation, can you tell the jurors what you're able to determine what type of vehicle that is?
2001 Pontiac Bonneville, gray in color.
And in conjunction with all the things that we've described that you've reviewed, the statements, the call detail records, the video surveillance, I know you briefly spoke about it, but did you also review different social media accounts and photographs as it relates to some of the individuals, specifically here, Mr. Bradford, that we've described previously?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of Mr. Bradford's social media and contained in previously admitted exhibits States Exhibits 360Y through 363Y, what you found in Mr. Bradford's social media that caught your attention.
He often posed in photos with a 2001 Pontiac Bonneville. I mean, he'd be leaning up against it, et cetera. Looked like it was just a car that he was with frequently.
Okay. And prior to your review of Mr. Bradford's social media account and seeing these photographs with him with standing next to or near a Pontiac, had the Pontiac that's contained in States Exhibit 591Y I guess been an integral part of your investigation at that point?
Well, not integral, no.
Okay. Was it something that you found or didn't find relevant until you reviewed Mr. Bradford's social media accounts?
Sustained. Can you?
Well, let me ask you this question. Just tell the jurors, after reviewing or finding these photographs of Mr. Bradford and the Pontiac, how you were able to use that to forward your investigation.
Okay, so I had the tower data for Mr. Bradford's phone that placed him in the area of the crime scene from 7:11 p.m. to 7:19 p.m. I had calls from the jail to Mr. Bradford. I also had these pictures from his social media that I found that showed him with a Pontiac Bonneville. Now, Bradford was not known. He was not in any of the documents that I obtained from the Atlanta Police Department. As far as I knew, he was unknown to the investigation entirely. So I was trying to figure out who this Mr. Bradford was, why I had this data that, this information was made it appear that he was somehow would at least know something about what I was looking into. And so when I went back and looked at the video and I saw this 2001 Pontiac Bonneville pull up to the gas pump, that's when it clicked. And I started paying particular attention to the surveillance video from the Texaco station.
Okay. And I want to show you, Mr. Atkins is going to put on the screen a States Exhibit. (598Y). Now, in States Exhibit 598Y, can you describe to the jurors what they're looking at and the relevance it was to your part of the investigation working on this case?
So 598Y is a picture from Mr. Bradford's Instagram page, and it is one of a few photos that showed him next to a Pontiac Bonneville, like I testified to previously. And I obtained that photo around the time that I identified his phone number and got his phone records and tower usage data that placed him in the area of the crime scene, as I testified to previously.
And the photograph that's next to him standing next to the Pontiac. Can you describe to the jurors where that's from? There's two photos contained within. How are they relevant to each other?
Well, the one on the right is a still shot from the surveillance footage from the night of the murder, from the Texaco station.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of the video surveillance, you said in States Exhibit 591Y that Pontiac arrived at the Texaco at what time?
About 6:41 p.m.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of the surveillance how long in total was that Pontiac seen on the video surveillance?
If I may refer to my reports, I get the numbers.
If it will help refresh your recollection, yes, just look up when you're done.
So it was there. The Pontiac was in view of the surveillance cameras at the Texaco station when it pulled up into the pump at 6:41 p.m. and until it drove away from the station at 7:17 p.m.
So fair to say, reviewing your report helped refresh your recollection as to how long it was there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was roughly 40 minutes?
Yeah, about that.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of Mr. Bradford's call detail records, was that consistent with him being, or were they consistent with him being in the area of the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue for roughly 40 minutes?
Yeah, his phone traveled to the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue after it departed the area, or not, excuse me, are you talking about the McDonald's?
No. So you just described to the jurors, let me rephrase my question. So you saw the Pontiac remain at the Texaco for roughly 40 minutes. You remember saying that?
Yes, yes.
41 to, I think you believe 7:17?
6:41 to 7:17, correct.
And can you tell the jurors in reviewing Mr. Bradford's call detail records and the activity on his phone during 6:11 and 7:17, were they consistent with him being in the area of the Texaco during that time period?
At the Texaco at Northside Drive and McDaniel Street, yes. His phone pinged in that area from 7:11 to 7:19. It utilized the tower, so it didn't ping at the tower that entire time. But the time frame that his phone did ping at the tower, off the tower and sector that service that general area, was encompassed, by the surveillance footage.
Let me ask you this question. Was his phone, or was there activity on his phone during that entire period of time, or were there times where his phone wasn't utilizing a tower?
Well, his phone, it wasn't connected to the tower the entire time, as if it was like streaming data or something like that. Or if it was, I didn't get any records that indicated that. It was only used, it only connected to the tower to when it sending or receiving a phone call.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, did you also review or look into the social media accounts, or the Twitter account for Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
And could you tell the jurors in State's Exhibit I believe it's 524Y. Was this a photograph that you located from the Twitter account of Mr. Kendrick? Once it gets up there.
Oh, there we go. Yes. Yeah, it is. There's a, and I don't know that's part of the exhibit, because I seem to remember this gray bar going across the screen with the other exhibits as well. Yeah, now it's moved. But yes, I do recognize that. That's an image from Mr. Kendrick's Twitter account.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was there anything about the jacket that Mr. Kendrick is wearing in State's Exhibit 524Y that you, after seeing this and also reviewing the video surveillance, that was helpful to your investigation?
So yeah, the interior surveillance from the Texaco, at 6:41, the Pontiac 2001 Bonneville pulls up to a pump, and the front seat passenger exits the vehicle and walks into the convenience store attached to the Texaco, and in so doing came in very close proximity to an interior surveillance camera. And so this footage revealed the outfit donned by the front seat passenger. And that image from the Twitter page that you just displayed on the monitor behind me, or the television behind me, that man, Mr. Kendrick from the Twitter page, was donning what appeared to be the same jacket as the man from the video, the surveillance video from the Texaco.
And is that what we're looking at? The comparison that you just described that you did in State's Exhibit 593Y?
That's yes.
And can you tell the jurors the photograph, we're looking at it on the left-hand side from the convenience store. Can you tell the jurors the time period in which that photograph or that screenshot would have captured?
It was very shortly after the Pontiac Bonneville arrived on scene. If you would like the exact matter of fact, I've just looked at my report to refresh my recollection about this. It was actually at 6:42 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors in the photograph to the right from Mr. Kendrick's Twitter account what time that photo of Mr. Kendrick was posted and on what date?
It was posted on January 10th, 2015. As you can see there, because I testified about this previously, I moused over the date and that made the time pop up, and the time
7:35 p.m.
Now, as you continued to review the video surveillance, can you tell the jurors, did the individuals that you saw I guess exit and enter the Pontiac later interact with another sedan?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 594Y. And here I thought the screenshots would be less difficult than the freezing video.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative of prior testimony that we've had at least once, if not twice, in this case.
Any response?
I mean, there's been no.
Is this going to be a comparison?
Yes.
Okay, overruled.
Now, can you tell the jurors, were you able to, I guess using your number of years of experience, able to determine the type of vehicle in which we're seeing depicted in front of the Pontiac in the middle of the screen?
The Volkswagen CC VR6 Sport.
Okay. And when you previously testified, you talked about someone you had, I guess a name that you had come across during your investigation, Miss Ariel Bax.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, from getting her name, were you able to use public databases to determine any vehicles registered in her name?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors what type of vehicle was registered Ms. Bax's name during this time period of January 10th, 2015?
The Volkswagen CC VR6.
Okay. And in your review of the make and model and year that Ms. Bax had, was the vehicle consistent with what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 594Y?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you also talked about previously an individual, Miss Kenya Morton.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why you looked into Miss Morton as it relates to this investigation?
I'll object to the reasoning behind what this witness is doing, otherwise.
Sustained. Can you rephrase?
Yes. In the phone calls that you reviewed and have described today from Mr. Kendrick, did Mr. Kendrick place any calls to Miss Morton?
Yes.
And through your listening of the calls and your investigation, were you able to determine how Mr. Kendrick and Miss Morton were associated or knew each other?
Romantically involved.
It's a review of phone calls that are in evidence.
And also speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It's
Well, without telling me what the association was, were you able to see several calls between Miss Morton and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, in one of the phone calls that you listened to and has been admitted into evidence as it relates to Mr. Arnold, did you hear Miss Morton in one of the phone calls?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the date of the phone call in which you heard Miss Morton in the background?
January 10th, 2015,
What time?
7:42 p.m.
Okay. And that time in relation to how was that time, the 7:42 p.m. that you heard this morning in the background, related to or the time in which Mr. Donovan Thomas was shot and killed?
Well, the 911 call is placed contemporaneously with the shooting, and that 911 call is placed at 7:22 p.m. So that call was 20 minutes after the 9.
On the what? Sustained.
I guess I need clarity. I'm not certain it's the contemporaneous. I know what it
I
means.
don't know if he is able to testify from anything that it was contemporaneous with the murder. I think that's what the objection is to. Is that right? I mean, he can testify to what time the 911 call was.
I'll rephrase.
Sustained.
Agreed. I'll ask a different question. Mr. Sprinkle, you said the 911 call was at one time?
7:22 p.m.
And the call in which you heard Miss Morton's voice and reference to her name was at one time. What time?
7:42 p.m.
Okay. And during that same phone call, was there reference to Miss Ariel or Ari?
That I don't recall.
Okay. And well, let me ask you this question. Shortly after the Volkswagen in States Exhibit 494Y arrived at the gas station, can you tell the jurors and previously admitted in, I believe they're before you, States Exhibits 292YL through 292N, can you tell the jurors what time another vehicle that you determined to be related to your investigation arrived at that same Texaco?
7:16 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, based on the statement of Quindarius Zachary, why that vehicle was of interest as you watched the video surveillance from the Texaco?
Because it was an Infiniti Q50.
Now, can you tell the jurors during what time did that Infiniti arrive?
7:16 p.m.
Okay. And at the time that you reviewed the video surveillance, can you tell the jurors, did members from the Pontiac interact with the vehicle depicted in this state's exhibit?
Yeah. Yes. The man that occupied the front passenger seat and then entered the store at 6:42 p.m. wearing the coat, he interacted with the person or persons occupying the Infiniti.
And I apologize for the record. That's 292YL. Now, Mr. Sprinkle, can you also describe for the jurors, did an individual get out of the rear passenger area of the Pontiac?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors I guess, can you explain to the jurors what you observed that person, I guess, do?
Objection, cumulative, best evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Sprinkle, how long, based on your review of the video surveillance, did the Infiniti remain within the Texaco gas pump area?
About a minute, if that. It pulled in at 7:16 and pulled out at 7:17.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, is that what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 596Y?
Yes. You may.
Well, I'll ask Now, Mr. Sprinkle, let me ask you this question based on your review of all the information you've kind of described here today. As it relates to times for when a 911 call was placed, times as it relates to, I guess, found within call detail records, and then times like the one you just referenced in the video surveillance for the Texaco. Can you tell the jurors, I guess, through your investigation, how you compared, I guess, times from the video surveillance to things like the 911 call and call detail records?
Well, your call detail records, that's the times in those are going to be pretty consistent with, the atomic clock.
Why is that?
Well, they're a cell phone provider and they're computerized records, and they're just going to be synced up because they're on a computer system with like an internet time protocol, or which is synced up with the atomic clock. So that's a good gauge as to the exact time of something. Also, the 911 call, system. I found in my experience that 911 calls, the timestamps on those are accurate. Surveillance videos can be a little less so. But what I found here was that knowing when the 911 call was placed, comparing all of that with cell phone records and tower logs and all that, the surveillance, when comparing, for example, the 911 call to surveillance video from the Texaco in particular, you can see the events that are consistent with the shooting on the Texaco, which people ran inside the store, if I remember correctly. I do remember correctly they did. And from that, you can place a pretty good timestamp or time when the drive-by shooting occurred.
Would it be your testimony today that all of the times are, I guess, synced up exact as it relates to each other? For example, the call detail records and the Texaco video surveillance.
No, I can say that they're linked up exactly. Surveillance videos, it's not uncommon to be a minute or two long.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that last.
Can you speak into the mic?
It's not uncommon for surveillance videos to be a minute or two off. So I can't say that basically the watches of the surveillance video and the cell phone records were synchronized.
Okay. And we talked earlier a little bit about the phone records or the additional phone records that you reviewed. For example, Justin Cobb and Mr. McMullins. You remember that?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors upon receiving those records, however which way they were requested, did you utilize, I guess, reviewing those records as it relates to the things that we've described previously here today? The video surveillance, as well as the statements of both Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland.
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention specifically to the time period roughly 7:29 p.m. All the way, I guess, 10 minutes to 7:39 p.m. So that 10-minute period, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell the jurors in your review of that activity, was there any activity as it relates to the handset associated with Mr. McMullins and the handset associated with Jeffrey Williams?
Cumulative. Agent Bernie already testified to all this.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you this, as it relates to your review of the call detail record, specifically the call logs of between Mr. Williams and Mr. Treadwell. Can you tell the jury how many incoming and outgoing calls there were between Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Williams?
Sustained.
The specific number of calls between Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Williams, I don't believe was ever discussed.
Pretty sure it was.
All right, I'll ask you this question. As it related to your review of the call detail records for Mr. Copeland, okay? Did you, during that time period of 7:29 to 7:39 p.m., locate any calls, whether it be incoming or outgoing, between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams?
7:29 to 7:39?
Correct.
If I may look at the logs. No, my short answer is I don't believe so. And that remains my answers on reviewing the actual phone logs. There were no calls between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. That would have been in the phone logs from the company. Again, during Mr. Copeland's statement, he said he called Mr. Williams earlier that evening on FaceTime. FaceTime calls are not going to appear in phone records from the phone company.
Okay. So from your review, is it your testimony you didn't see any calls between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams?
That's right.
How about as it relates to Mr. Copeland and Mr. Bradford, Mr. Cobb, Mr. McMullins, or Mr. Treadwell?
Not that I found, no.
Okay. And I'd ask you the same series of questions as it relates to Quindarius Zachary. Did you see any activity on Mr. Zachary's records between Mr. Williams, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Cobb, Mr. McMullins, and Mr. Treadwell?
All right, well, I'm reviewing, and I'm looking at his records right now too, just to make sure I'm not mistaken. What were the names that you just gave me again?
Mr. Williams, did you see any activities that relates to Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams?
I do not.
And between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Bradford and Mr. Cobb?
I do not.
And were there any, incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. McMullins or Mr. Treadwell?
Not that I see, no.
Okay. And I want to ask you lastly about Mr. Antonio Sledge. In your review of his call detail records, did you see any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Sledge and Mr. Williams between the time period of 7:29 p.m. to 7:39 p.m.?
Oh, here we go. No, I don't see any.
And what about between Mr. Sledge and Mr. Bradford or Mr. Cobb?
Between what time frame again?
7:29 and 7:39 p.m.
Justin Cobb called Javaris Bradford at 7:31 p.m.
And I'm sorry, I need to be more clear. Did you see any, was there any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Bradford?
I'm reviewing Mr. Zachary's records. I do not see any.
And in your review of Mr. Zachary records, did you see any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. McMullen?
No, I don't see any.
And lastly, for that same time period, did you see any activity, whether it be incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Treadwell?
No, I don't see any.
And when you're reviewing Mr. Zachary's records, which are contained in State's Exhibit 517Y, is that correct? Is that correct? Is the records contained for Mr. Zachary, do you recall those being 517Y?
I don't know the exhibit number for the records.
Further questions pending redirect.
Anybody have questions for this witness right now that are going to last less than like an hour? Yeah.
Oh, I hope so.
Okay. Come on.
If I'm not done an hour, start throwing things in.
Okay.
Can we do that even if it is less than an hour?
In the courtroom?
Mr. Sprinkle, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. And of course, we know each other. You know who I represent, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hey. I want to start out by talking to you about the jail calls and specifically my client Shannon Stillwell's jail calls.
Okay.
I believe you testified that you downloaded. You estimated, I believe, 700.
So, yes, the batch that I downloaded from 2015, maybe the calls descended into 2016 as well. I don't remember. I think it was around 700 audio files. So that would represent 700 calls. It's not 700 exactly, but that's what I remember.
I understand. And you, do you have a ballpark of how many you reviewed?
I didn't review all of them.
Okay.
And a matter of fact, I probably reviewed like maybe 50 to 75.
Okay. And regardless of how many you personally reviewed, when you downloaded them, they are saved onto your computer, your hard drive.
All
correct?
of them are saved, yes.
Okay, and they would have been passed on to the prosecution team in this case, so they could review all of them, correct?
That's correct.
All right, cool. All right, I just want to, your job actually with the DA's office right now is you do prelims. You cover prelims for cases, correct? Amongst other things.
That's correct.
All right. And I just want to unpack a little bit about what you said about preliminary hearings, is when I say prelims, preliminary hearings. You said typically a lead detective testifies.
That's right.
Okay. And you said hearsay is allowed, meaning the lead detective is allowed to testify about what other people said.
That's correct.
Okay. And you are aware that jail call that was played that was tough to hear, a little bit low, that was from November 19th, 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. And November 19th, 2015 is the day that Shannon Stillwell had his prelim, correct?
That's what I recall, yes.
Okay. And that's why you had interest in that call.
That's right.
All right. And that call was made later in the day after Mr. Stillwell would have returned back to the jail from his preliminary hearing.
That's right.
All right. In Mr. Stillwell's preliminary hearing specifically, I know you said lead detectives generally are the only ones that testified. Detective Thorpe testified in that preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland did not testify.
No.
Demekion Garlington did not testify.
No.
Quindarius Zachary did not testify.
No.
Okay. And I know it's hard to hear, but we're going to bring some volume to it, okay? Mr. Stillwell on that call said, I just went to court and they let everything out.
That sounds right, yes.
Okay, and that was after Detective Thorpe testified, correct?
That's right, after he heard Detective Thorpe's testimony. Correct.
Okay, he said they threw out, and it was tough to hear, so I want to make sure we're clear. On that call, he said they threw out Yak, Duop, Nard, correct?
I don't recall that they threw out
And
Yak.
I'm not suggesting throughout the case. I'm saying throughout the names.
That sounds right. I definitely heard him mention those names.
Okay.
So I took it to mean maybe like their names were mentioned, maybe.
Right. And because it was hard to hear, I'm just trying to make it clear. He's not saying, nowhere in that call did he say he was with those people or anything like that day.
No.
Okay. And again, those names were mentioned by Detective Thorpe, correct?
That's right.
All right, cool. And he was, well, you can't testify to his mind state, but in that call, he said F word D, Woody, and the other D, correct?
I don't know. Yeah, that's not a verbatim quote. It's pretty close. I mean, I think the spirit of his comment was captured in your quotation there.
Okay, and then he said, them F N-words know what is going on.
Something along those lines, yeah.
And then that's the case that was, that's the tape that was played in court today, but there are 8 other calls on that CD, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also listened in on another call that Mr. Stillwell had with that same young lady on November 23rd, 2015, correct?
I think so. That sounds right.
At 16:08, at 4:08 p.m.
That sounds correct.
All right. At 5:07 into that call, Mr. Stillwell says, N-words will say whatever, correct?
That sounds correct. I know that was the general spirit. I don't know if that's an exact quotation as to what he said.
Okay. At 5:15 in that call, Mr. Stillwell said, they just trying to get the heat off their ass.
Again, that sounds like the general, that was something along the lines of what he said, that was the topic of conversation. I just can't say if that was a verbatim quote or not.
And again, Mr. Copeland at that time was facing federal and state charges.
That's right.
And Mr. Zachary, the other D, was facing charges related to the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses, correct?
That's right.
All right. Mr. Stillwell in that November 23rd, 2015 call said, People will say anything to save their ass.
Mr. Sharp would like to play the calls.
Sustained.
Okay. I mean, it is in evidence. Trying to save some time, but
I appreciate that, but if there's a valid objection, I've got to sustain it.
okay. All right.
Thank you.
I twisted his arm. Also in that call, and this is just one more, and then we'll move on. Mr. Stillwell said, they will sit right there and lie.
I don't recall that exact utterance being made, but it wouldn't be inconsistent with the general tone and of the call and the other things that he was saying.
Okay, cool. All right. Regarding Mr. Copeland's cell records and the plotting you did, let me get this right. 722 is the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. You said at 726, you have Mr. Copeland headset pinging on the tower. So 4 minutes later, he's pinging on the tower at the Green Store or in the vicinity of the Green Store.
That is correct. It had moved north to that tower. So it was actually south of that tower seconds prior to, but yes.
Well, you don't actually, cell phone records aren't like a chart where you see, for instance, a cursor moving through a map, are they? You don't see real-time movements during a call, do you?
No.
You just get spots in certain points in time.
Yes, that's
when cell calls are initiated.
That is well. You get the tower and the antenna utilized by the handset at the time of the call. It's a very big area.
But just at the time, right? Vague area, but also just at the time of the initiation of the call.
Correct.
Okay. And so 4 minutes after the purported time of the 911 call, that headset is utilizing the tower near the Green Store.
That's right.
Okay. And we also, the truth is, we can speculate. We don't know how much time passed. We know that 911 call was made at 7:22, but we don't know how much time passed between the shooting and the 911 call, do we?
No, I can't say exactly. I from what I recall, it's pretty quickly, but I can't say the exact seconds.
Well, we don't, I mean, people, before they call 911, they can try to hide guns, right?
There's any number of things people can do before they call 911.
They can try to get guns before they call 911.
The possibilities are endless as to what somebody could do before they call 911.
And some people will do certain things before they call the police to where they're at.
Sustained.
Well, the bottom line is we don't know how much time passed. So we're dealing with inexact times.
Yes.
Okay, great. And you would agree that the Green Store is within a minute drive of the barbershop?
It's pretty close. I don't know. I can't say if it's a minute, but it's less than a mile away.
Less than a mile away. Thank you. All right. Finally, I'm just going to ask you about one other matter. Javaris Bradford has come up, aka Tudor, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's the owner of, through your investigator, he's the owner of the Pontiac at the Texaco.
Yeah, from what I recall, he was the registered owner.
Right. And he came up in your investigation, and the fact that Pontiac was on the video piqued your interest.
That's what I said. Yep.
All right. At some point in November of 2018, he wasn't charged in 2015.
He wasn't.
Okay. In November of 2018, he was still in the community, correct? He wasn't in jail or anything.
That's right.
All right. And you determined that you wanted to speak to him.
I did.
All right. And did you reach out to him?
I don't think I reached out to him. It was likely a DA's office investigator. Somebody reached out to him.
Okay. And was he asked to come in? Was he compelled to come into the DA's office? How did that work?
I believe we gave him a grand jury subpoena, if I remember correctly.
Okay, you issued a grand jury subpoena for him to come in and speak to you?
The grand jury was in session that day. Having never spoken to him, I wanted to speak with him before I potentially put him up before the grand jury, and I did end up speaking with him. And at that point, I determined that not to put him up.
Okay, that was November 13th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And you had a meeting with him in a conference room in the DA's office, correct?
Right. It was on video. I have it right here, actually.
Yes. And present were you, Investigator Thorpe, at some point came into the meeting, correct?
Investigator Thorpe, I think he was present the entire meeting.
Okay.
It's on video, but from what I remember, he was there the entire time.
Okay. And then I don't want to mess up the young lady's name, so I'm not even going to try, but there was an investigator with the DA's office. Could you say her name correctly?
Cynthia Nwakocha.
Nwakocha.
Cynthia, first name, last name, Nwokocha, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. And Javaris Bradford showed up, correct?
That's correct.
He did not have an attorney.
He did not.
And he showed up to the conference room without an attorney, correct?
Sustained.
Okay. For this meeting, you had video from the Texaco, or was it stills or video?
There were definitely stills. I think it may have, I can't recall if I played motion pictures of the surveillance video or I just had stills. He was at the very least showed still images.
And you told him, in fact, that you were investigating the homicide of Donovan Thomas.
Sustained.
To what? I'm not asking what Mr. Bradford told Mr. Sprinkle. I'm asking what Mr. Sprinkle told Mr. Bradford.
Oh, okay. Overruled. Well, y'all can ask him. He's right here.
Okay. So you told him that there was evidence against him in this case.
I don't recall exactly what I said. I would go so far as to say as yes, I did. That would
report. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yes, I'm sure I said that to him because there was.
Okay. And you wanted him to speak to you about who was at the Texaco, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you told him that your supervisor wanted to charge him, but you were holding things off to give him a chance to talk.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Was your supervisor Pat Dutcher at the time?
He was in.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Your Honor, based on the court's ruling, I do not have any more questions, and I'll note with like 50 minutes to spare.
That is correct. All right. Is any other defense attorney going to have questions for Mr. Sprinkle?
Briefly.
Okay. All right. I think we can fit in another one or maybe two.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle, or ADA Sprinkle.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Can I just look at this? You can see this demonstrative, right?
I can.
I'll leave this here. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. I don't see Mr. Kendrick's phone on there.
That is correct.
So you didn't do any analysis for Mr. Kendrick's phone on January the 10th, 2015.
I was without records to analyze for Mr. Kendrick's phone.
Okay, so you have no records of his phone on that date, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. How you doing, sir?
Very well, thank you.
I'll actually let you know if I'm okay. Can I ask you some questions?
Well, yes, please.
Thank you. So, I want to just go into a few different topics. The way this was set up in your office, and you specifically work in this case, I think you made it clear. I'm going to be very brief, but if I'm wrong, just say I got it wrong. Law enforcement officers with whomever, FBI, APD, GBI, whomever is working the case, eventually your office may get involved and summon or they give to you their work product or their files on the case. Fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
And then what you're doing is, because you're law enforcement, but you're the arm of the attorneys who come to court, you have to look at everything and prepare it or not prepare it for any type of charges.
That's right.
All right. And when I say charge, I mean formal charge. I know, ladies and gentlemen, know police can issue warrants, but warrants aren't an official charging document. That would be an accusation or a bill of indictment.
Yes.
When you got, and I'm focused only on this case, obviously, okay? When you get the file, you're getting the files from everybody who touched the case, as far as you could tell, from crime labs, from law enforcement, APD, GBI, whomever. I'm not eliminating, I'm not trying to keep out other agencies, but you try to get all those files together.
Well, yeah, I try to get all the documents or whatever media that every agency that investigated the case has. I mean, I want to get as much as possible.
Sure. Now, when you get the APD files, Atlanta Police Department files, and you start looking at them and reviewing them, I want to ask you if you can remember. Do you remember any notation from Detective Thorpe that he reviewed the McDonald's surveillance video from January 10th, evening January 10th, 2015, and he did that on or about January 11th or January 12th, 2015?
I don't, and I feel like I would remember that.
Tell the jurors why you remember that, if you don't mind.
Well, the McDonald's, as they've heard, was the McDonald's at Old Hayville and Cleveland Avenue.
151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yeah, I think that's the address. Whatever. It's at the intersection, at or near the intersection of yes, I believe that's the address, what you just said. And that was said to be a rendezvous point, the parking lot of which. So I would have remembered if they. I would have remembered it because, first of all, I've never seen that video. I've never seen any surveillance video from McDonald's. So if I were to read something that said from a law enforcement officer said they did review it, I would have said, well, where I would have remembered. That would have been a big thing for me. I would want to have had the video. So no, I don't recall any notations from Detective Thorpe about him reviewing the video and not obtaining it, presumably. So no, I don't remember anything like that.
And if that video, if it's working and if it captures the area that this, what was your word, rendezvous? Is that what you just said?
I think so.
Okay. And the rendezvous, according to Mr. Copeland, let's say, it might be others, but at approximately 8 o'clock at night, January 10th, 2015, approximately.
Mm-hmm.
You could correct me, if my times are off. If that surveillance at the McDonald's captured people actually meeting, then we would know who was actually there and if Mr. Copeland was being straightforward. Is that fair to say?
Sustained.
Did Detective Thorpe ever tell you, besides his file, did he tell you that he went out and looked at and saw or tried to see the video from the 10th day of January 2015, approximately 8 o'clock p.m. from the McDonald's? I covered this with Detective Thorpe, but I'm impeaching him.
Overruled.
I don't recall him telling me that. It doesn't mean that he didn't, but I just don't recall it. It just seems like something that would leave a mental impression on me because, again, I would have just thought, well, where's the video? I don't have the video. I would have liked to know that. So I don't think he ever did.
In your experience since, I believe you said 2012, but it might have been 2009, with the DA's office in Fulton County, have you looked at and subpoenaed, whether or a grand jury or, excuse me, a court's search warrant, surveillance video from stores?
I have, yeah.
Have you found that after a certain period of time, some of the video is erased or deleted?
Yes, that's the practice. Videos are all digital. I don't want to say they're all digital. There may still be people using tapes, but every video I've ever seen has been digital, and they only have so much room on the computer system that's storing the video, and eventually will start overwriting itself.
Explain, first of all, this includes 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors what you mean. I know you're comfortable with it, but overriding itself, just explain that process from your experience, knowledge, and work with these.
Well, just like every computer surveillance system, cameras are hooked up to essentially a computer. The footage is recorded digitally and stored on a drive, some sort of media in the computer, but that drive can only store so much data, so many ones and zeros, I suppose. And so once the drive is full, the system is programmed to just, it's not like a tape where it starts at the beginning of the tape and starts overwriting it, but it starts writing data to the parts of the drive that already have data on it. And over time, the data just starts to rewrite itself. And eventually, after a certain amount of time, all traces of the footage from a certain date will eventually be gone as they've been overwritten by data from other footage.
So just putting that make it simple on a date. Have you seen a surveillance video that lasts 30 days?
I believe so. Yeah, I don't want to throw out any names. But there's one place in particular that comes to mind, but it's not relevant here. And I also don't remember exactly, but I do believe that 30 days I have seen before.
Okay. What's a typical days until it starts overriding? I'm impeaching Detective Thorpe.
I feel maybe 2 weeks. That's always what I kind of mark in my mind as if it's within 2 weeks of an event. I mean, you want to get the video as soon as possible, to be clear, but I really start losing hope after 2 weeks. But again, it depends on this. It could be a big retail outfit. Now going back to 2015, it may be a little different, and maybe they just have petabytes of storage for their video and it's stored off site. But your typical, like a gas station, particularly in 2015, where it was stored within, probably on a DVR, you're going to want to get that as soon as possible. You can start overwriting after 48 hours.
And when you say then it writes it over, so if I'm just using 2 weeks. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
January 1, 2015, 2 weeks would go to approximately January 14, 2015.
Right.
On January 15, 2015, does the entirety, in your experience and your dealing with this, does the entirety of everything in those 2 weeks go away, or is it on a rolling basis?
Not of this witness.
And speculation as to this witness.
He's asking within his experience overruled.
Okay, so are we talking about one location and one, if we're talking about surveillance footage, one location and one computer system, or we're talking about in the entire world of surveillance footage?
McDonald's, 2015, January 10th, surveillance, just typical McDonald's, your experience, hypothetically 2 weeks. I want to know on the 15th day, so I'm just after the 2 weeks, what you're explaining to the jury, does day 1, January 1 override, or the entirety from January 1 to 2014? That's my question.
To lack of foundation at this point.
Sustained.
In your experience with a 2-week camera, does it override just one day at a time? As the next day comes in, the first day's gone.
Vague as to your experience to a camera in a 2-week period. Any camera? I mean,
Sustained.
When you say override, tell the jurors what you meant by that.
asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't believe he just
Yeah, he
used the
did.
word.
He explained it in detail.
All right. Did you or any of your members of your team, I'm including the prosecution team, you understand what I'm asking?
Mm-hmm.
So prosecution team are all law enforcement, GBI crime lab, your office, whomever, okay? FBI. Did you ever find out from any source that McDonald's, how long, if at all, they had that surveillance video?
The record retention period for surveillance video, if I knew it, I don't remember it now. So no, I can't answer. I don't know what their retention period was back then, nor do I know what it is now.
Did you ever hear from a detective, you know who Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, they worked together, gang unit in 2015, January?
Yes, I know them.
Okay. Did they ever tell you or put in writing in any way that they went to the McDonald's in June 11, 2015 and inquired about the surveillance?
Objection here.
I am impeaching Detective Gaither's testimony.
And who are you asking about at this point?
Detective Gaither, January 11th, 2015, going to McDonald's and inquiring about the video.
And that is hearsay. And it's not impeachment unless they specifically confronted
Sustained.
Detective
I
Gaither
did confront Detective Gaither.
with
Yes.
telling Mr. Sprinkle as to whether they got video surveillance footage or not.
I want to know if it's in. I want to know if it's in his
Detective Gaither
records.
was not confronted with that.
Okay, sustained.
I want to know if it's in the records.
That wouldn't be, then that would, rephrase your question. That question, the objection is sustained.
Do you have any information from any source that you looked at in your records, conversations that Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis went to the McDonald's on the day after interviewing Kenneth Copeland, June 11, 2015, and inquired about their surveillance equipment?
No, I have no notes that indicate that, and I have no memory of any conversations that I had with them where they told me that they did.
Did you ever obtain personally or have a member of your team, or it was done before you got involved, Sky House, you know, the condominium that Mr. Williams was living at in January 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Any surveillance from there?
No.
How about the Green Store? Any surveillance at the Green Store that Kenneth Copeland states that he was there, personally there, at and around the time of the killing of Donovan Thomas? Any surveillance from there?
No, no surveillance.
Did you or members of the prosecution team, I'm including all law enforcement, ever interview the people or persons that Kenneth Copeland said in June 10th, 2015 that he was with at the Green Store at the time around Mr. Donovan Thomas's murder?
Well, there's a little Rick that he mentioned, if I remember correctly. No, I didn't, nor do I know if law enforcement did. No.
How many cell phones did Kenneth Copeland have access to that he can use on January 10th, 2015?
All I know of is the one that I testified to.
And you do know that Kenneth Copeland testified in this court, and if you don't know, just say I don't know, that he had multiple cell phones.
I'm going to object at the rule of sequestration.
I mean, I would hope he doesn't know.
Okay.
Since he's a
Do you
witness in this case.
do you have knowledge that Mr. Copeland did not have 2 or more cell phones on January 10th, 2015 through your investigation?
Asked and answered. He just answered that question, that he only knew of the one cell phone.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Phone records that you talked about at length with the Honorable Mr. Body, through your analysis, and what you were given and subpoenaed more phone records. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Those phone records give a general whereabout of where a handset is located, if it's working properly, if the records are accurate. I'm assuming all that, where a phone set would be in relation to its cell phone tower. Is that fair to say?
Right. Just the area that the approximate area that the phone would be located based on the tower that it utilized.
And in your experience, if you know, and if you don't know, just say, I don't want to testify to this. That area could be how many miles, how many feet, do you know? And we're talking about Atlanta, January 2015. And please, I'm not trying to put you out on a limb. I know you're under oath.
Well, I don't know that anybody could testify as to the exact square footage of the area, but it suffices to say it's not like GPS. It's a large area, probably like over a mile.
Could be multiple miles.
Could be.
And jurors may not understand what you meant by it's not like GPS. Just explain that.
Well, like a point on a map. Like, in other words, when you get phone records, you don't have a log of the exact locations of a cellular device, like a pinpoint that you could put on the map that the phone was right here. Like, for example, I have a phone on me. If you were to get my phone records, it wouldn't show my phone sitting right here in the witness stand. It would show that it was using the tower next to the courthouse or near the courthouse, down the street, wherever, but it's not exactly.
Now, are you aware from your review of your records as you've been testifying and the recordings that Kenneth Copeland met with Detective Thorpe, Homicide Detective Thorpe, on the early morning hours of January 11, 2015?
Yes, I do recall Kenneth Copeland traveled to the precinct or arrived at the precinct and spoke with Detective Thorpe, yes.
And did you remember seeing that video? Did you ever watch that, and do you have a memory of that video encounter?
I believe so. It's been a while. I don't recall that video being all that important to me. I remember summarizing it, so I must have watched it, yes.
Do you remember Kenneth Copeland had a cell phone on the desk when he was speaking with Detective Thorpe?
That I don't remember. I'd have to take a look at the video.
Well, the jurors have seen it, so we're good. Do you remember Kenneth Copeland explaining that he knew that cell phones can give an area? On January 11, 2015, explained to Detective Thorpe that he was aware that check the cell phone records, check the cell phone, it'll show it's in this area. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember somebody saying that during the, I can't say that I remember if it was him, though.
All right. Let me ask you this. The cell phone records that we have here, unfortunately, don't give the actual communication. They might say handset of Kenneth Copeland, speaks with a handset of Natasha Williams, but we don't know what's being said according to these records. Fair to say?
That's correct.
Now, with regards to Nyesha Williams, Nyisha Williams, typical
Yes.
spelling. Do you know that person?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember seeking and obtaining and subpoenaing cellular telephone records for Nyesha Williams?
I do remember doing that.
And do you remember why you did that?
They appeared in there was a number that appeared in Kenneth Copeland's cell phone records that evening. And when I say that evening, I mean the evening of January 10th, 2015. And specifically, so I'm clear here. It was 404 6210102. I'm looking at Kenneth Copeland's records to refresh my recollection. And because of the times that there were phone calls sent or transmitted and received by that number, I thought it was relevant. So I subpoenaed both the call logs and the subscriber information. The subscriber information was the name of Naisha Williams.
And sometimes people can, it's nothing wrong with it, people can use a cell phone that's not registered in their name for various reasons. Is that fair to say?
It's very fair to say. It happens all the time.
So a Naisha Williams, I'm just using that name since we're using it, she could be on the Verizon call as a registered person, but she can freely give me her cell phone and I could use it all the time.
That's right.
But it would come back if somebody, like you subpoenaed it, it would look like it's Naisha Williams' call. In the name doesn't mean she's using the phone.
That's right.
And you, through your research, took Kenneth Copeland's statements on June 10th, 2015. And when he said he called Mr. Garlington, you wanted to know what number Mr. Garlington was using then. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And through your deduction, whether it's right or wrong, you said the Naisha Williams registered phone might have been in the custody, control, and use of Demeke and Garlington.
It's possible, but I do not know.
I'm not saying anyone knows, but that was your deduction.
That's right.
That's why you then subpoenaed, targeted the jail records for Naisha Williams' registered phone, because you thought it may relate to Mr. Garlington.
Do you mean the cell phone records for her phone?
Did I say that?
I think you said jail records, but yes, I obtained the cell phone records for
I
her
said
phone.
jail record. I meant cell phone record.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you obtained those records, you specifically did not request, you testified to this before, you specifically did not request historical cell site location data for Naisha Williams' phone.
That's correct.
And what that means to the jurors who may know what it is, but don't, that means you don't get the longitude and latitude of which tower that phone is employing at the time of the handset speaking with the cell tower, then it goes to switching station.
That's essentially right. You just get a log of incoming and outgoing calls, the times, the numbers, but the columns that tell you the location of the tower that was utilized, you don't get that. You need a search warrant for that.
Did you ever exclude the Naisha Williams cell phone as the phone Mr. Garlington was using on the night of January 10, 2015?
Did I ever conclude that it was not his phone, or the phone that he was using, rather?
I meant the phone is using.
No, I never definitively concluded that he was or was not using that.
And if, as you believed or hunched or were doing your work, Mr. Garlington was using that phone registered to Naisha Williams, then you can track at least what calls were being made at what times. Is that fair to say?
All right, go ahead. You can answer.
You mean I can at least see the phone,
Yes.
like the list of calls that were sent and received, text messages sent and received by the phone, the
True.
handset?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I obtained those records.
All right. Now, Mr. Copeland stated on June 10th, 2015, from the McDonald's, that he was in his car at some point, along with Mr. Garlington and along with Mr. McMullen, Demise McMullins, also known as Nard.
If I remember correctly, I think you said it was his brother, Rontrez Brock's Dodge Charger. But yes, all three of them were at the McDonald's in that car, a car that he had possession of. Kenneth Copeland did, that is.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland said that I'm not saying it's true, but Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015, he left the McDonald's. I'm using 8 o'clock. If I'm wrong, just correct my time, but approximately 8 o'clock. He was driving the vehicle, the Charger, along with Mr. Garlington in the front passenger seat and Mr. McMullen or Nard in the rear driver's seat.
That sounds right, yeah. I don't recall what the exact seating arrangement was, but the occupants of the vehicle, that sounds correct.
And then he has that car, the Charger, going up, following another vehicle, a Nitro, white Nitro, to around Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condo.
That's what he said.
And did you look, when analyzing the calls from Naisha Williams, records rather, from Naisha Williams, and realize that during that relevant period of time on the supposed drive from the McDonald's to the Sky House, the Naisha Williams call that's potentially with Mr. Garlington and the Mr. McMullen calls, the number associated with Mr. McMullen, were in communication with each other.
Are you asking me, did Mr. McMullen and or the phone subscribed to by somebody named Naisha Williams communicate? Is
At
that
the
the
relevant time of when supposedly Mr. Copeland is driving them together in the same car to the Sky House? Yes, that's my question.
I don't recall. I do recall Mr. McMullen was a very frequently contacted number within the Naisha Williams phone records. I don't work, but I don't have. Well, I do have Mr. McMullen.
If you could check it, I'd appreciate it. And just tell the jurors whether at the time they're supposedly in the same exact car, these two phone numbers of the Naisha Williams and the Mr. McMullen are communicating together according to phone records.
Okay, so we have what?
Can you use what exhibit you're using?
Is that an exhibit or
It's already in evidence.
does he know what exhibit number it is?
Do you have an exhibit number? Are you looking at an actual?
I think he may, well, y'all can clarify it, but is there an exhibit number on what you're looking at?
No, I just brought the phone, I printed them out and brought them to court. So
This is, what is it that you're looking at?
the phone records for 470-217-6080, Miles McMullen.
Okay, does anybody know what exhibit number that is?
Yes, 464Y.
Thank you.
Mr. Steele requested it during my direct.
Okay.
I didn't want it across the phone.
Okay, so what I see here is at 7:59 p.m. on January 10th, 2015.
Just do me a favor, because you're looking down. Can you just go a little slower?
Yes. What I see.
Actually, let me stop. How much longer is your examination of this witness going to be?
45 minutes.
All right, let's stop and break for lunch.
To an hour and a half, because I don't want you to.
All right, I'll see y'all back at, let's be back at 1:45.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, unless there's anything we need to take up, I'll see everybody back at 1:45. All right.
Okay, boys and girls, this is a good time for me to flash back to yesterday because we have Doug Weinstein speaking on the matter from yesterday. Get back on the record. No, I do not. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes. I can't read it because it's blurry. Present to you, Doug Wine.
Law from Georgia that arguably narrows it down, but it's not a situation where you have an experienced law enforcement officer that screws this all up by saying he went to prison. And that's why when Hilton pulled that case, right? Hilton pulls this case, and I like Simone, I really do. She's just unfortunately in a situation where she has a bad boss. But when she pulls that case that where they basically backed off of the case that I cited, but that case was an inmate. It was an inmate testifying. It was not someone that is a law enforcement officer that should know better. So don't you just love it when you have a case that's easy to distinguish? And there you had it, right?
Yeah, well, as soon as she started quoting the case, I was like, in 14.2 seconds, I was like, well, I could give all the reasons that doesn't apply here, you know, but I understand her desperation, right? You're not going to find a case that says what she wanted it to say, you know?
No. And she had 30 minutes to find a case, and she's a good lawyer. She worked her ass off. I have no doubt that they were like blowing up their search terms and everything else, trying to find a case. And that's the best. When that was the best that she could come up with, I thought we should have this. You know, we should have this. I mean, we didn't, but
that's the way that you argued the case law. That was what stuck out to me, was they were clearly so different. I mean, yours was fully on point. There was no question about any of that. And so it was a little disappointing, but I do think that it was, at least from the outside looking in, seemed like at least a small victory, because everything from today is out. All of, right. I mean, I think that's still a win in some sense.
And Judge Whitaker is clearly, from a mindset, attitude standpoint, such an appellate judge. I mean, she is a scholar. She knows the law. As soon as I said to, and of course I knew the answer to the question before I posed it, but as soon as I said to Miss Hilton, is this, you know, a law enforcement officer? It was, and Miss Hilton said, I don't know. Judge Whitaker immediately jumped in and said, I know the case. It's an inmate. I mean, that's what a glorious moment that any attorney would want to experience.
Yeah.
That is Doug Weinstein, y'all. There's still some more to go. I do not own the rights to this content. I am fair use. That's Doug Weinstein.
You know, the exact words I cannot remember, but basically Dennis said the question was about when I guess the photo was taken, and then Dennis said it was right when Kendrick got out of prison. So
'Cause that is on a calendar.
yeah, yeah. Oh.
He's answering questions too and reading the chat.
Oh, so you guys didn't know why I was so distraught. Oh.
I loved it.
That's not me. That's the audio on that platform.
Okay. Yeah. Well, again, that was nothing nefarious. I'm sure it just had something to do with the way they switched back and forth between the. I think they just showed. I think they just showed Diamante. What is that cat thing doing there? I think they just showed Diamante standing on top of YFN Lucci's car outside Nordstrom at Linux.
That was
So maybe-
Nordstrom. See the picture. We just there was no sound.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, pause for a moment. Can you imagine walking out of Nordstrom and that's what you see?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking standing on top of the car, but part of this again, seriously, I'm gonna like divert a little bit. Part of that deal with him standing on top of the car, these guys, like, it's a promotional thing.
They like
they
to
are
have
like
fun.
jabbing at each other. It's like professional wrestling. If I had more white people on the jury, I would get into that a little more, I think. But that's all it is. It's all hype. And it's so crazy to me. The state is like, oh, he's on YFN Lucci's car. And this is like a demonstration of the superiority of the gang. I'm like, oh my God, these guys are just fucking with each other.
At the Nordstrom.
At the
where
Nordstrom.
all the graying activity goes down. At the Nordstrom.
At the Nordstrom. And do you guys remember there was some testimony earlier about Jeffrey Williams at the Nordstrom and the security guard there? Do you guys remember that?
I don't.
Yeah, it was with Detective Thorpe, right?
No, it wasn't Thorpe. It was
the one from the First 48, right?
It was a guy from First 48, but it wasn't Thorpe.
Yeah, Quinn. I don't like him.
Yeah. That's who it was. So they had some like heart-to-hearts at the elevator at the Nordstrom.
Someone said they were on scooters.
Oh, no, that was... Okay, you're confusing your malls. That was Perimeter Mall, where Jeffrey Williams had gone into Perimeter to buy a bunch of sneakers for a video shoot, like 50 pairs of sneakers that he was going to give out to disadvantaged children. And they ran him out of the mall.
Just trying to do good for the community and still
Kind
can't
of
do
like
any good.
that time they were being so gang at the park helping the kids or whatever, and that other
Cleaning up the park.
Yeah, that was related to all of that nonsense. So, anyway, I am so disappointed that you guys watching the stream could not see or could not hear the reason I was so distraught.
It started to make sense later on, like the more that we could hear, but it
Context
still was
clues.
frustrating not being able to hear exactly what he said.
But you know what's so crazy about it all is like I'm up there fussing and about everything going on. All the other defense attorneys, they're on like Lexus and Westlaw, and they're pulling up case law for me. And it was like, I cannot tell you how amazing it feels to have so many people like backing you and giving you everything you need to argue your case, because it's all happening in real time. It's not like back in the summer when I was arguing for the recusal of Judge Glanville, where I'm like sitting in bed with COVID, but I had hours and hours to do research, put my briefs together. It's like happening in real time. And I've got Brian Steele and Keith Adams and Max Shart and Nicole Westmoreland and everybody back there throwing case law at me so that I could make the arguments I needed to argue. It was, I'm getting like a little bit of a high off of it again right now. Just an incredible experience that I will never forget.
Contact.
Well, and so much of being a defense lawyer, I mean, there's a good community amongst the defense bar, but at the end of the day, most of the time you're in there by yourself and you don't, even if there are people that want to help you, but like they're off doing their own crises, like you don't get that a lot.
And that's, I think I sent Stara and that I sent you the case on Twitter in my county. Me and another coworker were in there for some of that. And Judge gave them 20 minutes to research, and me and her were sitting back there on our phones just trying to help them find something. And we all found what made it a misdemeanor. And so we just happened to be sitting in there, but it was, at that point had 4 minds searching instead of just 2. And within the time crunch, you're able to find what you need a lot quicker.
Yeah. It's like when I was doing so much civil litigation and patent law, and there were issues that would come up kind of towards the end of the day or that would be generated during the day in court during trial. And you had people that would be working all night, and the night crew would kind of work on your brief so you could make the arguments the next day. It kind of felt like that a little bit, but it was a little more like, I don't know, Super Friends Unite. Like, all these people coming together. It was such a high, such an amazing experience, because it's exactly what you're saying, because as a criminal defense attorney, mostly you're alone, right?
Yeah.
So, Doug, I actually have a question for you. And I know you, from a humble standpoint, you may not want to answer it, but coming into this case, I'm not sure if you were aware that this may have been a historical piece. I know it may not be a point where you can think of it now, but do you think 5 years from now, when you look back at it, that this is something that will probably be taught in law school, something that has become what I would consider a United States historical moment? Has that really kind of like hit you yet, or are you still in the moment of just making sure your client can get free?
Well, I guess I'm still in the moment, but I think the thing is, as far as posterity and history goes, I have not achieved the thing that I want to achieve. I've not gotten the goal I want, which is that people's lyrics should not be used against them. I have failed in that so far, and that is that's a disappointment to me. And I just wish that I could get the court to understand that Black people are able to think outside the box and to create characters much like, John Prine could do, or Randy Newman could do. It's not just white people that can inhabit other characters. And Actually, I feel like a failure in that. And if I could have gotten there, then yeah, I would say, okay, 5 years from now, I have made a difference. But unfortunately, I've not made that difference that I want.
I have one follow-up question, and then I'll
That
be
makes me
done with
sad.
the questions. For at least for me, and the ladies can ask whatever they want to ask. As a professional who is an advocate for the Constitution, what is something that we the people can do that is proper in order to help push that in the right direction? Because I know there's a
Man,
lot of people that are
I feel
ambitious and
like
they want to do.
I feel like I've set you up for that question. I would say to support the RAP Act that is in Congress right now. Write to your congressman, call your congressman, and support the RAP Act, which would limit the use of lyrics. And by the way, I think this act is not unreasonable. Lyrics can be used under the RAP Act, but you've got to show some kind of nexus there. And so if everybody would get out there and write to their congressperson and support that law, and it's very similar to the law in California, by the way. But if you guys could support that law, that would make a huge difference in the community.
And I think people have kind of said it in the comments, but even though you didn't get the end result you wanted with the lyrics, I think this case, and just like one of the private attorneys in my county who, I think it was Brown, I think Brian Steele used it. It was a Houston County case that was just reversed by the U.S. or the Georgia Supreme Court for a new trial about using rap lyrics. I think it just brings more awareness to that on how often it happens. And how prosecutors really try and use people's lyrics against them more than what people realize.
Yeah. And I just wanted to say, like, as a Black person and, you know, a mother, right? I've got Black children. Surprise, surprise. I would say I don't want you to feel like you've failed, because you've acknowledged it, you've spoke about it, and you've actively tried to fight it. So in my eyes, I don't think that you failed, because we know that Rome wasn't built overnight. But because you've done those three things, I think that, you know, failure isn't a piece of a sentence or the word that you should use when you describe the battle that we're all going to have to take in order to overcome this.
We're
Thank
just
you.
one
That's
stepping
that's
stone
very
shy.
kind of you to say. No, that's kind of you to say. And I hope I've done what I can to advance the ball. And I don't know. There's just part of me that is just so horrifically offended at the base suggestion that is implicit that a rap artist has anything they write about must be autobiographical and must be true, because they don't have the capability to think outside of their own personal, I don't want to say truths, but I mean, you look at some of Jeffrey Williams' songs, and he's talking about the things that his children may have to do to survive in this world. And the state is twisting that into horrific situations where, instead of him lamenting, which is what he's doing, he is lamenting the world that his kids have to grow up in, and instead saying that he is advocating for violence, when that is the last thing that he's doing. I don't know. It's just like I mean, I'm Jewish, but I guess I pass as white. But as someone who lives this world, I'm just so upset by it. I can't even express it.
And to that end, you know, as a white person who has kind of entered a space that is much more predominantly in the Black culture, I'm always trying to be conscientious about how I word things and say things, because I never want to be misconstrued or anything like that. But I mean, the bottom line is, this is kind of it's on us situation. And when I may say on us, I mean people that look like me.
Yeah.
because the sad truth is that, like, until people that look like us are also speaking as loudly about how much this matters, it's just a lot harder to move the ball when we all know that the underlying theme of all this is racism, right? It's Black people can't create characters. Like, that's such a great way to put it, but white people are allowed to do that. And so, you know, until more white people start taking an interest in this, it's just very hard to move the ball, you know? And so to that end, even if you haven't succeeded at that, you are a white man who is loudly saying it. And that is a huge part of moving the ball.
Yeah. I mean, I do what I can, and I guess I'll never not be frustrated that I don't get to where I want. I mean, what did I want? I wanted a judge to say, hey, if you cannot demonstrate some nexus, some more immediate connection between the lyrics and some specific crimes, those lyrics are not coming in. And I don't know. I'm disappointed in myself that I didn't get there. And it doesn't mean I'm going to stop. I'm going to keep trying. And that's what we all have to do. We all have to keep trying. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I hope that's the truth. I hope that's the case. But you know, you want to, you know, I always tell people I'm not an activist. That's not my role. Clients don't hire me to be an activist. Clients hire me to do the best job I can to defend them. So, I mean, I'm not an activist, but by the same token, if in the course of defending my clients, I can try to improve the world, repair the world, make the world a better place, I mean, I want to do that. How long do I stay in my suit? Oh my gosh, I stay in my suit.
I was just about to ask the same question. Why are you still in a suit?
I went by my daughters, and anyway, I just got home. I worked very long days.
I don't want to keep you too much longer because we know you have to get up for court in the morning. I am very, very, very appreciative that you were able to come in and share your wisdom and knowledge with us. But I would love for you to get some rest because we will ask you questions all the way through the midnight hour, which we're only 30 minutes away from. So please do get some rest. That way you can be at your best for DeMontre Kendricks tomorrow.
And let me say to everyone watching and everyone that supports us, thank you so much. I know I've said this before, but I have to repeat it. Diamante sees you guys. He sees all the support. It's a huge help in getting through all of this. And I appreciate everything all of you guys do so much, okay?
Thank you, Doug.
Okay. And I have no idea how to leave, but I'm going to do my best because I'm
all right,
old.
I'll disconnect you. Thank you, Doug. Get you some rest. Good night.
Disconnect me now.
Gotcha.
Yes, so that was Doug Weinstein responding to what happened in court yesterday. Remember, that was the attorney that brought the motion for a mistrial due to that detective inadvertently saying that one of the defendants took that picture, I think, and that defendant was in and out of prison, right? And the issue is evidence of prior convictions may or may not be admissible, right? And normally it's admissible, but only for, certain reasons. If it's not admitted yet, then that information could be prejudicial. But even before that, if it's not admissible and it's not admissible by certain types of evidence, then it could have it did cause a big issue. So I just thought it was funny that I, ran across that particular interview. It was also interesting that he is an attorney that apparently deals with, looks like, civil rights and constitutional rights, as well as a criminal defense attorney. He said he also does work with patents and things of that nature. So by probably most likely as well copyright as well. But it's very interesting that he looks like he is um, concentrating in the areas of First Amendment, which freedom of speech. I told you that is going to be a big thing in the law going, right now and going forward. So, and I thought the conversation they were having about black folk, us, was very interesting. I always appreciate some good old white folks speaking on the plight of some good old black folks. And I love when the white lady said it is on us, meaning white folks, and I like that because the eradication of racism, discrimination, stereotyping, it is a joint responsibility. So it's on both of us, right? We cannot feed the racism, the stereotyping, and the discrimination, and they must begin to abandon those feelings, those thoughts, the way they look at things when it comes to people that have a different skin color. So I thought their messaging, his messaging rather, was strong in that area. And I also thought that the concerns of the other people that was on that particular live was, was comforting, right? At least for me. That's why I shared it. So we're gonna wait for the trial to start. It's gonna automatically jump in. We're right on time with it. And I looked over at Dennis Byron, honey. He got 4 on YouTube, but over there on Twitter, he is killing the game today. I ain't mad at him. So let me take myself down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good afternoon.
I think we were at a point where you were about to testify, I believe, obviously, tell me I'm wrong, that at 7:59 p.m., according to the phone records, Aisha Williams' associated phone, who may be Mr. Garlington's phone, that handset that he had, connected to Mr. McMullen or Nard. And just if I'm wrong, I didn't mean to be wrong, just correct it.
Yes. So I see that actually there's a call at 7:53 p.m.
And just to make sure we're oriented, this is all Eastern Standard Time, and we're talking about January 10th, 2015.
Yes,
All right.
Eastern Standard Time, January 10, 2015. So I see a call from the handset associated with Demise McMullen to the handset associated with a subscriber named Naisha Williams at 7:53 p.m. I then see that at 7:59 p.m., and I believe that's where we left off, that the handset associated with Naisha Williams calls the handset associated with Demise McMullen. And again, that's at 7:59. And then I don't see another call between those two handsets, at least of the variant that would appear in phone records, until 11:01, when Naisha Williams, or when looks like the handset associated with Demise McMullen calls Naisha Williams, the handset.
Now, from your view, the reason we even got Naisha Williams is because Kenneth Copeland gave a statement on June 10, 2015, articulating that he made calls at a certain time to the handset of Mr. Garlington. And you deducted potentially that would coincide with Naisha Williams' handset.
Yes, I thought that was a possibility. But like I said before, he also said that he called Mr. Garlington on FaceTime. Now, he didn't specify if all the calls were FaceTime calls. Some were voice calls that would show up on cell phone records. But apparently there were multiple ways that, according to Mr. Copeland anyway, that he would have contacted Mr. Garlington. So I surmised that based on the time of the calls, that perhaps this 404-621-0102 number that was subscribed to by somebody named Naisha Williams may have been Garlington. But again, I don't know.
I understand. And I appreciate you telling and educating the jurors. Now, Mr. Copeland said around the 8 o'clock time, so 7:53, 7:59, I'm including that time, that he was in a car with Mr. Garlington and Mr. McMullen, also known as Nard.
So I don't recall Mr. Copeland pinpointing the exact times that any of these things happened. We may just have to deduce it based on everything else in the case. So to be exact, I don't know that he ever said I was in a car with these people at this exact time.
Let me do it a little differently then. From the McDonald's going to the Sky House, he had traveling with him Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard.
Yes.
According to Mr. Copeland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you have the handsets of Naisha Williams and the handset of Demise McMullen, also known as Nard, contacting one another around the times that this Mr. Copeland's car would be traveling from the McDonald's to the Sky House, if he's true.
That is correct.
All right. Do you know of a reason that people would call one handset to another handset in the same car?
Sustained.
All right. Let's go to Mr. Copeland's claim on June 10, 2015, that he traveled with his phone that we have, that he says he had with him, from the McDonald's to Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condominium on January 10, 2015, approximately. I'm using the 8 o'clock time. I understand 7:53, whatever, but around that time. Do you have any phone records to show on Mr. Copeland's phone that he says he had with him that he was ever using a tower near the Sky House of Jeffrey Williams after leaving the cell tower of the McDonald's on the evening of January 10, 2015?
From what I remember, he did use a tower near the Sky House at 11:14 p.m. that evening. But that's what I recall. I mean, obviously the records are in evidence, but yeah, 11:14, short answer.
Okay. But according to Mr. Copeland, he's leaving the McDonald's and driving to the Jeffrey Williams condominium located at the Sky House on the exact date and time that we're talking about, and he went directly there.
I don't know. That's what I recall. I did say, I don't know if he said we went directly there, or if he just omitted that they made pit stops along the way. But my recollection was that the short answer to your question is I don't know if he said they went directly there or not, or if that's what he meant to say. But yes, the phone didn't travel from the McDonald's directly to the Sky House.
Okay. And Mr. Copeland also told law enforcement on June 10, 2015, that from the McDonald's at the appropriate time that we're talking about and date we're talking about, on the way to the Sky House, he followed the vehicle that contained Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Kelvin Treadwell and others. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. And Kevin Treadwell's nickname would be OG Bentley. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Understanding Mr. Kelvin Treadwell's phone records, does Mr. Treadwell's phone records indicate that he is at or near a tower by Jeffrey Williams Sky House condominium on June 10th, 2015, after being down by the McDonald's area?
Do you mean January 10th, 2015?
What did I say?
June 10th.
No. I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct.
Okay. I do not. I'm referring to my report to refresh my recollection, but I don't recall seeing that Mr. Treadwell's handset pinged off a tower near the Sky House condominiums.
All right. Do you have any, if you're looking to, I'll wait for you, I apologize.
All right. Yeah. I'm done.
You stand by your answer?
I stand by my answer.
Okay. Do you have any physical evidence, eyewitness, surveillance video that Mr. Treadwell, Kelvin Treadwell, actually had the killing weapon or the other weapons that were used at the time of the shooting of Donovan Thomas and the other two people, as stated by Mr. Kenneth Copeland on June 10th, 2015?
Okay, well, he's making a whole lot of objections. So overruled as to relevance, and he's not limited to the phone records. So overruled on that. And what was the other one? Sustained.
There's been 10. Okay. Do you remember Mr. Copeland stating that Mr. Treadwell had, or OG Bentley, also known as OG Bentley, had guns that were used in the shooting of Donovan Thomas and the other two people in his car given to him and around the McDonald's 2010 that we're talking about?
Yes, he said that.
Do you have any physical evidence, surveillance evidence, anything to corroborate that those guns were actually in that car at any time or given to Mr. Treadwell?
No.
All right. Now, I want to ask you to educate the jurors if you are aware of what a geofence is. If you're not aware, just say, I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm aware of what a geofence is. I'm aware of what a geofence is. If we're talking about the variant that Google produces, yes.
If you can you explain to the jurors what is a geofence and how it works and how you use it in your everyday or whenever it's needed in your duties as a district attorney working with law enforcement?
Okay, so basically, Google has compiled over the years the general locations of Wi-Fi signals, and there's a variety of means that they've done this, but it suffices to say that Google has a database that has a set of points that define roughly, or maybe exactly, the boundaries of Wi-Fi signals, maybe cell phone. I mean, this is, I don't work for Google, but this is what I've come to understand. And that based on this, Google, if you have an Android device in particular, with location services turned on, Google can approximate your location because while you may not be connected to a certain Wi-Fi network, your phone can nevertheless see the Wi-Fi network. So if your phone can see a Wi-Fi network, and Google, because like I said, they know where the Wi-Fi networks are generally, then Google has a pretty good idea where your phone might be at a certain time.
In this case, if you know, was a Google Fence analysis and search warrant taken out for the phone, targeting the phone of Jeffrey Williams that he had on him on the 10th day of January 2015?
No, no, there was no geofence warrant done for Mr. Williams' phone that I know of.
Let me ask you just to refresh your memory, if it does refresh your memory.
I know there was a geofence warrant done, but a warrant specific to Mr. Williams' phone, I don't recall that. But if you have something to refresh my memory, maybe that will help.
What number do you have for Jeffrey Williams' cell phone, January 10, 2015, if you don't mind?
Well, there's one that ends in 3904 and one that ends in 9596.
Let me show you, just for purposes of see if this refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, tell me.
You may.
I'm showing you a document. Do not, may I approach you?
Yes.
Just give me a peek at it. Just tell me if you've seen it before, and if you were involved in it, and if it refreshes your memory, and if it doesn't, tell me that as well. And on the second page, second to last paragraph, you should see that phone number you just articulated.
I have not seen this. I was aware that I know who this investigator is. I was vaguely aware he was working on things like this, but this was not a search warrant that I drafted.
All right. You weren't involved in that part of this investigation.
I recall looking at a warrant that he did for a geofence, but that's not what this is. I know. I don't know. I see what maybe he was trying to do, but I don't recall ever seeing that
All
warrant.
right. Your Honor, may I retrieve the document?
You may.
I will not ask you about this, sir, okay?
Okay.
All right. Let me ask you this. Are you aware, in your involvement in this case, whether you, your office, your prosecution team, the whole group, ever tracked the cell phone associated with Kelvin Watts, also known as, do you remember his?
I do remember. I know who Kelvin was.
Kel, Shell, same person?
Yeah, I know who he is. Yes.
Okay. Tracking his cell phone historic data related to these shootings in 2015.
Well, for Mr. Watts, the one case that I recall was a shooting of a fatal shooting of a young lady named Tiara Jones. We did have phone tower logs, and that would have been September 2015, but that's the only case I remember.
Did you or your coworkers, the prosecution team, ever analyze the cell phone historic data records for Kenneth Copeland's phone from these shootings in 2014 through 2015?
Well, apart from what we're talking about right here, January 10th, 2015, I don't recall now.
All right. Do you remember on phone records, getting phone records or viewing phone records of a young lady named Alexis Greer, also known either as Max, also known as Dolly? Do you know who I'm talking about?
I do.
All right. And through your investigation, your belief, if you don't know, just say Jeffrey Williams' sister,
Yes.
older sister.
That was my understanding, yes.
All right. Do you remember that at 12:04 a.m. on the 11th day of January 2015, the handset or cell phone associated with Alexis Greer, Max, Dolly Greer, same person, called 911?
I don't recall that. If I ordered her phone records, if it's in there, I'm sure it's true, but I don't remember that specific 911 call. Yeah, I don't remember that.
All right. Well, let me ask you a different question then. Did you ever get, or the prosecution teams, I'm including everybody, did you, to your knowledge, ever obtain the actual 911 call from a handset associated with Alexis Greer, the actual words?
No, I don't recall anything about this 911 call, so I can't imagine that we obtained it unless this has completely slipped my mind. But no, I don't remember that.
Let me just show you something, see if it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, just say it does not help, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach
You
this
may.
for a minute? It's going to be behind you, Mrs. Spring. I'm going to walk right behind you, okay? Your Honor, may I, it's already used as a demonstrative. May I publish?
You may.
For one moment. Mr. Sprinkle, I'm just going to hold this up if that's okay with you. Okay. If I block you or anything, just let me know. Do you see on here, can you read that exhibit number on?
It's exhibit 533YF.
Showing that to the jury, lady, Your Honor. And I am looking on here specifically at the fourth line there. Do you see that 911 says 104 seconds?
I do, I see that.
And do you see the 1990?
I do.
Do you know if that corresponds to Dolly Greer? I can help you with that too.
Yeah, I might need my memory refreshed. I don't recall.
It's right here. I'm just going to pull this back on this one. Okay, I see it then. Can you just do me a favor, since I'm showing to you, can you read the exhibit number?
It is 533Y to A.
Okay, and who's the 1990 number associated with?
Dolly Greer.
All right. My question then, does this in any way help you to remember whether you, let me go yell at you. Does that help you with whether you or your coworkers ever had possession of that 911 call? The actual, I'm talking about, this 911 and here's a recording.
Right. I don't recall that.
How long a 911 call is kept by APD? If you know.
1 year is what I've always, unless that retention period has changed, 1 year is what I've always known them to keep them.
Okay. I want to ask you, you were asked by the Honorable Mr. Body a couple of questions about listening to or being present at, actually, interviews of Mr. Zachary, also known as Little D.
That's correct.
All right. And there's two Little Ds. Earlier, I was saying Mr. Garlington, he's also Little D. Fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. I'm now talking about Mr. Zachary,
Yes.
also known as another Little D. All right. You were present at the April 13, 2017 recorded interview with Mr. Zachary, fair to say?
Yes, I was there.
And you were there with other law enforcement, including Detective Thorpe, Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither. I believe if I'm leaving someone out, I'm not trying to.
Yes, that's correct.
You were not present for the August 5, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, but you've referenced it today with Mr. Body and you've reviewed that. Fair to say?
That's right.
That's also audio video. Fair?
That's correct.
In the August 5th, 2015 interview that you recorded, that you reviewed, that was recorded that you reviewed, did Mr. Zachary make it clear that Mr. Williams did not know about the killing of Donovan Thomas till afterwards?
From what I remember, yes, he did talk. Yes, the short answer to your question is yes.
In the April 13, 2017 interview with Mr. Zachary, did he say something similar?
I don't recall how much detail we went into him on that, but yes, from what I remember, he said the same thing. He at no point implicated Mr. Williams.
I'm going to ask you the same exact question, the same dates. We'll take them one at a time if it's okay with you. Start with the August 5, 2015 recording that you reviewed first. The tour bus shooting of a gentleman, a phenomenal artist, Dwayne Carter, also known as Lil Wayne. You know who I'm talking about?
I do.
All right, that's April 26, 2015 date, the shooting of the tour bus?
April 2015. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Mr. Zachary, at the August 5th, 2015 interview, you were not present for it, but you reviewed, said that Mr. Williams had no involvement in that whatsoever, and Lil Wayne, Jeffrey Williams, idolizes Lil Wayne?
I don't remember, since I wasn't working on that case, but so I don't remember exactly what he said, but I do remember him mentioning it, and he did not mention that Mr. Williams was involved.
Same question for you, August or April 13, 2017. If it came up, tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, Mr. Zachary again stated Mr. Williams was not involved in the shooting bus of that tour bus.
That I don't recall it coming up during that interview.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you remember Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland was responsible for shooting TIG? Do you know what TIG Studios is? You know what I'm talking about?
Metropolitan Parkway?
Yeah, 675?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that Mr. Copeland fired bullets into that establishment?
Okay, I need you to speak up a little bit.
It's in the recording that was played for the jury, that was reviewed by Mr. Sprinkle, and Mr. Abadi asked Mr. Sprinkle about that same interview.
Not my recollection of how.
Sustained.
Do you recall Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland and Tay, do you know who Tay is? Tay, T-A-Y. I'm spelling T-A-Y.
Which Tay?
Threat.
No, I don't recall this.
You don't remember?
I do not remember this.
Do you remember Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland and another person were responsible for shooting Rich Homie Kwan's father at the barbershop? Different barbershop, not the January 10, 2015.
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. All right, let's talk about all the work that you talked about here and your studies, and I'm not mentioning everything, but your interviews, reviewing interviews, cell phone plotting, videos, all your work, okay? Then in some point, do you remember the date in 2018 you interviewed Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, O.G. Bentley? Do you remember that?
Which day was this again?
2018.
Oh, right. Yes, I do remember that. Yes, that was another matter, but yeah, I do remember it.
And do you remember stating that you can't understand why people think that Thug, I call him Jeffrey, had something to do with the killing of Nut, I call him Mr. Thomas, that doesn't make sense? That's the thing that always confused me about this case, because all these rumors started immediately that young Thug had something to do with it. But yeah, then young Thug put a picture of him on Instagram, Mr. Thomas. So I'm looking at these people saying, oh, you and little Woody had something to do with it. The more investigated the case, the more I've investigated the case, I just don't, near as I could tell, young Thug and Birdman were friends with Mr. Thomas or Nut. So I don't know why people say that he was involved.
Well, I recorded the interview, so I'm assuming that's a verbatim quote. I don't have everything I said during that interview memorized, but I'm assuming that, like I said, since you're reading from a transcript, that, yeah, I said that.
All right. The jurors may not, they're getting insight now into how jail phones work, jail recordings work, things like that. But I'd like you to explain to him, if you know, people who visit people at the jail, 2015, okay? If you know, can you yourself, you're a lawyer, can you actually physically go into the jail, you know, with permission, everything's lawful, it's ethical, I'm not suggesting anything, and actually get up on a floor and meet with someone who, God forbid's, in custody? Have you done that before?
At the Fulton County Jail?
Fulton County Jail, thank you.
No, I've never done it. Now, I don't have clients. I'm not a defense attorney, so, but I can tell you as a prosecutor, I've met with people at the jail, but it's never been in the pods. It's in the library.
Sure.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying. Just get access to the jail and meet with a human being who's, God forbid, incarcerated. You've done that before?
I've done that before.
Do you know whether the jail in 2015 now had surveillance for people walking in and out of the jail? I'm talking about the common area, walking in and out of jail, if you know.
I do not know, because I've never, or I don't recall ever seeing footage, not on this matter or any other matter, from that area. It would seem logical that they would, but I can't say that I have personal knowledge that they did.
How about when a person, we could use you, so your personal knowledge, in 2015, if this happened to you, going into the Fulton County Jail to see somebody, to see somebody in custody, have to sign in any paperwork, show your ID?
Yes, that you have to do.
All right. And to your knowledge, is that saved by law enforcement? The jail?
From what I remember, it was the sort of paper that it would create it was like a carbon paper, the kind of paper that it would make a copy of it when you write on it. So they'd give you a copy, and then they retain the copy with the impression left from the original. Now, as to what their record keeping practices are at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, that I don't know. All I know is they had it set up so they would keep a copy. I can say that, but I don't know what their record retention was after that.
And for people who may not know, who's in charge of, who is constitutionally in charge of running the Fulton County Jail?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Sustained.
All right. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Sure.
Do you know whether the sheriff officials ever log? Do you know what Odyssey is?
I do.
Just tell the jurors what Odyssey is.
It's a database. It's just a piece of software made by a company called Tyler Technologies. I believe they're out of Texas. And it's used here by the staff in the Fulton County Justice System, staff at the DA's office, the courts, and the jail. And it's basically just all of the data. All the cases in the system are maintained in this Odyssey database. The DA's office keeps their records, part of their records anyway, in the Odyssey database, and the jail keeps their records in this database.
Does the jail on Odyssey, you can access that?
I'm going to object to relevance again.
Sustained, as far as I can tell.
Okay. People visiting people in the jail, is that also on Odyssey?
Yeah.
I'm going to object to relevance.
it'll come up with the witness in the future.
All right, I'll give you some latitude.
So yes, there is in the what's called the jail module. When you click on a bookend number, there will be a tab called contacts, and I've seen entries made. Now, reason why I'm going to hesitate a little bit here is, and I can't remember exactly when, but I from what I remember, there have been times when I knew a visit was made and it didn't get logged. Everything in Odyssey has to be entered by a human. Well, maybe not everything, but something like contacts would have to be entered by a human. So the data is only as good as the people are tasked with entering it. So yes, I can tell you this. There is in the jail module that the sheriff's office maintains, there is an area for them to enter data regarding the date and time of a contact and who came to contact that person. But I don't know that every single contact they're diligent about logging every single one, or if there are variants of contacts that they don't log, you would have to ask somebody from the sheriff's office about that.
Mr. Sprinkle, as always, thank you so much. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, are there other defense counsel with questions for this witness? Is there redirect? Oh, you do. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
ADA Michael Sprinkle. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I have a few questions for you. When you testified some days and weeks ago, you were giving the jury some background in terms of how long you've been with the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And you talked about some of the various roles that you've had in the district attorney's office. You've been in the complaint room, right?
That's right.
And in recent years, I think you said from the last several years, you've had a dual role as both the prosecutor and an investigator, right?
Well, so I haven't been given the title of investigator. You know, I'm not post-certified, so calling me an investigator is more of I guess you can call me that informally, just because because of what I'm tasked with doing for the DA's office. I necessarily am investigating things, but I'm not, as far as my employment is concerned, I'm not on paper an investigator. I'm just a prosecutor, an attorney.
Understood. So you're a prosecutor, but some of your tasks in the prosecutor's office involves some investigations.
That's right.
Fair enough. Okay. Now, you testified in days and weeks ago that sometimes a detective, a law enforcement officer, when they make an initial arrest, sometimes they'll hand a file over to the prosecutor's office, to the district attorney's office, and you testified that sometimes after they make an arrest, they feel their work is complete. You remember saying that?
I remember saying that, yes.
Okay. In other words, the detective believes that after they make the arrest, based on your statement, that their file is done, they've gotten an arrest, and they'll hand it over to you guys.
I've definitely seen that, yes.
Okay. And when your office gets it, it sounds like either an investigator who has that official term investigator, or someone like yourself, a prosecutor who informally has the role of investigations, will pick up the file, blow it off, and continue some investigations in the particular file. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, some of the things that you would expect to see when you get a file from the police department, from law enforcement, you would expect to see police statements from witnesses, right?
Yes.
A lot of times you might want to see video surveillance if it's there, if it's available, right?
That's right.
Sometimes text messages, phone records, things of that nature.
That's right.
When it's not there, you'll then...
Sustained.
So when those items are not there, you get the file, or someone in your stead will get the file and continue the work of investigations. Now, in this particular case, I want to talk to you about a specific time frame around April 26 or so, 2019, an alleged armed robbery that is supposed to have occurred at 741 Morosco Drive Northeast, 12:39 a.m. in the morning. Do you know anything about a case involving an armed robbery of supposedly involving Mr. Marquavius Huey concerning that particular time frame?
I don't have that exact date and time memorized. I'm familiar with Mr. Huey. That address sounds familiar, but I don't remember the facts of the case.
Okay. So that being said, without having that memory, so you don't recall you specifically doing any investigations concerning requesting any potential video surveillance of any VIC cameras in that area of 741 Morosco Drive?
No, I'm afraid I don't, unless you have something to refresh my memory. I don't.
I'm not saying you do, or it's not a trick question.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not saying
I don't.
You were involved. I'm asking you if you were. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't have any memory of that.
Okay. Are you familiar with Google image search capacity?
Yes, when you upload an image into Google and it tries to find like images.
Yes. To your knowledge, well, you didn't take any actions or do any actions on the alleged armed robbery from April 26, 2019. I think you've already indicated that. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want to say I didn't. I just can't. I just don't remember. Some of those dates and the locations sound familiar, but I also have dealt with hundreds of cases, so I could be getting cases mixed up. If just a date and time and address isn't enough to go on. So I just don't remember.
Okay. And so as we sit here today, you can't tell the jury that you specifically, you yourself, were involved with any investigation, to your knowledge, for an April 26, 2019 alleged armed robbery at 741 Morosco Drive. Is that fair?
Sustained.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Redirect.
Mr. Sprinkle, back in 2019, were you assigned to the major case division that handles homicides and particular homicides only? Back in 2019, around the date in which Mr. Matthews just asked you about, were you assigned specifically to the major case division that handled homicides and vehicular homicides or cases involving death?
Yes.
Okay. And in your time working in the capacity that you've described to us now on 1, 2, 3 occasions, have you had cases with phone records and no video surveillance?
Yes.
And Mr. Steele asked you a number of questions concerning video surveillance and the McDonald's. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
Do you have any idea if the video cameras at that McDonald's were even operable back in January of 2015?
I don't know.
And Mr. Steele asked you on cross about what Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland had indicated about who did or didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors who did Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland both say were involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas? Do you recall?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
Diamante Kendrick, Shannon Stillwell, Demise McMullen, and Justin Cobb.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Any recross? Anybody? All right. Thank you, Mr. Sprinkle. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Underwood to the stand.
Okay.
Kimberly Underwood, Kimberly Underwood.
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I'm actually a recaptured employee, meaning that I retired after 31 years of service. And they called me back, or they let me come back as a contractor with the gang unit because I spent the majority of my career in the gang unit.
And how long have you been back under the recapture program?
I'm in my second year, so almost 2 years.
And tell the jury a little about what you do now, back in the recapture program, and then when you were at APD before retirement.
Okay, now they brought me back because I'm a senior investigator, I'm an instructor. They wanted me to really kind of mentor the younger investigators. I also teach at the police academy, so the recruits have to take a 4-hour class from me before they hit the streets about gang identification, gang awareness, gang investigations, and so forth. I also assist background and recruitment. We have to screen our applicants because we do have gang members that try to get employment, try to infiltrate the Atlanta Police Department. So I assist with the screening of them. Whenever an investigator have like a warrant or paperwork that they're not sure about, they'll bring to me and I can proofread it or kind of help them with their cases. Before that, like I said, I spent 14 years before I retired in the gang unit. Prior to that, I was in licensing permits as an investigator. I was Zone 3 CID as an investigator. I did most of my career in Zone 3. So I've had, like I said, 31 years of experience with the police department.
And do you hold any degrees or certifications pertaining to law enforcement?
Yes, I have a degree from Columbia Southern University in criminal justice administration. I got my associates in criminal justice from Georgia Military College. I have over 2,000 hours in law enforcement training, and I still go to training even though I'm retired. I have over 1,000 hours, maybe hundreds of hours in gang training because even though I'm retired, I still go to trainings and meetings and stuff like that to stay up on the gang trends.
And are you a member of any law enforcement organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of Georgia Investigators Association, Georgia Gang Investigation Association.
Is that short GGIA?
Yes.
And you spoke briefly about presentations. Have you ever made presentations on law enforcement topics to any professional organizations?
Yes. Back when I first started teaching, which was back in 2011, I used to do a lot of the Atlanta Public Schools because I was a resource officer as well at Atlanta Public Schools. So I would teach the administrators on what to look for when it came to gangs in schools. I would do block captains in neighborhoods. I would go to City Hall and the block captains would come in and I would kind of give them a gang presentation on what to look for in their neighborhoods. I've done grading EMS. Whenever they go to calls, they like to know what they're getting into when they're dealing with victims, whether they're gang members or whether there's going to be like retaliation while they're trying to triage a patient or whatever. I've done the military. I've done Atlanta Fire Department. They also want classes about gangs because they're EMTs as well. They have to do first, they're first responders, so they might like to know what they're looking for as well. Fire cadets. It's a list of different, groups that I've talked to about gangs.
And if you could tell the jury about, I think you said you had about over 1,000 hours of.
Maybe close to 1,000 hours. It's over 100. I know it's hundreds of hours. Again, I can't tell you exactly. I did probably submit my training from like at my daughter maybe, but it's hundreds of hours of gang training.
Give just a synopsis of some of the courses that you take as a part of that 100 hours of training, over hundreds of hours of training.
Well, I started out when I first started the gang unit. I had no idea about gangs, even though I grew up here in the city of Atlanta, where we really didn't have gangs. I say, but I started off in California. I went to California, did some gang training. It was mostly like gang
So
awareness.
I need you to slow down for me just a little.
I'm sorry.
Slow down. Okay.
Gang awareness, gang identification, interviews and interrogations of gang members, courtroom testimony, training. So anything that was pretty much dealing with gangs, I have been trained or either have trained people.
Outside of formal training, have you had the occasion to, in your personal experience as a investigator, speak with, interview individuals who identify as part of gangs?
Yes, pretty much my whole career as a gang investigator, I've done that.
And you talked about in some of your trainings, talking about the national gang trends. Are those some of the topics that you learn as part of your gang training?
Yes.
Have you had the occasion to study gang trends here in Georgia?
Yes.
Over your 14 years working in the gang unit at APD, can you provide an estimate of how many gangs you have investigated?
Whenever I started the gang unit, we had a bunch of hybrids, like non-traditional gangs. So counting those, it was over 100.
And over the course of 14 years, how many times have you come in contact with individuals who identify as gang members or who were identified as gang members?
I would come in contact with them daily because that was a part of my, I guess, duties as a gang investigator. But like I said, I did work for the Atlanta public school system where I came in contact with them there as well.
Can you even give a number of approximately how many gang members you have investigated or interviewed?
Over the years, I would say hundreds.
And as a gang investigator, did you have your own caseload?
I did. I have had caseloads, but what I did like about working in the gang unit that we did joint investigations. So most of our larger investigations are either, like the smash and grab burglaries or robberies or whatever, we would work as a team or as a group on cases.
Have you ever been a part of sharing information and intelligence with law enforcement, other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we actually, like I said, the GGIA meetings, we meet with other agencies from all over the state of Georgia. I've gone to Cobb and assisted on cases, Clayton, the CAB, testified in the CAB to assist them. So yes, we do information sharing. I actually have a meeting next week with the Atlanta Public Schools and all the other schools in the metro. We get together and share information about gang trends.
And do you stay current on gang trends, including rivalries, alliances, customs, and habits?
Yes.
In the experience and training that you've just described, have you developed familiarity with criminal street gangs, their activities, customs, and behaviors, both across the United States and Georgia?
Yes.
Have you received any training on how gangs use music to promote allegiances within their gang?
Yes.
That's overruled at this point.
Have you received any training on how gangs use music to promote violence?
Yes.
What about how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs?
Yes.
What about how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness within their gang?
Yes.
And what about how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
Yes.
Have you ever been qualified as a gang expert here in the state of Georgia?
Yes, in Fulton County Superior in federal court, because I left out the part about me being a task force officer for 6 years while I was doing my time at the gang unit from 2013 to 2020. Federal court, DeKalb County Superior Court.
And you said you were a federal task officer for what agency?
For ATF.
And what were some of your responsibilities as an ATF task officer when you were assigned to that unit?
my responsibilities over there was to mainly focus on the VROs, the violent repeat offenders, who, when I went over there, I really didn't want to go over there, but when I went over there, I was told by my superiors that I could still work gang. I had been in gangs and I wanted to do gangs, so when I went to ATF, I was told that I can actually focus on the violent gang members. So when I was at ATF, that's what I did. All of my suspects that I came across were violent repeat offender that were actually gang members. We kept up with the NIBIN, where I actually went to training to learn about NIBIN and how we were able to match crime scenes with just the casings or firearms that we recovered. The caseloads that we did get were kind of like adopted cases from the police departments around the metro that we worked.
You're right. It's time to say, would like to tender Investigator Kim Underwood as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal gang activity.
You may, yes. Mhm.
May we approach?
Yes.
Sorry. As a part of the gang unit with APD, were you familiar with a gang YSL?
Yes.
And does YSL go by any specific names?
Young Slime Life. I've heard Young Stoner Life.
And how are you familiar with Young Slime Life?
I'm familiar with YSL. They what happened was I've been in, like I said, the gang unit since 2009.
All right. Let me ask you this. Was there an iteration of YSL prior to the name YSL?
Yes.
And what was that gang called?
Rock Crew.
And were you familiar with Rock Crew?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with Rock Crew?
From gang investigations while I was an investigator in the gang unit.
And about around what year or time was there a transition from Rock Crew into YSL?
Sustained. Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with another gang, YFN If Gang?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that gang?
They are Inglewood Family Bloods. YFN is a subset of the Inglewood Family Bloods.
And based on your knowledge of gangs, did those two gangs have a rivalry?
Yes.
Overruled. And can you please use your mic? It'll make it easier. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Wish it weren't the case in here that this sounds so complicated, but it is.
And just approximately how long has that rivalry been in place?
Asked and answered, cumulative.
Sustained.
Have you heard of the term gang war?
Yes.
And how have you heard of that term gang war?
Objection, relevance, and self-explanatory.
Sustained. I mean, not relevance, but it is self-explanatory.
As part of the gang unit, were you familiar with the facts of the Donovan Thomas murder and the retaliatory shooting surrounding Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Donovan Thomas murder and the retaliatory shootings surrounding Donovan Thomas's murder?
I was assigned to ATF as a task force officer. So operation planners is actually a federal name that we gave the investigation. So whenever the Donovan Thomas was murdered, the gang war ensued and several shootings around the city. So APD and ATF came together to investigate those shootings and to try to stop the gang war.
And were you involved in any of those investigations?
Yes.
How were you involved in those investigations?
Like I said, I was a task force officer with ATF. What happened was we all got together, the gang unit at APD and special agents at ATF. We all got together and we would meet like weekly about the shootings because they were rapid and happening so much that we had to do something. So we all used to get together and we kind of divided up the cases between different officers, investigators, agents, or whatever to, like I said, try to stop the gang war.
And did you have any particular focus for you as a part of that kind of collaborative effort?
Yes, because I was a federal agent. I was tasked with handling anybody that was a federal target, meaning that if they could go to federal court opposed to state court, I was involved in those cases because I was a federal task force officer. So I could prosecute a case federally when my partners over at APD couldn't because they were not task force officers.
And as a federal task force officer, did you find that you were involved with more of the YSL side of the gang war or the YFN side of the gang war?
Sustained.
Okay. What were the two entities that were engaged in this gang war?
Answer cumulative.
Sustained.
In preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to review some of the reports that came in back in 2015?
Yes.
Have you also had an opportunity to review some of the operation planners report that summarized some of the incidents that occurred in 2015?
Yes.
Have you also had the occasion to review a video from Magic City?
Yes.
And we'll speak about this more, but have you reviewed any type of music in this case in order for your preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Based on your review of the reports and your knowledge of the events in 2015, in your opinion, was there a gang war going on in the city of Atlanta?
I'm clearly going to object to cumulative 704B, and this is the fourth gang expert that the state has called in the same exact events.
All right, well, one of them was, all of yesterday's testimony from that person was excluded. So
I didn't mean to interrupt the honorable court. Actually, that person testified 3 previous times.
I know, and that was not excluded. And I would imagine, why don't y'all approach?
Your Honor, I believe I may have failed to do this, or if I did, I'll just do it again. Your Honor, this time today would like to tender Investigator Underwood as an expert in criminal street gang activities and an understanding of gang culture and how music can be a part of gang culture.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you.
I maintain my previous objection.
Yes, of course.
Now, I want to go specifically, Detective Underwood, to the week leading up to Donovan Thomas's death. Okay, and from the review of the records, do you recall Donovan Thomas being killed on January 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Right. I want to go back to that week, earlier in that week. Are you aware of, through your own personal knowledge of what was occurring in 2015, a fight at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And who was involved in that fight at Club Crucial?
Kenneth Copeland and Kevin Watts.
After that fight at Club Crucial, did you become, and I'm going to ask just very specifically, about a shooting outside of Club Crucial?
Yes.
And on that same day, Mr. Arnold being stopped by police along with another individual?
Yes.
After that incident on January 6th, were you aware of any other incidents that occurred that week of 2015 before Donovan Thomas's murder or the killing of Donovan Thomas?
I can't think of offhand except for think over at maybe at a what they call it, it was a gambling spot in Zone 3 where a windshield was damaged and words were, I guess, exchanged or had about the windshield being damaged between rival gang members.
What about a shooting at TIG Studios?
Yes.
Now, after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., in your opinion, based upon your understanding of what occurred in 2015 from reports and your own parts of your investigation, after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, was there a main target of individuals associated with YFN or IF gang?
I don't understand the question.
Sure, sorry. Did they have someone that they were targeting, individuals who were associated with IF gang and YFN after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Vague with they and also
Sustained.
Sure. After Donovan Thomas's murder, was there an individual who was targeted?
Yes.
God bless you.
speculation calls for speculation of the intent of others.
Sustained. You may rephrase.
Sure. Based on, let me ask you this. After the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., did law enforcement receive information about shootings at several homes after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, we received several 911 calls and incident reports were made at these locations.
Okay. And in evaluating and looking at those locations, were those locations associated with a particular individual?
Yes.
Who?
Kenneth Copeland.
And the homes that were targeted, that were in relation with Kenneth Copeland, do you know where those homes were located?
One was on Van Ira. I think I remember Deshaun Copeland's girlfriend. That was her mother's house. I remember his sister's house was targeted on Oakland over in Zone 4. And his brother's house was targeted on Hendricks Drive in Zone 3.
And did those particular shootings happen within the first few days after Donovan Thomas was killed.
Yes.
Now, in January of 2015, were there any shootings that came into the Atlanta Police Department in which the locations involved individuals who were associated with YFN?
Yes.
What were those locations?
I remember Rayshawn Bennett, aka Lucci's mother's home, being shot over on Hill Street in Zone 3.
I'm going to object to previous testimony already given. It's cumulative.
Okay, go ahead and get to whatever point there is.
How many times was her home shot?
Twice.
Okay.
I'm going to ask her about the first time. Were there individuals from YFN who were at the location when police, because that's going to form what I have to ask next. You're right, this is part of what occurred yesterday.
Go ahead, I'll give you some latitude.
Thank you. The first time her home was shot, were there individuals at her home when police arrived?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
Kelvin Watts, Jermaine Hardiman, and Jamal Ward. No, Jamal, I can't remember his last name.
Does the name Jamal Bynes sound familiar?
That sounds very familiar.
And were those individuals associated with any gang?
Yes, they were Inglewood family blood members.
And the second shooting of Miss Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house, was that on 1/26/2015?
Yes.
Okay. On that same day, on 1/26/2015, did you become aware of an incident in which Kenneth Copeland was shot at on the highway?
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to hearsay.
Overruled.
Based on your review of the reports, did you become aware, whether it's part of the reports or your own
Yes,
knowledge of the
'cause
investigation?
at the time, we were actually keeping up with and collecting every incident that happened between the two gangs.
And so did you come aware of an incident in which Kenneth Copeland was shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
He wasn't shot. I think he was shot at. Him and his brother they were fired upon while they was driving down the expressway.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that case number, was that for case number, APD case number 150260124?
That sounds correct.
All right. Now, did you also have the occasion to review APD incident case number 150262672?
Yes.
And was that the incident we just talked about when Lucci's mother's house was shot up?
Yes.
And did you also have the occasion to know of and look at APD case number 150262801, the shooting of Trevante Turner?
Yes.
And the location 198 Stanhope Circle, are you familiar with that location?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
During the investigation, I found that whenever I prosecuted Jermaine Hardiman on the federal side, that was his residence.
And Trevante Turner, from your investigation, was he associated with a gang?
Yes, he was a 9 Trey Blood, but he hung out with his bestie, Kenneth Copeland, who was YSL.
And in looking at those three case numbers, 15-026-0124, then 15-026-2672, and 15-026-2801. Would the 0124 incident be the first incident?
I think so. They're in chronological. If they're chronological, yes.
All right. And I'm going to put those numbers up because I know it's probably hard for you to remember what I just. If you permission for investigator Underwood to stand.
Yes, of course.
So I believe you just testified that 0124, there's a number in which Mr. Coble was shot at on the house. And Copeland, was he associated with YSF? Yes. Then on 15-026-2672, is that when Lucci's mother's home was shot? Yes. And Lucci, what, if any, gang was he associated with? I can't either with them. And then 15-026-2801, you said the location was in Weinstein, near Weinstein member's home? Yes. Name Harlem. But the individual who was shot was Weinstein. And when was another game? 9 Tricklets. Now I want to ask you about some incidents that occurred in February of 2015. February 10th specifically. Do you recall looking at an APD case report where there was a shooting of Kelvin Watts? Yes. Do you know where that shooting occurred? It was over in Zone 3 on University Avenue, very close to 30 Deep territory. And Kelvin Watts, was he associated with a gang? Yes, he was Amateur. On that same day, was there a shooting at 193 Hendrick? Yes. And who was associated with Hendrick there? Kenneth Copeland's family, his brother. And again, same Kenneth Copeland as above? Yes. YSL? Yes. And then on February 19, 2015, was there a shooting involving Kenneth Copeland and his child's mother?
I'm going to object to leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What, if anything, occurred on February 19, 2015?
Object to leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
If that's the one over at Villages of Carver, whenever Chief Copeland was at his girlfriend's house, he was walking out with his baby and was fired upon by rival gang members while holding his baby. Do you know who the rival gang members were? Yes, I'll have to look at the report to refresh my memory, but I remember Biden Hardy being involved because he got blood in the car. So they actually cracked the car. It was Deontay Fleetwood, it was Josiah Johnson, and I never think of the last guy's name, but it was his girlfriend's car that they showed up in. The reason why we say solve crime. Because Octavius. All these people, why in it? They are actually evil family brothers. Now, as you all, you have a secret right now. Now, within the first 6 months of 2015, did there ever come a point in which it appeared that the shootings kind of died down within the early portions of 2015?
Yes, around after those incidents in February, I think March was pretty quiet for us.
You said March was pretty quiet.
Yes.
Right. Did it pick back up again at some point?
April.
as a part of your familiarity with Operation Planners and what was happening in 2015, was there a shooting on April 12th involving an individual by the name of I can rephrase. Are you aware of a shooting that occurred on April 12th, 2015?
Yes.
Who was the victim in that case?
Was that the one on 490 Glen? Or
Let me ask you a better question.
Right.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And were you familiar with a shooting involving a Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
Did that occur in April of 2015?
Yes.
Also, are you familiar with the individual that goes by the name of Dwayne Carter or Little Wayne?
Yes.
Were you familiar with a shooting of his that occurred in April of 2015?
I do. I am.
Two shootings particularly determined part of the gang war between YFN and If Gang.
Yes.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Now, I want to take you specifically to April 28th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to review a report for 151180288?
Yes.
And do you recall what location that incident was?
I don't recall by case number. If you give me the location, I can probably tell you what happened there.
Was there an incident at Club Cushion?
Yes.
What occurred at Club Cushion?
It was a shootout.
Yes, say, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Objection cumulative.
A little leeway.
It's
Just
all been
get the
cumulative,
facts on
Your
the
Honor.
paper. Overruled.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 1JJ. Looking at Section 1JJ, do you see the incident number for 1JJ?
Yes.
What is that incident number?
151180288.
And where is that location?
2517 Donald Lee Hollowell, which would be Club Cushion.
Can you also show me what's been as 2 Tango Tango? And while we're waiting for that to come up, was there an incident at 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
Was there also an incident that morning at 1428 Adele?
Yes.
And was there also an incident at 2900 Lincoln?
Yes.
Oh, wait, in the incident at Club Crucial, who was involved in that incident?
Objection cumulative.
I'll ask him
Yet again.
Was the individual a Weinstein associate?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's gonna be as 4 kilo kilo. And what incident is 4? What incident number is 4 kilo kilo?
151180462.
And what's that incident location?
1428 Adele Avenue, Southwest.
And then I'm going to show you 2 Lima Lima.
number 151180588.
And what's that exit location?
1903 G Drive Northwest. Apartment 1. No, I thought it was apartment. No, 110. Yeah, apartment 1122.
And then on that same day, was there a incident at 2900 Landrum Drive?
Yes.
And do you know that case number sitting here today?
I don't know it by heart.
I'm going to, Mr. Cochran, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification only as 600 YYR. We're looking at the help refresh your memory as to what the incident number was for 2900.
Okay.
What is that incident number?
It's 151180531.
Now, looking at, if you want to come here, you can, please. Looking at the first, would this have been in chronological order? Yes. I think we talked about for 0588, was that the location where the Meek Young, something happened to the Meek Young Ross?
Yes, he was shot at the club.
And the Meek Young Ross, who did he associate with?
Why is it?
Now, 1428 Adele Avenue, where was that location?
That was Inglewood family gang member Darren Mills' address.
And what occurred at that location? Was it a shooting?
Yes, the house was shot up, and I think a lady was shot.
Right. 2900 Landrum Drive. Who was associated with that location?
From what I remember, it seemed like Summer Good was over there visiting and was targeted. She's Quindary Zachary, sir.
And Quindary Zachary, what gang was he associated with? And then 1903 Blue Drive.
That was Philip Collins' girlfriend's apartment.
Is it Philo or Philip?
Philip Collins, aka Philo. His nickname is Philo.
And was he white?
He was Inglewood Bank.
So on April 28, 2015, there was an incident involving a YSL gang member at the club being beat up.
Yes.
And then right after that, there was a shooting at.
Sustained.
Is this what occurred on that day?
Yes.
Now, looking at what happened in April 28, 2015, February 10, 2015, and January 26, 2015, was that the kind of gem of the back and forth that was happening over the course of those first 6 months of 2015?
Yeah, I object to the example if they want to prove them individually. Otherwise, I object to characterization of an example.
In your
Oh.
opinion,
Go ahead.
in your opinion, was that the back and forth that was happening based on police reports in January 25th, January through June 25th?
Call for opinion test.
Sustained.
Was this what was happening?
Yes.
Was it a lot of back and forth?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, I want to take you to September of 2015. Were there any incidents involving an individual by the name of Shannon Stillwell as a part of your operation planners?
Yes.
And I want to specifically talk about September 26, 2015. Was there an incident involving also a woman by the name of Tierra Jones?
Yes.
And the individuals, were you aware of the individuals who were charged in that incident?
Yes, they were in Inglewood.
And it's also, in my opinion, my humble opinion, and it's also hearsay, and the expert is using as a conduit, is being used as a conduit for hearsay at this point.
Your Honor, this case was
Experts can testify based on hearsay. Overruled.
the individuals who were charged. Are you aware of an individual by the name of Dominique Carter?
Yes.
Does he have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about an individual by the name of Bobby Hardy?
Yes.
Is his nickname Smoke?
Yes.
Is that the same Bobby Hardy that we discussed for the incident that occurred February 19, 2015?
Yes.
And then it was an individual who goes by the nickname of Merrill.
Yes.
His name Jamal Ward.
Yes.
Were those individuals ultimately charged for what happened on 9/26/2015?
They were.
And were those individuals a part of If Gang as well?
Yes.
Now, taking you to about 4 days after that, on September 30th, 2015, were you, as a part of your investigation, did you learn of an incident that occurred at Magic City Adult Entertainment Center?
Yes.
And what occurred at that location? Was there a surveillance video? Were you able to observe a surveillance video at that location?
Yes.
And did you observe that surveillance video in preparation for court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 543Y. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 543Y?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's a video that I initialed. It's a CD rather of a video from Magic City that I initialed today.
And does that video contain an incident involving a person by the name of Martinez Arnold?
Yes.
Does that show an incident that occurred at Magic City nightclub in September 2015?
Yes.
So you're saying what it is before it's been
Have you,
admitted.
were you aware of an incident at Magic City?
Yes.
I asked that earlier.
Right.
Okay. And have you seen a video regarding an incident that occurred at Magic City?
Yes.
Was that a fair and accurate depiction of the video of what you understand occurred at Magic City back?
I will object to foundation. There's no foundation for this exhibit.
How were you aware of the incident that occurred at Magic City?
I was aware because it was a YSL member that was jumped inside of the club. And so.
Okay, I think we're gonna break for the day. We'll sort this out. And I know that somebody needed to leave early today anyway, so it seems like a good place to stop. I'm gonna see y'all all on Monday, and I'm wondering, we need, y'all come up here for a second. Y'all can go ahead and be gathering your stuff, but I may have y'all come in at 9:30 instead of 9, but I need to consult on some scheduling first, so don't leave before you get the show up time for Monday. Remember, don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Do not view, read, observe any kind of media or social media or news or anything about the case or anybody involved in it. So y'all can go out to the jury room and I'll give y'all the show up time soon. at 8:30 on Monday. And I know that we need to get through motions in limine 64, 65, and 66. I don't know that the motion to reconsider is really gonna, I think it might be mooted. Well, to the extent I'm gonna need to entertain that, we'll have to deal with that as well. So I don't know that we can do that in 30 minutes. Do y'all think so? All of those things? I mean, maybe, but instead of having them show up at 9 and not reach them until 9:30 or 10. What?
I just don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, I don't know. They're the last three motions in limine that Mr. Steele filed that we never reached because we've been in court all day. I mean, all week. Oh, yes, thanks. But you don't know what time to be back either, but they'll let you know. Sorry. And I'm going to get y'all's responses sometime today. They're due today.
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, they will as well.
I was going to update the court in terms of scheduling Monday. Me and Ms. D. Williams have been talking extensively about the remaining objections for Act 79 through 81.
Okay.
We're going to speak again after court today.
Okay.
There may be a very brief disagreement on the remainder,
Okay.
but we expect it would be quite brief and similar to the arguments that we've discussed previously. I just wanted to.
All right, well, great. Then that could be something we can finalize.
Yes, Your Honor.
Monday morning. I'm just going to tell them 9:30 and tell y'all 8:30. And I think we can get through those things in an hour, but I don't think we could get through them in a half an hour. Okay. Laura, do you mind letting them know that? What?
Okay. Your Honor, I would just humbly ask that if the state could provide us with a updated roadmap of what witnesses.
Yeah, they're
Fine, yeah.
supposed to be doing that. And did y'all say you had already emailed it?
No, not yet, Your Honor. We will email that today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is this from,
For next week.
we'll definitely have, I think, from Monday, and we're trying to just confirm some other things, but we'll definitely have the witnesses from Monday.
Okay, so it needs to be for next week. And if some of them are, we're not sure about this person, then just put a little note. We're not sure about this person, or it may be this group. If not, it's going to be that group. Okay. But that needs to be done today for the whole week. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll see everybody at 8:30 on Monday. I didn't actually give y'all a time, but I mean, yeah. I'm sure that for the witness list, everybody would like it before then. For the responses, 11:59 is fine if y'all don't have them ready yet.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a, all right, so we're adjourned for the day.
What up, open? I'm knocked out. Knocked out. Let me see. Are they on a short break? Sit down.
Stewie. What about an individual by the name of Bobby Hardy?
Yes.
Monday, and I'm wondering, you know, we need, y'all come up here for a second. Y'all can go ahead and be gathering your stuff, but I may have y'all come in at 9:30 instead of 9, but I need to consult on some scheduling first, so don't leave before you get the show up time for Monday. Remember, don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Do not view, read, observe any kind of media or social media or news or anything about the case or anybody involved in it. So y'all can go out to the jury room and I'll give y'all. Oh, yes, thanks. But you don't know what time to be back either, but they'll let you know. Sorry. And I'm going to get y'all's responses sometime today. They're due today.
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, they will as well.
I was going to update the court in terms of scheduling Monday. Me and Ms. D. Williams have been talking extensively about the remaining objections for Act 79 through 81.
Okay.
We're going to speak again after court today.
Okay.
There may be a very brief disagreement on the remainder,
Okay.
but we expect it would be quite brief and similar to the arguments that we've discussed previously. I just wanted to.
All right, well, great. Then that could be something we can finalize.
Yes, Your Honor.
Monday morning. I'm just going to tell them 9:30 and tell y'all 8:30. And I think we can get through those things in an hour, but I don't think we could get through them in a half an hour. Okay. Laura, do you mind letting them know that? What?
Okay. Your Honor, I would just humbly ask that if the state could provide us with a updated roadmap of what witnesses.
Yeah, they're
Fine, yeah.
supposed to be doing that. And did y'all say you had already emailed it?
No, not yet, Your Honor. We will email that today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is this from,
For next week.
we'll definitely have, I think, from Monday, and we're trying to just confirm some other things, but we'll definitely have the witnesses from Monday.
Okay, so it needs to be for next week. And if some of them are, we're not sure about this person, then just put a little note. We're not sure about this person, or it may be this group. If not, it's going to be that group. Okay. But that needs to be done today for the whole week. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll see everybody at 8:30 on Monday.
You said today 11:59 is okay?
I didn't actually give y'all a time, but I mean,
It's a bad joke.
yeah.
Okay. Wow. Her energy is so different from Mr. Abadi, honey. It's so different, right? Yes, it is. So, just in case y'all missed, you can go back and see Attorney Weinstein's little interview on some platform about what happened yesterday that almost caused a mistrial, and about his involvement into I guess protecting, rap lyrics, I guess I can call it that. And check the traps before we leave. trying to see. Let me get out of here. You know, some of the other cases we're following, like P. Diddy and all of that. Did Mounk have a probation hearing today? Um, oh yeah, they're gonna Mounk trial. Hold on, they're gonna Mounk. One minute, people. Hold on, let me see. That why I can see Mounk. Oh, yeah, 'cause I seen Mounk. Hold on now. Okay, I know I ain't crazy. Okay, okay, hold on. Hold on. Now, tell me I ain't but lose my damn mind. But y'all gonna lose y'all mind with me. Cause here come Mounk, I think. But they don't nobody has the sound on.
This is a probation revocation matter.
state filed a notice of a probation notification for the defendant as to his violation of the special or a special condition within the sentence that he received from Judge Glanville on December 8th of 2023 as it relates to his reviewing, acknowledging that the factual acknowledgments that were a part of the plea agreement in which he entered into on December 8th of 2023. I have a certified copy of the conviction for your honor with a certified copy of the indictment, as well as a copy of the transcript of the plea that was taken on December 8th of 2023. An exhibit within that plea transcript is the plea agreement, which includes the sections, I believe it's sections 4 and sections 5 of the plea agreement as it relates to the factual acknowledgments that the defendant swore under oath during the plea that he had reviewed, then initialed each one of the factual acknowledgments, and then signed that he again understood and had reviewed each one of the acknowledgments that he initialed as part of the special conditions of his plea, that when called to testify, if called to testify, that the specific factual acknowledgments within the plea agreement were true and accurate statements, and that would be the testimony that he would provide as it relates to his witness testimony during the trial of this case. So I would present to the court State's Exhibits 1 and 2, as well as a USB drive of the defendant's testimony on day 124, 125, 126, and I think 127, Your Honor, but all of the defendant's testimony can be found on State's Exhibit 3. As everyone is aware, Your Honor witnessed it and can take judicial notice of everything that occurred during the testimony in which Mr. Sledge did testify. And I believe the court during, I think it was day 125, helped direct the defendant to sections 4 and 5 of the plea agreement during the testimony for him to focus on and read, and to go one by one and acknowledge or disavow is the only word I could really think as to being no longer true, and testifying under oath that he was violating the special conditions of his probation, Your Honor. So this time I would tender State's Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 for the court.
All right, I'm not quite sure I understand what 3 is.
3 is a USB drive with all of the testimony of the defendant. If Your Honor wants to preview it or wants to be part of the record.
Is that from the official transcript?
Well, it's the YouTube link, the live stream of all of the.
Okay, I'll just take judicial notice of it. I mean, if you want to make an exhibit, that's fine, but I'm not going to be relying on that.
So,
Since, as you know, it's only the official transcript that is the official transcript anyway, but I was here and witnessed it, so I will take judicial notice of it.
yes, I'm very much aware of that. The transcript obviously is not ready as we're still in the midst of the trial.
Right.
I didn't want to overwhelm the court reporter who has been doing nothing but probably working hardest out of everyone in the courtroom. So I knew Your Honor,
All right.
you could take judicial notice.
Thank you.
Can I approach?
You may. And can you try to use the mic, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I? They go to the court reporter.
Nothing further from the state at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wright,
Your Honor, may I remain seated or?
it's probably easy. You can. It's probably easier to hear you that way.
Okay, I think I'm on. Your Honor, if it'll please the court, I believe, and I have already sent to the court defendants 1 through 6. Defendants 1 through 5, I believe, were already, I think my emails between myself and Ms. Love came into evidence during our testimony.
Came into evidence in the trial of the defendants that are on trial right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
So those are sort of resubmissions
Okay.
of those, but I do think they're already before the court, or the court can potentially take judicial notice of that.
What is your Exhibit 6? I think I
Well,
only got
Exhibit
5.
6 is the one thing, and that's just a listing of my emails in December between
Oh,
myself
that's
and
this
Ms.
one page?
Yes.
Okay, it didn't have an exhibit marker on it.
I'm sorry,
so
Judge.
that's fine.
So succinctly, I thought it best to submit these exhibits. When you look at exhibits 1,
And those are admitted for purposes of this record, which is the probation revocation matter.
thank you, Judge. When you look at exhibits 1 and 2, what you see going on is plea negotiations in this case started on December 27th between myself and Ms. Love. You can see it's in the evening hours. And that's one reason I wanted to make sure that the sort of the cover page along with the attachment are part of these exhibits. At approximately 4:57 p.m. is when the email first comes in from Ms. Love. You see that a second one, defendants 2, comes in at 5:06 p.m. And at some point I respond. Those are the only 2 exhibits or the 2 drafts which occur on the 27th. However, it's important to note that when you see the response that I send to the email at 5:06, I send that response at 8:42. And I point out specific issues with the draft that need to be revised.
Right. Yeah,
Now-
and I recall we discussed this during the trial of this, the ongoing trial as well.
Yes, Your Honor. And the point I won't belabor it is these revisions you actually see being put into the drafts. So by the time you see defendants 3 and defendants 4, they note that there's attachments updated to. You see that those very revisions that we requested are being put into the actual drafts. And ultimately, it was defendant's exhibit 4 that if you look on defendant 6, when the email comes in, it says, use this one. That is the agreement that we thought we were executing on the 28th. And remind you, on the 28th, we're in court. This isn't where I'm at my office. I can print it out, look at it, take it to the client like we did on the 27th. On the 28th.
On the 28th, both you and Mr. Sledge are in person in this courthouse, right?
Correct. So the emails, if you notice, I never respond because I'm here, I'm in person.
Right.
So we would get it and via phone, or if they would give me a draft, to take to him, I would literally go from the conference room back to the holding area. We would go through it, go over it. But the one that we thought was going to be the executed final was the same one that they said on defendants 4, use this one.
But are you testifying now, or are you just recalling
Well,
for me the testimony from previously during this ongoing trial?
I am asking the court to take judicial notice.
I will take judicial notice of what both you and Mr. Sledge testified to in the trial. I recall it.
Understood. So ultimately, the last thing that I think we mentioned in our testimony was where we did take issue with some things. We said he'll have a chance to answer the question and to explain. Now, there was a big problem, and I noted in my testimony that number 8 on that version that got signed had been taken out, removed. All of a sudden it reappears and it's there. My client initialed it. Yes, it was tendered. But ultimately, here's the problem. My client has always said he does not know who's responsible for shooting the victim, who he never was a participant or heard about planning the murder of the victim. And therefore, number 8 was put into evidence by Miss Love to the court when it was a knowing statement. She knew that that statement was false. That is,
I'm not sure about that. That may be your contention, but
well, we would contend to the court that where my actual email defendants to clearly denoted that.
it does not. It is up for debate what that denotes.
It is removed from all the drafts and then ends up back in.
That is true.
So,
but your response on your defendant's exhibit to item, what is then item number 4, does not definitively state anything like what you just said. He said he did not know, as we discussed at the time of the ongoing trial, could have been interpreted in several different ways. But I understand what you're saying.
And just so
you maintain that the two of you both missed the fact that you signed, or your client signed, a factual acknowledgement that included item number 8.
Correct.
And then when Ms. Love read it out orally in the court, and Mr. Sledge one by one said, yes, I acknowledge that somehow that didn't occur to you at that point in time either. So I understand what the assertion is. Here's the thing. You seem to be focused almost wholly, if not wholly, on, well, maybe there was a mistake with regard to factual assertion number 8. The issue that I see is that the state has not limited their petition to revoke probation to, he contradicted or he refused to acknowledge during the trial that item number 8. It is the entirety of disavowing factual acknowledgements, etc. And what got disavowed under oath in this trial was far more than just item number 8. It was item number 3, item number 4, item number 5, item number 6, item number 7, item number 8, item number 9, item number 16, and then the part 5, sentencing acknowledgements, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, and the paragraph underneath asserting that he's read and that they're true and that he understands that he's had an opportunity to discuss it, and he voluntarily enters into it, et cetera, et cetera. So even if we entirely disregard item number 8 of the factual acknowledgements, there are still however many other ones that added up to that the state is still relying upon. And I don't see how you get around, and maybe you have a way to get around the rest of it, and I'm certainly willing to listen, but that one thing is sworn to in open court on December 28th of 2022, and then something diametrically opposite of that is sworn to under oath back on September 5th of this year.
I understand your concerns, Judge. One of the things that we traveled on after taking the plea was he would be able to explain his answers if he had issues.
Can I ask you a question about that? Is there anywhere in the guilty plea agreement in sentencing of your client in December of 2022 where you reserve that, where anybody, the state, the defense, or the court puts on the record that that's part of the understanding?
It is not in the written plea agreement, no.
All right.
However, in evaluating my client for the purpose of this hearing, I don't think the state is denying that that is something that it was understood. Understanding it's not in the written plea agreement, but it was understood. And the other thing to also take note of, my client, when asked to make himself available, to meet with the state, to be prepared by the state. At all times would show up and do that. He was never provided or questioned it with any details such as, here, let's go over your plea agreement, these factual allegations, what questions may be asked. In other words, what you saw at trial was someone who was now, after what was that, December of 22, was now for the first time being drilled or asked questions rather as to the specifics of all the things that he had allocated, all the questions that were going to be asked. There was no preparation of him. So what you saw was probably frustration on his part at times and shutting down at times on his part. But it was also part of the manifestation of what happens when a witness who's not a lawyer, who's not someone used to this, is getting questions fired at them. And at some point, I think the court can take note that he literally shut down. And some of what the court saw may be more of a manifestation of being overwhelmed as opposed to trying to purposely change or diametrically say something different than what ultimately he allocated initially. So I, in retrospect, wish the state had actually, more than general questions, actually prepped him like you would normally see a witness be prepared and prepped. That did not happen. So you saw a very raw witness recounting things that happened quite some time ago and did not necessarily say things consistent with what he said before. But it wasn't simply for a malicious intent or an intent to deceive. There were several factors, is all I'm indicating, that may well explain why it was so difficult during his testimony.
All right. Anything else you want to present?
Your Honor, not at this time. No.
All right. Can the state give me a quick rundown of what this defendant's prior history is, including any prior probation violations? And then I guess I know that the probation officer is on here, so I'd probably need to at some point ask that officer if they would like to be heard as well.
Your Honor, we would defer to probation as it relates to, I know they have a full account of his history.
All right. You know what? I think I'm still on Zoom. Yeah. And what's the officer's name? John. Oh, it's my regular probation officer from long ago, whom I haven't seen in the last 2.5 months because I've been otherwise occupied.
Hello, Judge Whitaker.
Hello, I'm trying to, oops. Okay, I'm trying to get myself on video. Ah, I know. So that it's not a disembodied voice. Hang on. All right. Hello, Officer Jolly.
Hello, Judge.
All right. What is probation's? Can you give me a rundown of Mr. Sledge's criminal history? And I'm sure you heard the question I just asked, as well as any prior probation violations.
Well, currently, he'd used his first offender twice, one for DeKalb County, one for Fulton County.
Well, that's lucky.
The DeKalb,
Since you're only supposed to get to use it once. Okay.
yes, so the DeKalb County case 04CR24799, that was theft by receiving stolen property, felon and a obstruction of law enforcement officer, which was a misdemeanor. That was May 19th, 2005. I'm sorry. He used his first offender. The second case, 04 SC 23883. That's Fulton County. He used his first offender. That was possession of cocaine, as well as a possession with the intent to distribute cocaine. That was December 10th, 2004. The possession with intent to distribute cocaine in Fulton County was January 3rd, 2014. Again, both times, all three times, he used his first offender. The next case is 15 SC 138994. That is a Fulton County case. That is the gang participation, aggravated sex battery, attempted aggravated sex battery, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage first degree, criminal damage second degree, and possession with the firearm by a convicted felon. That was January 10th, 2018.
All right, so given the fact that he had at that point a possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, does that indicate that at least one of those first offenders was not successfully completed?
One
Or are we
moment.
missing a felony?
One moment. That would be correct, Your Honor. In addition, of course, the current case that he is currently on probation on. As far as previous revocations,
So hang on. So the 15 SC and then this 22 SC case, right? Is there anything
Correct.
between the two of them?
there's nothing in between the two of them now.
Okay. Are you looking about prior revocations or prior violations?
Yes, at this present time, I don't see any prior revocations. There was one documentation. It's a little bit, I guess, I'm having a hard time understanding what they meant by it. One moment.
Judge, while she's pulling that up, there is a 13 SC 123423 out of Fulton County. It's a VGCSA, possession of cocaine with the intent to distribute, where the defendant received 5 years probation on January 7th, 2014, which would be the predicate or basis for the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon of the
I
15
figured
SC.
there had to be something else there. Okay,
Sorry, I should have spoken sooner. I apologize.
appreciate it.
Yeah, the only documentation that I have regarding a revocation just said revoke closed July 16, 2008. Doesn't really show any actual time served or any time being revoked or continued on probation back in 2008.
Okay.
So I'm unsure if that's an actual revocation that was completed.
Okay, well, yeah, it sounds like maybe it was revoked, but it was just wrapped up in something else is how I would take that. I don't know, but, or that that a violation was found, but we don't know what that was or anything like that. All right, so does probation have a recommendation in this case?
Due to the last minute notification of this probation revocation, I will leave that up to the courts to make that decision.
Okay. All right, well, I find there to have been a violation as alleged, and again, even discounting the item number 8. What is the state's recommendation?
In full candor to the court, Your Honor, I'm going to leave it. The state is going to leave it in the full discretion of the court. Your Honor is fully aware of the conditions. Your Honor witnessed the testimony and how it affected the trial of the case. And I'm going to let Your Honor be the full steward of deciding what the penalty should be as it relates to all of the time that Mr. Sledge still has remaining on probation.
All right, well, I know that at least, I believe in the petition for revocation, the request is that the entire 30 years be revoked. Is that right?
It's not the request.
Or is, oh, you're just telling me that's what he has at this point, although it can't be all of it, right? I mean, he's been on probation for at least a couple of years, and did he serve it? What's left?
He just started on December 8th of 2023. I think he got credit for the time. I think he was in for 2 years. So he would have 26 and change or 25 and change.
I'm sorry, correct, 22.
My bad.
The exact number. That would be 27 years, 7 months, and 8 days.
All right. All right, thank you. Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor, nothing further from the state.
Your Honor, if it would please the court, I understand the court's ruling that there is a violation. Ultimately, I guess to some degree, while it's not clearly akin to a substantive versus technical violation of probation, it is a non-violent, non-new offense kind of violation. And I would say if the court is going to violate my client, it would be more germane to treat it as a technical violation. We have expressed to the court different thoughts and reasons for the way the testimony came out. We don't know what effect, if any, one way good or one way bad, that has had. But in terms of his violation, I would ask the court treat it more as a technical. He has one grandchild on the way, one that just came early this year with Ms. Jaquila Freeman. So the point is, he has been staying out of the way. He's been complying with probation. I would ask the court to maybe consider if you want to put more restrictions and make his probation much more of a, not just something he's on, but something that now has more teeth to it because he's been working. He's been taking care of his family. He's staying out of trouble. He's turned that corner. And literally, it was always our hope he wouldn't have to come in and testify. And there was a reason the state allowed this plea to go forward so that he could step away. And in doing so, if you recall, you may have remember from his testimony, by no fault of his, he was a victim of a crime where he was shot multiple times and had to recover from that. So we would ask the court to consider some restrictions first, as opposed to custody. And if you do go with custody, we would ask to consider it as a technical type of violation, not a substantive violation in which you would be authorized to give him an even greater sentence. So we would leave it in the discretion of the court, but we're asking again for a non-custodial revocation punishment.
Okay, well, I don't view it as a technical violation or akin to a technical violation, considering the solemn oath that he took when he said that he understood every term within the plea agreement, factual acknowledgements, and sentencing acknowledgements, and understood and, in fact, orally answered that he understood when both asked by the prosecutor and the court at his plea hearing that a failure to abide by any of the terms would constitute a violation of the agreement, and he was notified that the entirety of his probation could be revoked. I do appreciate the fact that this particular violation is a non-violent violation. But I also appreciate the fact that some of the many why this could have occurred include the fact that there is just not a proper regard for the judicial system and the seriousness with which an oath in court needs to be taken. I actually view this much more akin to perjury, frankly, than a technical violation. And the sentence for perjury is up to 10 years. I am going to revoke 5 years of Mr. Sledge's probation. And Mr. Sledge, I am sympathetic to the fact that you have generally stayed out of trouble, and I want to commend you for that. And I really hope that this revocation doesn't set you back. But we've got to take seriously the court system. So that's the sentence of the court. I find there to have been that violation. I'm revoking 5 years.
And he will be continued on probation, Your Honor?
Yeah, and reinstate the balance. Thank you.
Might I ask, is it possible for my client to turn himself in to make arrangements?
I think y'all knew when you came in here that this was a strong possibility. So no, I'm sorry. All right, court is adjourned.
Good seeing you, Judge Whitaker.
Yes, thank you. Good to see you. All right.
The only person we could hear was Miss Jolly, so the only person we could hear was Miss Jolly.
Oh, wow. I don't know, the sound of this courtroom is.
Go to the next room. Okay, so.
I looked at you, I said, I thought she said she won't come down.
After I conclude my reviews.
Oh, we need the order from Miss Jolly. Did you sign all three? My cell phone.
Do you need to get on this or?
That's the most right with your right. Here, oh, yeah. More or less.
Hey, I just got back, honey, and I see Mounk being arrested. What happened? Look here. I think this is what Judge uh what her name is, Judge Page said. I don't give a but you know I got a name. I don't give a don't you understand? I don't give a but you know I got a name. I don't give a don't you understand? The last thing I heard was the man talking about Mounk has a grandchild. I'm like, damn, he got a grandchild? And I come back and they're putting cuffs on Mounk with a man with a pink shirt on. What is going on? Hold on, I got to go back and listen. How long Mounk going to jail for? What they gave him? Lord have mercy. What they gave Mounk? They is not playing with you, messing up their damn case. Cause listen, you can't want to reap the benefits of the agreement, but then when it comes to pay up, you don't recall. You don't know. Oh man. How much time did Mounk get? Hold on, let me see if I can figure it out. Oh, so she revoked 5 years. Okay, so he going to jail for 5 years. Okay. Oh. Oh shit. Okay, that ain't that bad. Cause he could have been worse. Mm, 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 mm. So he going to jail for 5 years. God damn, Mojo. Let me see him again getting with the cuffs on. That ain't funny. I'm not laughing because of that. I look. I come back in and somebody with a pink shirt. I'm like, well, who that with a pink shirt on? I'm country and pink. That's with a pink shirt. Who is that with a pink shirt? Oh, let me see. High Whopper small. Oh Lord, they show what he want got. Hold on. If y'all don't mind, let me get that replay. Y'all mind, let me hit that replay. I want to see what happened. My bad. They done put Mounk, Tounk, and that nose in back in jail, in prison. Good God Almighty. So they did this. They could have waited, right? But they did this. So who else coming up? I don't know if anybody else coming up in this trial, because you know that weapon trial, although it's not connected, it's connected, right? You come up there with that bull skate, this is what's gonna happen. Come up here with that bull skate, and it also gets out, well, the jury isn't supposed to be watching the trial or whatever, but it gets out of circulation that, hey, somebody done lied, and they put them in jail, and because they proved that they lied. So that means that gives a sense of what the state is putting on is that they're telling the truth. You know, that gives a sense of it. I ain't say it was, but because the facts hasn't been proven yet, but and they are the determining factors. So, what I'm saying, but let me hit a replay on this. Okay, she's drinking the white lady Diet Coke. Okay, she is real. I'm trying to tell you, off here she's a Karen, y'all. Nobody want to believe it.
That would be 27 years, 7 months, and 8 days.
All right. All right, thank you. Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor, nothing further from the state.
Your Honor, I feel pleased with the court. I understand the court's ruling that there is a violation. Ultimately, I guess to some degree, while it's not clearly akin to a substantive versus technical violation of probation, it is a non-violent, non-new offense kind of violation. And I would say if the court is going to violate my client, it would be more germane to treat it as a technical violation. We have expressed to the court different thoughts and reasons for the way the testimony came out. We don't know what effect, if any, one way good or one way bad, that has had. But in terms of his violation, I would ask the court treat it more as a technical. He has one grandchild on the way, one that just came early this year with Ms. Jaquila Freeman. So the point is, he has been staying out of the way. He's been complying with probation. I would ask the court to maybe consider if you want to put more restrictions and make his probation much more of a, not just something he's on, but something that now has more teeth to it because he's been working. He's been taking care of his family. He's staying out of trouble. He's turned that corner. And literally, it was always our hope he wouldn't have to come in and testify. And there was a reason the state allowed this plea to go forward so that he could step away. And in doing so, if you recall, you may have remember from his testimony, by no fault of his, he was a victim of a crime where he was shot multiple times and had to recover from that. So we would ask the court to consider some restrictions first, as opposed to custody. And if you do go with custody, we would ask to consider it as a technical type of violation, not a substantive violation in which you would be authorized to give him an even greater sentence. So we would leave it in the discretion of the court, but we're asking again for a non-custodial revocation punishment.
Okay, well, I don't view it as a technical violation or akin to a technical violation, considering the solemn oath that he took when he said that he understood every term within the plea agreement, factual acknowledgements, and sentencing acknowledgements, and understood and, in fact, orally answered that he understood when both asked by the prosecutor and the court at his plea hearing that failure to abide by any of the terms would constitute a violation of the agreement, and he was notified that the entirety of his probation could be revoked. I do appreciate the fact that this particular violation is a non-violent violation. But I also appreciate the fact that some of the many reasons why this could have occurred include the fact that there is just not a proper regard for the judicial system and the seriousness with which an oath in court needs to be taken. I actually view this much more akin to perjury, frankly, than a technical violation. And the sentence for perjury is up to 10 years. I am going to revoke 5 years of Mr. Sledge's probation. And Mr. Sledge, I am sympathetic to the fact that you have generally stayed out of trouble, and I want to commend you for that. And I really hope that this revocation doesn't set you back. But we've got to take seriously the court system. So that's the sentence of the court. I find there to have been that violation. I'm revoking 5 years.
And
he will be continued on probation, Your Honor?
Yeah, and reinstate the balance. Thank you.
Might I ask, is it possible for my client to turn himself in to make arrangements?
I think y'all knew when you came in here that this was a strong possibility. So no, I'm sorry. All right, court is adjourned.
Good seeing you, Judge Whitaker.
Yes, thank you. Good to see you. All right.
The only person you could hear was Miss Jolly, so the only person you could hear was Miss Jolly.
No, free Tounk.
I didn't have the sound.
Y'all have had bad nights. Okay.
I looked at you, I said, I thought she said she won't come down.
The other one got that hair bump.
After I conclude my background, yes.
Oh, we need the order from Miss Jolly. Did you find all the things? Please. My cell phone.
Do you need to get on this or?
No.
That's the most right in the direction. Yeah. Here, oh, yeah. Work left.
Lord have mercy. Man. Hey, 10 days can set a person back, let alone 5 years. Woo. They sending a message. Not a massage. They send a message. Like, do not play with us. Play time is over. So we're doing 5 years. They're gonna reinstate the balance. They say, yeah, I already did to something here. Yeah, so hey. So you can't disrupt courtroom hearings with your, it's not going along with what's going on. So this is what's going to happen. And they have other witnesses coming up. So they got him murdered. They got other witnesses coming up. Anybody got time for no foolishness? You want to be a Woody part too? Okay. And their case is falling apart. So, and you know what? Just for the the general public's education, understanding, and comprehension of the RICO, right? I wish that they pretty much streamline the RICO and let it be just reform it, right? Redo it. And then with regards to other crimes, lengthen the statute of limitation. Because due to these people being charged for RICO and it's broadly written, RICO was not intended for the crimes that's being used for today. It has people understanding all. It has people thinking, oh, they sending innocent people to jail. Which technically they're not. But it's just, I mean, a Willy Wonka. Just say Willy Wonka had some employees that was dealing drugs, and one of the employees was an accountant who decided to wash the money through Willy Wonka's organization. Willy Wonka could be at risk. He would probably be named in the conspiratorial RICO. Maybe he knew about it and he told him that, hey, knock it off. He thought they knocked it off or whatever. He ain't know. You know what I'm saying? Or he could be charged with a substantive RICO, right? That's Willie the fucker. And you know how crazy I wouldn't be looking at it because I understand, but how crazy people be looking at you indict Willy Wonka under RICO. It's absolutely, crazy. It's just the cosmetics of it, right? It's nuts. The people don't understand that. And I think that as with anything that runs this world, it should be understood. And RICO is a piece of law that people just don't understand. That's crazy, right? That is so crazy. Hold on for a minute. Oh, I get off from there. I mean, this shit is confusing to focus. We really think, um, yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Like Willy Wonka could be sitting his ass there with that hat on and all that candy stuck to his ass because he finna get it. He's fixing to get it. That's unfair, right? And the fact that they can tie everybody together the way that when tried together, they're tied together, and therefore evidence that comes in, even though it may have a limited instruction to it, it doesn't mean that the jury isn't going to abide by that limited instruction and just apply that evidence to whatever defendant that evidence goes to. It's just crazy. They're gonna have to stop that. Yep. This is yeah, poor Monk, baby. She put him and that nose in jail. Put him and that nose in jail, honey. And that man with the pinkest shirt I've ever seen. Why that shirt so pink? Why that man's shirt so pink? Can anybody explain that? Y'all remember Sheriff Joe had them people wearing them pink shirts out there on that ranch. Sheriff Joe was coming at their manhood, so he thought. I don't know, Tounk. Seems like he tried to stay out of jail, trouble and stuff. I hate that. I hate that for old Mounk. He is in there. He got to come out and still do a stretch on probation. But you see how her energy is towards them black attorneys, and then how she differs with them white attorneys, and she just okay, the black women attorneys rather. I don't know how that probation officer lady dealt. I don't know what their relationship was, but it seemed to be okay. Maybe she just like disorganization, and I can go along with that. But her energy to me, her energy be different. She's funny acting. I don't like nobody like that. I don't like nobody that be one day you hey girl, and the next day you can't even get a peep out of them, a word out of them. They be in a bag, honey. I don't like no funny acting people. I ain't never like no funny acting people. I'm not like that. If I'm mad at a person, I'm mad at a person, that person. I'm not mad at everybody I come in contact with. That's unfair. They ain't do it. They did not do it. Poor Mounk. Baby, they put that nose in prison. I mean, yeah. Let me see what the people doing over here on X. I'm like, let me see who all up on him. Oh, Thugger Daily is live. I'm live. Oh my God, the Michigan Rally Tour with Vice President Kamala Harris. They got 22,000 people watching it. And see, you know what? Trump be talking about rally sizes and stuff like that, but what he doesn't know is that these people be watching these rallies online too. Okay, Trump, did you count those numbers too? So the word getting out. Now, I could see why somebody, I wouldn't be above going to a Trump rally. Here's the thing: I'm not going to support him. It's because he's so ridiculous. I wouldn't mind seeing that up close. He's just a nutcase. And I want to go there and laugh. He is a fool. Yeah, I be like, huh, with my mouth open. That is not true. That is not true. Mm, 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 mm. Rosa Parks, I know you would have fought. I mean that attorney getting in there acting like, and you know what? I think it is a noble thing when the attorneys get in there and pretty much try to go the route of ineffective assistance of counsel, right? And it kind of sets him up for an appeal in one regard. It sets him up for an appeal. His attorney okay with going down, you know, having that on his history, and that's fine. I could never put myself in those situations. What I'm saying is, if I was a defense attorney, yeah, I can do that. But I'm just saying I could never put myself in that in those type of predicaments to lose and all of that. That's why I told you I took the coward way out. I, hey, I stayed pretty much on the prosecution end of it. I stayed in people's office and did transactional work because, baby, I don't like to lose. And I don't like to lose nobody. And I would go down swinging. I'm going down with the ship. I've seen loyalty to a fault all through my family. Here and there with some of the friends. I'll tell you, I'll say that. But definitely, I can say more than that. It's more on the through the guys. When I look at my my guys, they're very loyal. The women, okay, not the ones I met through Yvette, not those. Mine, the ones that came through my people picking process. Those, yeah, they ride or die. They ride or die. Okay, but yeah, the Yvette ones, woo, child. Mm, mm. Oh, it'd be so much turmoil. It was always turmoil with her set and then if she bring her set to my set, it's some shit. We just never no peace with her set, honey. It was always something. And I'm trying to tell you, we would have like when okay, it was me, Penny. Oh, I'm calling people names. Me, Penny, and Penny's cousin. My name is easy to search. But it was really me and Penny. I took Penny with me to, to my neck of the woods where I get down at, right? So we out the hood and if we gonna meet somebody, we gonna meet somebody that ain't from the hood, right? Or that whose mind is free from the hood. Okay. So we meet that night. We meet Wayne and Kim. Cause see, I call him by his real name because his nickname is Googleable, right? So I'm gonna call him by his real name. We meet Wayne and Kim. Wayne liked me and all of this, whatever. And I like Wayne, but I'm really, really shy. I'm really shy. And back then I was real shy. And at that time when I met Wayne, and I was already talking to Robert. Let me see who else. But just Robert. So I was so fascinated with Robert. I think that was, honey, I had at that point in time, I had never seen nobody who was that smooth black and whose hair. You understand what I'm telling you? The waves on that man's head. You listen. You would drown in his head. Yeah, you would die in his head. Okay, and I listen. When I first saw him, I had on one of those little I don't know how I was dressed that day. Why I even dressed that way? But Yvette came and we left straight from school and went out there, and I had on something that I wear to school and not to a club. And I have no idea. And of course, it was team too much. But I had one of them little hats that Tiffany Henry be wearing. You know them little. I don't know. I don't know if they call it a tam or whatever, but them little hats like the Black Panthers we used to wear back in the day. Them little hats, child. Oh, I look a hot mess. That was my first time going out there. Um, but baby, the next time they seen me, honey, I was like Sandy from Grease One at the end of this movie. Stop playing. I made sure. Yeah, and then listen here. But yeah, I was like, I seen that boy Robin. I had never seen nobody like that before. I do had. My mouth was open. Cause prior to that, it had always been like who it was. It was a guy who held me for 2 days, no, almost 2 days. A little boy from church, the high school sweetheart, the new addition, like and um, so when I seen him, my mouth was open. He was perfectly sculptured. You hear me? His nose and his lips and his head and all of that, they were the perfect measurement. Yeah. His outfit was like, Lord have mercy. That boy could dress him. That boy could dress. His casual and his professional was on point. But that hair got it. He definitely had that big brown brush and that Dax. I just stared at him. Well, with my mouth open, y'all, baby, y'all don't know I can put a stare on your ass. Cause at that point I'd be terminating your ass. What I mean by that is I am doing a whole profile. I'm trying to pick up your mannerisms. I'm trying to figure you out. I'm trying to do a whole bunch of things, and also you look good, or maybe you don't. But I'm trying to get it down like a Terminator. And so, listen, the girl who first husband who came over Christmas. When I tell you, Southern people don't like for you to stare at people, stare and point. They don't like that. I don't know what that do to them, but they don't like you to stare and point. I stare and I point. What I can hardly see, but I stare and I point. But honey, when I used to sit by him, I'm talking. This is big man elbows, and he was at least 230 pounds, at least by 6'2". So he had some meat on them elbows. I'd be sitting up there by him on the other side of him. He with me stand, stop standing to people. Uh, uh, I'm like, oh my God, you tearing my poor rib cage up. Damn. Lord have mercy. And it was, oh my, baby, they be trying to shake me out, and my daughter be like, Mom, 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 stop staring, Mom. I just be looking. I'm trying to get it down. That way, if the cops need to come and ask, get a police report, I got all the information. I'm just joking as far as that part, but yeah, I like to stare. I get sit down. So I was talking to him. My mind, that boy had my mind blown. I was just, but I was so non-responsive. I just think he didn't know how to read me. I was non-responsive to that girl that um he either used to talk to or they was ending it up or whatever had came out there to the little other little like an annex thing that we used to hang to as well. And because of his outfits, I had it memorized. I knew how his shirts do, how he wore his shirts. And at that time, it was a style where the guys wore the long shirts, button down shirts. It was collared and everything, but they wore them outside the pants. And I saw that, and black as he was, I saw him arguing with that girl in that goddamn parking lot. And I saw that, and then um, so she was still out there upset or whatever. And because it was like the annex was kind of like on a sponsor situation, he had done already sponsored me to get in. So, well, me and Yvette, that was his two sponsors. And she's the one that's going to have to be there. Now, he could have swapped us out or whatever, but Clay ain't going to do that. So, I was like, so when he came back in and he was trying to talk to me, and I had a whole attitude. And he was asking me, what's wrong with her? He talking about. She said, she saw you out there talking to that girl. And then, so he explained, the situation with Alva. And he said, well, what you want me to do? So Yvette was the go-between. Yvette said, well, he said, well, what you want to do? Let's send her home. And so he went out there and sent her home. I was still mad. Shit, I was in my feelings. Yeah. I was in wool. I think I was pretty much more in love with the car, the outside than the in, honey. But he had both a good outside and inside, but mm, 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 mm. I could pick them, and apparently I can't, cause people love to go behind me, right? That girl, I told you that girl, she had sex with him, the other husband. She liked the Walker husband. She was batting eyes at him. I'm like, wait a minute, bitch. Now hold on. Um, Hold on. I knew it's 4 or 5. I called him out before that. And a lot of these people outside of the ones I dealt with, it's just a lot of them meet guys just by hanging around me or hanging around me in the places that I hang out at. Like, God dang. I'm telling you, she done been through a lot. She met Anthony because of me. That was a cute little guy. Um, I his his friend. I was talking to his friend, but I actually liked Anthony first. I but in one of them group settings, you know how that how that go. And his friend it was real decent, but Anthony was more of my cup of tea because Anthony was tall. The other guy was taller than I was. He was like about 6'1". My Anthony was like 6'4", 6'5". So you know that's hello. That's speaking my damn language. You know, you are speaking my language. I just, and that's the thing. With the Tony thing or whatever. Tony's extremely good looking. Tony's my height. And I'm like, uh, and but shit, your ass, you one of them damn skyscrapers. Like, Lord have mercy. I'm weak. The taller you are, the better it is. Baby, you start hitting that 6'3", I be like, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Yes. Have mercy. And see, hey, the shorter you are, the cuter you got to be. The taller you are, you don't know, you kind of, because the taller they be, to me, they be a little more sculptured. And most of them be skinny. Say, you seen that Walker husband, man, that Walker husband on that picture. You see how little his ass is. He was tiny. 165 at 6'4". Come on. That's tiny. They be tiny like that. But them, they be, baby, them skyscrapers be lean. It's like, oh, I'm weak. Like, I get so weak and weak. I can hardly sleep. I lose. Something takes over me. Yes, honey. That's what I be singing that. Yeah, but anyway, I was telling y'all, like, it would be, so, pretty much, Penny and myself and the girl that, Penny's cousin, we the good girls, right? We don't have no children. We ain't causing no problems. We the good girls, right? Here come Yvette with the girl name begins with N. She got children. The girl that I'm talking about that be, seeming to like the men I like. She had a child. Who else she brought? I don't know who Virginia used to date, but Virginia had a child. Now the other Angie, she didn't have a child. She's deceased now, but she didn't have a child, but she had a whole, you know, a whole thing too. Virginia had a whole, um, my cousin, that Kenny, my cousin had hit Virginia on the football field. They ran a train on her, and after and she ended up. I'm tell you, this is so crazy, and I like Virginia. Virginia Virginia's personality is wonderful. However, she ended up getting pregnant by well, our guidance counselor at the high school. Yeah, they he was married. He ended up marrying Virginia. They had two more other kids. He was way older than Virginia, right? Virginia was the nicest person, baby. She gave up a lot of ass early too. I was like, oh my god. So I could not, and Yvette didn't have any kids, but and Yvette was, you know, personality wise, a good person, pretty much. But her low self esteem turned her into a hoe. It wasn't me. I didn't give her a low self esteem. Her low self esteem turned her into a hoe. But yeah. So and then when Yvette introduced them girls to the equation, all hell broke loose. So Yvette, although I told you, every time I be like, Yvette, how do your side friends, how in the hell they meet, you know, my guy friends or whatever, and you know that we all hooked up or whatever, and now all of a sudden you got them double booked the men, and you met these men through me. How does this work? I don't know how to. I don't know. She has been I don't knowing down to the one girl I told you that I met through her that I thought was pretty decent or whatever. She had a whole thing going on too, but she was very smart and a decent, pretty decent. Yvette double booked that girl dude that guy that she used to talk to as well. And I'm like, Yvette, okay, that's that one guy, because she was real tight with that guy because she used to date that guy's uncle. And because she wanted to stay in with that, and I told you how she do when she wanted to stay in with the dude, if the dudes have a friend or something, she is going to listen, she is going to turn into some kind of matter to get that dude somebody to talk to. And that dude has talked to her auntie. He had hooked up with her auntie, her cousin, her friend, and the girl that, oh, wait a minute, her auntie, her cousin, her friend, and that other girl I uh told you that her and I was cool. Name began with the R, and in all them situations, either I don't know how they, I don't know, it wasn't me, and you get so frustrated with all that bullshit until you just snap on her ass. I'm flashing, baby. I'm flashing right now. I'm telling you, get sick of it. And that's just one instance. And sometimes, and it's not about the fact that you may have feelings for that person or whatever. It is the optics of the whole thing. Like, god damn. Like, girl. Now you have, and the bullshit that comes with, right? You have, now you got me in the middle. because now I have met, because Yvette came and got me and then introduced me to that girl who was now talking to that boy I was talking to, Wayne, the other girl who now talking to Kelvin, who my friend Penny was talking to. They wrote um, Wayne and Kelvin a letter asking who is Penny, who is Angie, and who is the other girl, the other girl. Those old experienced hoes. We ain't jumped on enough of them, jumped up and down on enough of them, and sucked it right and all of that. We ain't no pump. All we doing is just look cute and smart. That's all we can do. We got nothing else beyond that. Oh Lord. Listen, and meanwhile we going up against the baddest. Shit, the Bad Girls Club. The fuck? That's what we going up against, the Bad Girls Club. We ain't got nothing for it. Hello? Hold on. Yeah, we don't have nothing for it. We don't have nothing for all of that. We just regular. Uh-uh. We ain't got nothing for her. Ain't nothing. Shit. But anyway, so it was weird. Weird. They put Mounk in that nose in jail today, baby. Right ain't, I mean, they didn't give him time to get nothing together, whatever. I wonder is Judge Whitaker, is she? I wonder what type of person she is off him, because I really don't particularly care for her. I just think that, y'all know, I do not like to talk shit about people, period. Not unless you push me. But colleagues in any one of these thousand professions I have, right? I don't like to do that. To me, it's unprofessional. And you can admonish people in a way, and y'all seen like judges call, call for a little short recess for a minute to get them attorneys together and all of that. She done did it. That I want to see if I can compile a list of witnesses that have already testified and to see, but I think Tounk must be the straw that broke the camel's back, right? Mm-mm. They was done. You ain't our case, and we feel like our case is being derailed. I think Tounk testimony why they it was a little bit worse at that point. One, because at this point the state is losing. But two, you try to say that the state coerced him. On top of going back and making their case look weak in front of the jury by saying, like, like you ain't say this or what, all that extra stuff he was doing on the stands or whatever. See, when Woody was doing it, that you could kind of convey to the jury that little Woody was probably scared to testify or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You can kind of explain the jury can come to a conclusion about his disposition on the stand. Mounk was a certain shit, saying that the people was doing was and how he was saying it was more deliberate and intentional than Woody was saying. Woody was saying, whatever y'all had told me, I was just agreeing with it and la 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 la. Mounk, certified killer. Like, look, y'all made me do this here. Whatever. That comes across a little different. So they had to stop the bleeding. About they need to, about it. He done grow. I don't know why about it still has hair, or it needs to be cut. But he was grabbing his hand in over there with Bonnie. That he got a nervous condition. So he need so body like, okay, let me come in here and start the bleeding with this um with this case, whatever. Let me stop the bleeding. Yeah, I was so worn and sleepy. I wanted to order me some groceries, but y'all guess what? I was too goddamn gonna sleep. They go through the list. But yeah, it was crazy though. It was crazy. They put Mounk in jail, y'all. 5. That ain't that bad. Based on what you could get. I'm just wondering, boy, I wanna know what could Diddy end up with? I wanna see that. See that what's that? I have all the paperwork. Let me read something I pulled. You up right now. No, I got he got these lawsuits from these John Does and stuff like that. And see, you got to be careful with this because you got to make sure that he stays up in compliance with the response back to all these lawsuits and all this stuff. But it could be a strategy. I don't trust nobody. Nobody. Like I used to. I think I don't. Okay. Now, since coming out here, I of course I trust my friends and stuff like that. I do. But I ain't like I'm really putting nothing past nobody no more. You understand what I'm saying? But I believe in them. Y'all got me questioning everybody and everything. Okay, did I put it on this other computer? A lot of times we run up our price bill because we don't go in and when we open it down, just go ahead and download it. We don't do that. And there ain't nobody trying to have no $400 bill and all of that. That's crazy. Let me see if I saved it over here. I could have swore I did. Swore I saved it. I mean, is Young Thug a white, not like, is his white audience like real broad or something? Because I ain't never seen so many white people like, oh, they're doing wrong, whatever. Free and other people. I know, like, his music reached that many. Let me see where I put this paperwork. Yep, I put it over here. So, hold on for a minute. Trying to pull this document up. Use that. Oh, somebody asked me what I want to open it with. But it's clearly saved as a PDF. Right, just do it. I mean, it takes forever and a day in 10 days. And I can just been open it up. God, let me open it up. I'm tired. My bill gonna be sky high. I want to go to the pool. I want to go to the beach. So y'all can see we stayed at the pool and the beach somewhere all damn summer long. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I guess it's the state. I mean, the government. I find it other computer. Other laptop. And it's must be a lot of work. No wonder nobody wants to do it. Okay. Where's LaBelle? I need him, somebody to help me get this computer. I got it on my TV. And because I use like the smaller TVs as monitors too. And it's out of the frame, like where I need to click on the X's and all that type of stuff. It's out of the frame. It needs to be wide. It's too small. And then, when you go in there and do the landscape and the portrait and all that stuff, it still don't fit, it still don't work. So I don't know what to do. That's annoying. Because you can't click on the X's and stuff. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, I done downloaded the paperwork on the other computer and it still ain't open on the other one. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I refuse to let you go. It's another one. Oh, they sent me the hard drive back on there. I'd be loving my computer so much that I'd be trying to get them repaired. And they always, can't repair them, can't repair them. One time they repaired one of them. But all the other times they just send me my damn hard drive. I'm like, man, screw y'all. I want my computer. Why you didn't take my hard drive and put it in another computer? How about that? Like, I know what to do. Like, that's what I would have to do with the hard drive. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I know, because see, my second skill was going to be in computers way back when, in the 1990s. And when we got to the part where we opened that computer and started talking about the motherboard, I never forget. We was putting the motherboard in right there. I knew that was going to be my last class. And trying to do because I had had taken on too much. Don't have me with a nervous goddamn breakdown. Mm. So let me see if let me update. Do I want to get into this DIDDY shit right now? It's too early for me to go, and all I'm gonna do is go to bed. It's a lot going on. All these court cases. Trying to get them all on the record, baby. Okay. Up right now. Some I see. So this is you remember um the defendant, right? Sean Combs. He put in a request to hear his bail denied, right? His bond been denied. A bail, rather, by the appellate court, right? The second district. And the government sent in, it looks like an affirmation in opposition to defendant's appeal of an order denying pretrial release. So in that bail request, he also wanted a pretrial release, right? It says preliminary statement. Combs appeals from an order denying him pretrial release that was entered in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York on September 18th by the Honorable Andrew L. Carter. Okay, and it's just the information. Statement of facts. They're going over his offense and conduct and evidence. Um, Talk about the freak offs and all of that. And all of this has already been laid out in the indictment and all of that, right? But his charges as of the RICO conspiracy. Um, and hold on. Here's something. As the government explained below, the allegations in the indictment are supported by detailed and credible testimony of dozens of victims of and witness to Combs' physical and sexual abuse, as well as extensive documentary and electronic evidence. Oh shit. Oh shit. Now, a bunch of witnesses can be taken in several different ways. That can be taken several different ways. Now, the victims can come by the way of charged acts, uncharged acts, or people like let's see, give you something you can understand. Just say like what's his name? The dude that allegedly went and got the birth certificate, and not the birth certificate, but the marriage license for R. Kelly for Leah, right? He kind of came off as both a victim and a victimizer, right? People like that, the people that were saying like R. Kelly withheld their paycheck and all of that, right? They can be also classified as a victim, right? So I don't know if testimony of dozens of victims of and witnesses too. Mm. I haven't paid attention or observed enough of Damian Williams style, writing style, so I'm not sure. But it could be out. It can go either way, right? So we don't know if that superseding indictment, if it ever comes, if it will if it will list more than one victim witness, right? And then they're saying that they have a lot of evidence on film. Yeah, it could be also some computer records, some business records and stuff like that, medical records, police reports, anything that document a crime. So that is what is meant by documentary evidence. Documentary evidence can also be electronic evidence as well. But because they're separating it out, most likely that means some other type of form of documents or records and shit like that. This is bad. Because you know what happens when they have videos and other kind of records. Now, electronic evidence could just really be that tape. We don't know if they got the freak offs on the videos. And we don't know if even if they did they see anything that could say that it is against the law, right? Did they see anybody taking any drugs? Did anybody appear to be hiding out of their mind? Did anybody seem to be forced, raped, all that type of stuff? All of that. We don't know. And we know what the rabbit hole they sent us down before with them 100 devices. I don't want to know more about that shit. Okay, it said, oh, well, hell, if I would have kept reading, hey, damn. This includes financial and billing records, travel records, electronic media, videos, photos, and audio files, and voluminous communications, including communications by and with Combs. It also includes evidence seized after executing multiple search warrants for cloud accounts, electronic devices, and Combs' person and premises, which yielded cell phones, laptops, cloud storage accounts, as well as physical evidence such as freak-off supplies, firearms, and ammunition. So now, that's a lot. That doesn't mean that one, they have went through all of that, two, turned up all of that is in and have like a whole bunch of evidence, right? But it's some evidence. You know how we know? Because they was confident enough to bring a case with whatever they've got. They've gotten so far as by way of evidence, right? So this is bad. This is bad for the district. Oh no, did it? Damn. Mm, 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 mm. This is crazy. I'm glad I found that little interview with Weinstein. Yeah, so this is bad. This is bad. I'm ready to try to calculate his time. What the indictment say? I'm saying anywhere between maybe 15 to 35 years. This based on what we have now. Damn. Let me see what else we can get out of this. We know what happened to all those bail hearings. He didn't get out. It says Judge Carter properly denied Combs' motion for bail, just as Judge Tarnowski did before him. Combs cannot demonstrate that Judge Carter clearly erred when he found, after considering lengthy written submissions, reviewing the transcript of the bail hearing before Judge Tarnowski, and presiding over extended oral argument, that the government had established by clear and convincing evidence that Combs posed danger to the community, and that no bail conditions could be reasonably assure the safety of the community. And remember, this is a presumption case dictated by his latest charges. That means he's presumed guilty rather than innocent. I know. Don't worry about that. Overall, he still, when the trial, when considering if he is innocent or guilty, with regards to after they go through the trial, put on the evidence, all of that, of course, that is what the standard is. But we're talking about for this bill. I know. I know. It's crazy. Attention, the pretrial detention on the grounds of obstruction or witness tampering is appropriate when the government can establish by clear and convincing evidence that there exists a serious risk that a defendant would threaten, injure, intimidate a prospective witness or juror. Okay, it explains what I just told you. Whereas here, the defendant is charged with certain offenses, including sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, there is a statutory presumption that no condition or combination of conditions will reasonably assure the appearance of the person as required and the safety of the community. That is what's meant by a presumption case. In such a case, the defendant bears a limited burden of production, not a burden of persuasion, to rebut that presumption by coming forward with evidence that he does not pose a danger to the community or a risk or of flight. And that was drafted from some case law. So I want to see where is the obstruction. Hold on, did I mention who he obstructed? The government has highlighted Combs' obstructive conduct charge in the indictment, including bribery and witness tampering. Who? Combs continued his obstruction well into 2024, after a civil lawsuit was filed against Combs in November of 2023, detailing, among other allegations, the March 2016 intercontinental assault. Combs personally and through his attorney denied assaulting the victim. After the video of the March 2016 indictment was obtained and published by a media outlet in 2024, however, Combs was forced to admit that he had in fact engaged in the assault that he had described as baseless and outrageous lies only months before. Oh, the government detailed multiple incidents in which Combs or people acting on Combs' behalf reached out to potential victims and witnesses, including witnesses who had received grand jury subpoenas. Oh, Lord. The government described Combs' attempt in November 2023 to feed a potential victim a false narrative in exchange for Combs' continued financial support. Oh no. As the government also proffered out after another civil lawsuit which detailed violent incidents during the period of the charged racketeering conspiracy was filed on September 10, 2024. Combs was in contact with the potential witness to the lawsuit allegations 128 times between September 10, 2024 and September 14, 2024. On September 13, 2024, the witness made a public statement denying she had witnessed the abuse described in the civil lawsuit. Hmm? Is that Kalina? Shabba. Mm, 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 mm. Y'all hear that? Ooh, ooh. All right, let's see what this abeyance is about. And abeyance is pretty much to pause something, so let's see what he wants to pause. Did y'all hear that? Oh, that's no problem. Well, something to be paused. Let's see what it is. Okay. Motion to hold appeal in advance. Okay, so the appeal that he sent to the Second Circuit. Yeah, okay. Second Circuit. This is an appeal from the District Court's September 18, 2024 detention order, denying pretrial release on conditions and ordered Mr. Combs detained pending trial. Mr. Combs filed his notice of appeal on September 30 and filed a motion for bail in his court on October 8th. The government filed an opposition on October 18th, and Mr. Combs' reply is due October 23rd. The court scheduled oral arguments for this motion on November 4th. Because certain relevant new information has come to light since the detention order, Mr. Combs intends to file a renewed motion for a pretrial release on conditions with both an updated proposed bail package. Oh gosh, in district court. The renewed request is based on changed circumstances warranting a new bail hearing, which the district court is best suited to consider in the first instance. If the district court grants the motion or issues an indicative ruling that it would do so, Mr. Combs will move to dismiss his appeal as moot, right? Means it's no longer needed. On the other hand, if the district court denies the motion and Mr. Combs appeals that motion, the appeal can be consolidated and the matter adjudicated on a full record before the court rules. They trying to corner the goddamn block. It will promote efficiency and preserve resources of the courts and the parties. We contacted the prosecutors to request their position on this motion. They advised us that the government plans to oppose this motion. To file a response, although the government suggested that we dismiss the appeal if we pursue a renewed motion for bail in the district court. In district court, this court preferred practice is to hold the appeal in advance pending further district court proceedings. Party seeking reconsideration on Rule 33 motion shall move in this court for the briefing in the pending appeal to be deferred or held in advance pending district court decision. Okay, so pretty much he wants the court, the appellate court. Remember, we sought to get the 3-judge panel to hear his bail, request his denial of bail, right, and from the lower court, right? So he wants them to temporarily suspend his request, his appeal, right, until they get something sorted out at the district court, right? So apparently he's going to update his his original bail with he got some new information or something. I just read all of that. And I now put it in my words, right? Excuse me. So he's trying. So we don't know what is going to be in that new bail request. We don't know what are the new facts that have come to light, in their words. So we don't know, but they're just going to ask them to put that this be temporarily placed on hold till matters at the lower court get sorted out. That's a reasonable ask. And we going through it. The United States legal system is taking us through it, child. It's crazy. Give me 1 minute, y'all. I gotta get my nose together. I'm can't hardly breathe. Hold on for a minute. Okay. Woo! Old folk style. Let me look around, see if we can find some more stuff, and I sure do appreciate y'all. Hey, to bring y'all the information, child. Let me be one of your little resources. We can do it. Everybody can't do a combo. Everybody can't do a combo. Go from different subjects. It don't be a smooth transition. That ain't what I'm saying. Sometimes it'd be smoother if I plan it. But I like to set it up as a like how the news do. You know how the news they go from one story to the next, this, and the third, right? That's what I'm talking about. Let me see. Maybe I can get more of a professional resource to put something on the record for Diddy. Hey, Twitter folks, I know um, y'all ain't used to, well, the folks from YouTube that I know that ain't used to being on Twitter, there is a like button over there. I found it. Oh, you find it. Please. Yeah, I have all 6 of those civil lawsuits as well. It's like 3 or 4 dudes, at least 2. This is crazy. I need something from the last few hours. I wonder if this Diddy's, is this Diddy's, oh wow. Oh, he still got his YouTube channel. I don't know how many subs he originally had. Hmm. See if Law and Crime got somebody speaking on this latest from his appeal. Like, come on now. I would like to get to know the be the kind of girl that you. Oh wow. Oh, I got to talk about the dude from One Direction. I talk about that a little bit. Hold on. They got photos from his hotel room. These people, boy. Let me tell you, it was a story, and I think I took a photo of. I took a photo. No, I took a photo of the anniversary in the paper for my cousin. But the actual story that was going to run, oh baby, my family had it pulled from the newspaper. Had it pulled from all of them. Like, boy, what you thought? What, how I go, boy? How much did it say? Y'all don't see nobody talking. Let me see if law and crime. Maybe I ain't looking at Googling it right. Law. Oh, I know I do. See, my summations usually be rough. I like y'all to get a professional record, like the news or something. On the record too. I wanna be down. Won't you, won't you come? I like it turning. Give me a minute, y'all. I got these resources. Well, it's like I'm finding anybody. So anyway, again, Mr. Combs is pretty much asking for his application that he sent to the Second Circuit. Court of Appeals, asking that until whatever new filings that he puts in, and you can receive a ruling on it either way. Until that gets sorted out, please temporarily put a hold on that application until we hear something from the lower court. That's pretty much what we're doing. Oh, but that one direction. Okay, let me add this on here. Ooh, we talking about so much stuff today. This is so sad. They said that Liam Payne, they said that the 911 said that they had received emergency call from the hotel. I guess just before he fell to his death. He is in that group One Direction, which is the same group that, and I can't recall his name now, but remember that song "Fuck You Back to Sleep" with Chris Brown and the remix with R. Kelly and all them on there. The guy that's on there from One Direction, the other guy in this group, what his name is? The cute guy. He's from One Direction. He was in the group with Liam Payne. What is the guy's name? I'm gonna tell you what his name is. Zayn. Zayn, honey. Don't make me play it. You know that's my man. So before I play that One Direction, I'm gonna play the song with Zayn in it. I mean, I know that don't have nothing to do with One Direction, but the damn song. Well, actually, I'll skip that because well, you know what it's doing. Taking all day and tomorrow to come up. So I'll go with
One Direction reacting this afternoon to the sudden death of their bandmate Liam Payne. The 31-year-old died after falling from a third-story hotel balcony in Buenos Aires, Argentina. In a statement, they said in part, quote, "We're completely devastated by the news of Liam's passing. In time and when everyone is able to, there will be more to say. For now, our thoughts are with his family, his friends, and the fans who loved him alongside us. We'll miss him terribly. We love you, Liam." Signed Louis, Zane, Niall, and Harry. Meanwhile, there are troubling new details surrounding his death. A preliminary autopsy report reveals the singer died from multiple traumas and internal and external bleeding. Photos shared with ABC News by UK news outlet ITN appear to show drug paraphernalia and a smashed TV inside Payne's hotel room. Plus, in a 911 call, a hotel manager calls for help, saying there's a guest who's drunk on drugs and alcohol, breaking everything in the room. And he says he's fearing for the guest's life because of the balcony. Fans the world over are now in mourning. And Eyewitness News reporter Ashley Mackey joins us now with more on that. Ashley?
As teenagers, Liam Payne and the rest of One Direction burst on the scene back in 2010 on the show The X Factor. Since then, the British pop boy band has seen international stardom. Now, with the announcement of Payne's passing, fans all across the world have been reacting to this sudden loss. After the news of Liam Payne's death, fans in Argentina gathered at Casa Sur Hotel, sang his songs, and laid out flowers as a memorial to the global star. And a day later, fans are still reeling. We spoke with one woman in LA who grew up listening to the band.
I didn't believe it. I was very shocked. I had to look through multiple sources just to confirm that it's true.
Psychiatrist Dr. Evita Limon Rocha wants people to know that feeling sad is perfectly normal. She says even though we may not know the person, it's the music that connects us.
Different artists and different musicians are there with us as we grow and feel and experience life. So it makes a lot of sense that when someone that had such an impact with their art, that had such an impact on our own memories, that we feel an emotion or have an emotional response to their passing.
Many fans like Bianca say they didn't believe the news at first.
I think that I was very shocked and just surprised because he's so young. And I think that it kind of puts into perspective, like, how many years it's been since One Direction and like, oh, we're all older now.
Dr. Evita says the grief may come in waves, and while this is normal, it's important to be mindful of the ways we cope.
We may feel loss in a lot of different ways, and that's okay. However, if we ever feel that grief is impacting our well-being or impacting our relationships or our work or our school, then it's important to reach out for help.
Dr. Evita also mentioned something else unique to the times, social media. She says it's important to check in with ourselves and take those social media breaks as needed.
Wow. Seems to me that when I die, these words will be written on my stone.
Fans around the world mourning the death of the Story of My Life singer and former One Direction star Liam Payne.
The story of my life, I take her home.
Today, Payne's One Direction bandmates speaking out, saying in part, "We're completely devastated by the news of Liam's passing," adding, "For now, we will take some time to grieve and process the loss of our brother, who we love dearly." Overnight, crowds gathering outside the hotel, singing his songs in mourning.
We can live forever. I can't explain how I'm feeling right now. I'm shaking.
As questions swirl over the circumstances of his death, audio obtained by ABC News details this 911 call placed at 5:04 p.m. local time by the hotel manager in Spanish.
Bueno, tenemos un huésped que está sobrepasado de droga y alcohol y cuando está consciente está rompiendo toda la habitación.
The manager then saying he was scared for the guest's life.
Y necesitamos que nos envíen a alguien urgente porque, bueno, yo no sé si corre riesgo la vida del huésped. Está en una habitación que tiene balcón y, bueno, estamos un poco con temor de que haga algo que le ponga en riesgo
¿Hace
su
cuánto que
vida.
está ahí o es un hotel de vivienda?
No, es hace 2 o 3 días que está acá.
Photos from inside Payne's hotel room showing drug paraphernalia and destruction inside. And today, the security ministry of Buenos Aires saying in a statement, Payne, quote, jumped from the balcony of his room. The 31-year-old pop star falling roughly 40 feet from his third-floor hotel room in Argentina. Medics pronouncing him dead at the scene, saying his injuries were very serious and incompatible with life.
You're insecure, don't know what for. You're turning heads when you walk through the door.
The music superstar shot to fame as a member of the mega hit band One Direction, known for their hits like What Makes You Beautiful. He was one of the group's most beloved singers and prolific songwriters. PAYNE trying out on the talent show X Factor, where he sang Cry Me a River.
Cry me a river.
Then matched up with Niall Horan, Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, and Harry Styles to form the juggernaut One Direction.
We've decided to put you both through the
The boy band quickly conquering the music world with songs like Live While You're Young.
Let's go crazy, crazy, crazy till we see the sun.
In hit after hit, like Best Song Ever. One Direction dominating the charts, enchanting fans with songs like Steal My Girl, and selling more than 70 million records worldwide.
It's testament to our fans that have got us in this position now where, we have the power to be able to sit, enjoy and write our own music. It's ace.
The band appearing on ABC News several times over the years, promoting their final album together back in 2015, singing Drag Me Down on GMA.
All these lights, we can't blind me. We go alone, nobody can drag me down.
But after the band split in 2016, PAYNE emerged as a solo artist with songs like Strip That Down.
You know I used to be in one deep, now I'm free.
Appearing on GMA's summer concert series and giving Directioners hope that one day the boys would return to the stage together.
I just needed a little bit of time and then I came back into it. And it's nice. I mean, I miss being with the boys. That was so much fun.
Sure.
We love the boys. But I'm sure there's time for that to come back around. And my thing is that the more success we have on our own, the more success we're going to have together in the future.
But as his star rose, so did his struggles with substance abuse, opening up about his sobriety and mental health last July, sharing that he had been sober for 6 months after receiving treatment.
It's good to be in this position, and I definitely don't need those things anymore. Party's over.
People magazine reporting that PAYNE had recently been struggling with issues related to his ex-fiancée, Maya Henry, whose relationship to PAYNE ended in 2022. Harry Styles' mom posting this image of a broken heart along with the words, "Just a boy." According to an autopsy report from the Argentinian Public Prosecutor's Office, PAYNE died of multiple traumas and internal and external bleeding as the result of the fall he suffered. There is no sign of foul play, according to the autopsy report, but they found 25 injuries on his body, all as a result of his fall. A toxicology exam is being conducted. The PAYNE family releasing a statement today saying, "We are heartbroken. Liam will forever live in our hearts and we'll remember him for his kind, funny, and brave soul. We are supporting each other the best we can as a family and ask for privacy and space at this awful time."
Morning, everybody.
PAYNE had been in Argentina since early October when he attended the concert of former One Direction bandmate Niall Horan, sharing this photo of the two on Snapchat. In Snapchat photos and videos posted in the hours before his fall, he wondered about dressing as Forrest Gump for Halloween. He also posted this final photo with girlfriend Kate Cassidy to his Snapchat. The photo was actually taken a year earlier. Cassidy was with PAYNE on the trip, but had returned to the United States a few days earlier. He leaves behind his 7-year-old son, Bear, recently sharing this photo of the boy looking up at his dad on a billboard.
Learning new details about the death investigation into former One Direction star Liam Payne. A preliminary autopsy and pictures from inside his hotel room are providing new insight into his final hours as we hear from his former bandmates. Juju Chang is here with the latest now. Juju, good morning.
Good morning to you, Whit. Those grim details are painting a tragic picture of the former One Direction star's passing as authorities in Argentina continue piecing together those final chaotic days that led up to Liam Payne's death. All this as fans and his former bandmates share their profound grief.
You're insecure, don't know what for. turning heads when you walk through the door.
This morning, we're hearing for the first time from former One Direction stars following the tragic death of their bandmate, Liam Payne. Harry Styles expressing his profound sadness, writing, "I will miss him always, my lovely friend." Louis Tomlinson remembering Payne's vital contributions to the band. Liam was, in my opinion, the most vital part of One Direction. And Zayn Malik sharing these photos, writing that he wished he could give Payne a hug one last time. This as new unsettling details emerge in his shocking death. The prosecutor's office confirms these photos shared with ABC News were taken inside Payne's hotel room, appearing to show drugs and a smashed television. Argentinian authorities releasing a preliminary autopsy report saying Payne's death was the result of multiple traumas, internal and external bleeding, adding Payne didn't seem to adopt a reflex posture to protect himself and that he could have fallen while in a state of semi or total unconsciousness.
Tenemos un huésped que está sobrepasado de droga y alcohol. Cuando está consciente, está rompiendo toda la habitación.
The 911 call by the hotel manager in Spanish leading up to Payne's death reports Payne had been acting aggressively and erratically in the hotel's lobby moments before the tragedy. Fans mourning the music star's death, leaving flowers and posters of the singer outside the hotel where the tragic incident took place.
Y'all, I want to stop this because guess what? We got Doug Weinstein on another channel, and let me subscribe to these people. On another channel giving an interview. And baby, I was, baby, I be in and out of them cases, right? I didn't know that the judge also restricted the state from adding additional witnesses to get, to recover from yesterday, right? All right, because you got to get that shit in some kind of way. But I also told y'all that now, I mean, the judge is pretty much the ruler of the court. And unless she puts in an order, this, then the third, whatever, you can pretty much proceed under the normal standards of any courtroom, right? So you can add witnesses after the trial has begun or what have you, unless the judge tell you can't. So the things that's under the different procedures that's under the normal procedural the rules and regulations of the courtroom, you can do unless a judge tell you can't do. And then that's where you have to, if you disagree with it, you have to take your fight upward. But I also told y'all that they're gonna have to try to get the whatever they lost from Detective Dennis in through another way, either another witness. I don't know how many gang, detectives that worked on the case or what have you, right? They can get it in another way. They can have independent evidence, so on and so forth. So anyway, I found this little website I see. Not website, this other channel. They seem to be very warm over here, so I like it. So I will subscribe. Let me see where I can take it. Okay, let me play it from here.
All right, then. So, it was a heated moment there, and I don't think anybody blames you. Apparently what happened, correct me if I'm wrong, Dennis decided to add that, oh, by the way, that picture was taken right after Mr. Kendrick got out of prison.
Right. He threw that in there. I think people watching on the feed, there was some issue with audio, so they didn't really, or y'all were probably watching as well, didn't know what had actually happened. So, yeah, that is what happened. I I conceded that I don't believe the state intended to elicit that testimony. Probably shouldn't have done that, but live and learn. But, you know, I don't know why he said it. All I can think of, it was kind of a big FU to my client, that he was going to try to say this, see what happened. He knows he's not supposed to say it. And that's kind of one of the reasons I was so upset. But you saw the judge's resolution of this. Of course, I didn't get my mistrial. And really, maybe that's for the best, because I would have only wanted one with prejudice. Having conceded that the state did not intend to do that, it may have been a tough point to argue prejudice. But having not gotten the mistrial, I was pleased with the sanction she laid on the state.
Which was, Doug, what was it? It was related to Dennis never getting back into that courtroom. Tell us what it was.
Yeah, and let's talk about who Investigator Dennis is for a minute. I mean, he was really the central investigator throughout all of the shootings that took place in 2015 that the state alleges were retaliatory shootings after the murder of Donovan Thomas. So he's a central figure from a law enforcement perspective of the state putting on their case. So what happened was the judge said, okay, and by the way, this is like the second or third time he testified in this case. The judge said, that's it. We're done with Dennis. He will not be testifying anymore in this case. And then Brian Steele jumped up and said, well, this was great from Brian. You know, again, it's a team game here. Brian Steele jumped up and said, well, you know, if he's not going to testify, we're not going to have the opportunity to cross him, which is, of course, our constitutional right. Judge is like, well, you're right. It's all struck. All his testimony from today is struck. And that was testimony about the alleged back and forth from the shootings. There was a lot of tough testimony that came in from Dennis.
Right, I think, can I just interrupt? I think someone said that he was the one that was supposed to hold it all together, bring it all together.
He was the one that was supposed to piece everything together. I think Gaither tried to do that a little bit earlier, but it was really Dennis that was supposed to piece it all together. His getting thrown out was a huge win for us. And then the judge also said, look, not only is it thrown out, but you cannot add witnesses to your witness list who aren't already on there to go and testify about the things that Dennis was supposed to testify to. And for example, one of the things Dennis was supposed to testify to are the lyrics in the case. So, you know, of course, you know, what she gives with one hand, she takes away from the other. So what happened today is the state put on another, I believe, retired law enforcement officer, Underwood, who was supposed to only be testifying about shell casings matching each other in various crimes that occurred. And instead, she's testifying to a lot of this. So if you were watching this afternoon, you saw just constant objections to cumulative, just all kinds of things. We were at the bench all the time, because again, this wasn't the testimony that was supposed to be elicited from her. So they're getting some of it back in, but I don't think he'll be able to have, and I'm not saying Dennis was credible, because I don't think he was, but the same degree, she's not up there speaking in that voice of God that Dennis speaks in. And the other thing was, having Dennis reprimanded in front of the jury in this way, I think it undercuts all of his credibility from all of his testimony. So it was a huge, huge victory for us yesterday.
Kudos to you for using the word sonorous. That was very good.
That wasn't the best
last time I've heard that one. So just to put a bow on this, didn't the state make some sort of motion or ask to have some reconsideration as to any of the exhibits, things connected to Dennis's testimony, and brought back to life? What's up with that?
Right. So not only was all his testimony struck, but all the exhibits that were entered under him were removed from evidence. So yeah, at 9 o'clock last night, the state filed a motion to basically have the judge reconsider her decision. And okay, so I have a little different angle on it than Brian Steele does. I think, I'm sure we're both, well, he's certainly right, and I think I'm right. Brian's take on it is that this motion it's not, the case law doesn't really support what they're trying to get. And it's all about rules of evidence and when the judge can exclude evidence from coming in, and 401, 402, 403, 611, all these issues of how the judge can run the court. I think that misses the point. I think the issue is this isn't about rules of evidence and evidence coming in or being excluded. This is about the court's inherent ability to sanction and control the courtroom under Georgia law. The court has the inherent ability to run their courtroom and put sanctions in place that are appropriate. So there's plenty of case law in Georgia on judges being able to strike testimony, on excluding expert witnesses from cases. And I think the state's misses the mark. It misses the point and the basis for the judge's ruling. So hopefully it'll be argued that way. I won't be there on Monday to argue it my way, but maybe some others will. Of course, Brian is going to be filing a response to the motion, and he'll be arguing it his way. Brian is a much more effective advocate than I am, so I'm sure that he will prevail. I don't think the judge is going to change her mind.
Well, I have to say that I was watching a little bit this afternoon, and Brian, the judge, I think asked him how long he was going to take to cross-examine a witness, and he said 35 minutes, and then there was like a beat, up to an hour and a half. And my understanding is that people in the court were saying that the jury did laugh with him, that they, he entranced them with that because it was so cute, so funny, and just so well taken as to what's been happening in that courtroom by others, So can I ask you a question about our friend Ashley Merchant this week?
I think she's my friend too, I hope.
I know. I think our friend. I mean, she, of course, love her to death. Think she's another great lawyer. Just happens to be in that courtroom here and there. And it's about the letter she sent to the judge regarding her client, Mr. Arnold, Martinez Arnold, who had taken a plea and has been under subpoena since January 2003, wanting to testify. She doesn't want him to suffer the same kind of sanctions that others have had when, of course, they go outside, the prosecution goes outside the plea agreement, and then starts asking questions that would implicate their Fifth Amendment. Now, there's been some discussion about that. I understand by prosecutor, is it Abate?
Adam Abate.
Now, I know that you have put out a TikTok that says you're going to be nice to people, we're not going to attack people. And of course, you can be nice to people, but we can be attack dogs because we like to protect our friends here. And Ashley is one of our friends. I think everything Ashley has said is she well documented in her letter. What has been the scuttlebutt in the courtroom? What's been going on there to this?
With regard to that letter?
Yes.
The main thing is that the judge asked the DA, I guess, or the ADA yesterday to respond to that, I believe in writing. I don't recall if she put a firm deadline on that response, but she has asked for a written response. I believe the state's answer was they need to the state may have said that they need to understand her position more. And the reason I say they may have said that is because in response to something from the state, the judge said, well, I think Ashley has laid out her case pretty clearly in this. I think the judge called it an 8-page tome.
Very clear.
I think Ashley's position is crystal clear. And she really, her job is to look out for her client's interest, right?
Right.
And what happened today after the revocation of Mr. Sledge, of course, gives her even more concern.
Tell our viewers what happened. It was terrible.
Yeah, I'm not going to opine on it, but what happened with Mr. Sledge is he got on the stand in our case. Now, he had a plea deal. He has had factual acknowledgments in the plea deal, about a dozen of them, if I recall. And he also was required to get on the stand in our case and testify consistent with those acknowledgments. And he got on the stand and testified truthfully, which was inconsistent with those acknowledgments. So the state filed a motion for revocation. It went before Judge Whitaker this afternoon. He has something like 27 years left on probation, which is just insane. But the judge revoked 5 years of that. So they took him away. He's going to the state pen for 5 years, with the balance of those 27 years being on probation.
And that's what Ashley doesn't want to happen to her client. That something
she does
happens
not.
like that. But how does it not? How does it have to him not Woody? But now I won't let you answer that because I know you can't.
Well, I don't know what else the state is going to do. I mean, clearly, to me, this was intended to send a message, right?
Right.
Right.
You don't testify away. This is what happens to you.
Yeah.
And he certainly wasn't the only witness to testify contrary to the agreement.
He was not. He was not. Why they picked him to go, I'm not really sure, but that's up to them. I just want folks to understand, and this was made clear if you watch the cross-examination of Sledge on the stand, understand what he went through, where he's in Rice Street, he's locked up. It's been 7 or 8 months that he's in there. It's a terrible place. It's Christmas time. And it's just, you come in here, you sign this piece of paper, you walk out the door a relatively free man, you sleep in your own bed tonight, or you can go back to Rice Street. And most people are going to sign that piece of paper, especially because he was under the impression that when it came time to testify at trial, he could clarify things that were in those acknowledgments. Or that's how I believe he testified, and that's how his attorney testified in our trial. So you got to understand where he was coming from when he signed off on that. But what I'm happy about is he did testify truthfully in our trial, and I think it is I don't have a strong enough word other than it's a shame he's going to prison for that.
Well, I think our viewers have some words about that. Somebody asked him, can he testify on your case in your trial? Can the defense call him?
Sledge?
Again, yeah. And they call him again.
Sure we
About what happened here. I don't know if he can do it about what happened here.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if he can do it about what happened here. Yeah.
I've got a positive note. The last couple of days, in terms of witnesses and progress, it's not bad. It's a low bar that we're measuring it against, but not bad. What do you think about where we are now and where we're going?
Well, what is different in the courtroom this week from previous weeks? Have you all noticed?
Is love not there?
Oh, is that what it is?
I don't know.
Is that what y'all think it is? I'll leave it to your expert opinion on why the atmosphere in the court is different this week and why things are moving at a relatively swift and diligent pace.
Right. Well, that's our diligent, thoughtful trial lawyer, defense lawyer opinion, having done this for many years, as you know. I know you can't comment.
I am thrilled that they are moving at a more deliberate pace through their witness list.
Yeah, and when I hear lyrics again. When I hear lyrics again, Doug. Oh.
What's that?
When I hear the word lyrics again, again, I go a little bit nuts, and I'm an expert in lyrics because I listen to rap songs. Well, then I'm an expert in rap lyrics too.
Yeah, there's a Jamaican food place across from the courthouse, and I think because I eat there not infrequently that I'm an expert in Jamaican food. I believe that investigator Dennis testified that he was an expert in rap lyrics because he watched Boys in the Hood. No, seriously.
Somebody had a question. I have a question. By revoking the agreement on Sledge, does that not tell the jury the guys on trial are guilty?
Except the jury's not going to know about that.
Yeah.
The jury is not supposed to know about that. The jury is not supposed to know about. So I pray the jury is doing what they're supposed to be doing and not reading newspapers and not looking at social media, because.
Well, except for yours, I wish they. I hope. Yeah, I'm going to attach it a little bit. Your TikToks are just fascinating and wonderful and informative. Every morning before you go to court, Doug has a TikTok, and he goes on there for like a 2-minute TikTok, and he says what's happening and all, and what it means, and he explains 404. I guess it was A.
404A.
404A, an evidence rule. I'm not going to explain it. You can go to his TikTok and look at it. But it's about the admission of bad character evidence trying to prove a crime, which is what, in our opinion, the state tried to do. But I know you didn't.
That's good.
Oh, I see a question. Did they take the jury notes?
Yeah.
Someone said they took the jurors' notes regarding Dennis.
Those notes pulled them out of their notepads.
Sophie, that's
pretty much. And where if there were some of the jurors used both sides of the paper, so they, I guess they Xerox the part that they get to keep. Wow. They have a way to do that. So yeah,
that's the best they can do. Let's face it. They're not erasing it from their brains. That's the best they can do.
No, they can't erase it from. They're supposed to, but I don't think they can. So now they know my client went to prison. I'm really hoping they don't hold that against him.
Right. Well, you know what?
What do you think about
How
the
many people
judges?
do we know? How many people do we know now? Picking juries is a lot different than it was 20 years ago. That have people they know went to prison, the people that have drug problems, people that have been in prison for drug problems. It's a whole different world out there when you pick a jury, because when you don't think that jury knows, but that jury may have a friend whose daughter or son has gone to prison and they don't hold it against you.
Hey, Doug, what do you think about the judge sort of splitting the baby by suggesting that had your client not been convicted, which was known to the jury, then it would be maybe a mistrial?
Well, I think her basis for not doing the mistrial, the only reason I believe she said it's not a mistrial, is because there's a count in there on like convicted felon with a gun. And I really get a sense that she believes that this was error. Judge Glanville refused to bifurcate that count. Even though, well, I guess Max Sharp moved for that to be bifurcated. He lost it. I wasn't really as involved in the case back then, so I don't recall what we did, but the judge asked, wasn't that bifurcated? Why wasn't that bifurcated? So you can kind of tell when she gets her future appellate judge ears on, and it's like, ooh, that's a mistake. But again, it's not her mistake, but it's a mistake. So what do I think about it? I think she's I guess she's right. But I also think she's right that should have been bifurcated. Think about it. If it would have been bifurcated like it should have been, this would have been a mistrial.
What
does bifurcation mean?
Yeah, what does bifurcated mean? Because we talk lawyer talk sometimes.
Yeah. It just means you take a part of the case and split it off, and you try it separately or deal with it separately. And so, for example, I'll give you another example of
Nobody
bifurcation.
remains the same.
I don't think it's not good practice to have a witness who is both a fact witness and an expert witness. Excuse me. But the state has quite a few gang experts who are both fact witnesses and expert witnesses. And I tried to bar that. I couldn't get that barred. But I at least requested that their testimony be bifurcated. So it was like, okay, now is the fact witness portion of their testimony. Okay, stop. Now is the expert portion. So in a sense, bifurcate, segregate those portions. Judge Glanville, Judge Glanville agreed to that. I believe we have an order on that. It's not really being followed clearly all the time. We even have a little statement that the judge reads, okay, now the fact witness portion is over. He's going to testify as an expert. I don't think it can really solve the problem, but that's a whole different issue that I don't think is too interesting to any of your viewers.
I do think it keeps some attorneys from slopping over the line, working their way around, and before you know it, this lay witness becomes an expert because of the foundation that's been laid kind of under the radar. So I think to have that little announcement, we're not done with this, we're moving to this, may stop some of that.
Maybe so. Okay, my hard stop is coming up. I'm going to go.
We don't want to keep you off the plane there. Have a great trip, a safe trip, sir.
And all the questions, by the way, we have a lot of questions. We're going to parse them out, so next time you're on, maybe we can get them answered.
Perfect.
I see a lot of our viewers have questions.
Yeah.
I see somebody wants to pay, but we're going to answer that question next time.
Okay.
We'll put that in the
we'll put that on the list.
I'm probably happy to answer most of them.
And if you and he's got a heart out, he has to go. But anything, go watch the clip Doug posted on his Twitter account of him and his client working together, and he points out that his client has been in jail in this case or in this trial longer than most people go to law school.
No.
And it's a fabulous
sat in the courtroom longer than we sit in class.
I
calculated it.
What's the Twitter handle?
Twitter handle. I think it's just Doug_Weinstein.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Doug_Weinstein.
I think that's what it is. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
See you guys later. Take care.
Oh,
okay,
I just hate talking to him. It just.
I love talking to him. I hate the fact that he's in this case so long, but we do have a lot of questions. I don't know if we can answer some of them now going on, because I know a lot of them for Doug has and I see that has defense. For instance, Washington Lewis has defense considered asking for a directed verdict. You can't really ask for that until after the state's case. I think I can answer that question for him.
Procedurally, there's no way to do it.
There's simply no way to do it. But so we're going to take all of your questions on Weinstein and take a look at them and all. But as I'm scrolling through them right now, by the way, Raynette points off topic, pray for Tyrone McAlpin, the deaf man who with cerebral palsy beaten by 2 cops in Phoenix over hearsay. There's so many of these cases. It's pretty awful. And I notice I bring that in back to Weinstein because Doug asked one of the cops, did you ever knee somebody
He got cut
on the
off.
back?
Yeah, he got cut off and spit on spit on him.
Right, and spit on him.
That was kind of shut down.
And it's kind of.
Yeah, don't y'all love that? Like, shout out to these white folks that be having our backs. A lot of times we don't have our own backs. I'm like, it's like, I don't know what is going on, but I love it. I love it when we come together. I do. Although, I can go either way with what's going on in this case, right? I can go either way, and I always like just to follow the evidence. But I do know, yeah, the evidence is one thing, but proving your case is another. I do know that, but so I do understand it. Although the evidence may say one thing, can you prove it? So that's another situation. But yeah. Oh man, y'all like Doug? I like Doug. And that he's getting out and speaking on this stuff and what's going on. I don't know, y'all. I can't call it. I think that they either going on. I don't know what to say with this case. I guess we got to wait, kind of, until this case is over. But I mean, the last question they asked was about spoken about the director verdict, and I spoke about this at one point, and they can't do it because one, you ask for directed verdict once the jury once the jury once it's over, before they go in to do make a decision, right? You ask for a directed verdict because you're saying that the jury does not have enough evidence to make a reasonable decision on somebody's innocence or guilt, right? So, but it's not really at the end, but it's at the end of the state or the government's case in chief, right? And but see, the thing about it is, if it's denied, right, then that party that asks for it can ask for a new trial. So I don't know. Ask for a new trial. I don't know, y'all. So I don't know how this case is all it's all confusing. It's all mixed up. It's a lot of stuff going on. But with the bifurcation, the one thing that with Doug, I don't say is wrong. It just could be just the way he stated it. It separates the issues in the case, but it just stays. It stays a part of the case, right? You can get it makes sure that particular issue is heard separately, right? And with the severance, that means it's what he said, what he described. And a lot of times bifurcation and severance are used interchangeably, and it's really two separate things. As I was telling y'all yesterday. And this is totally off the thing, but for some reason I want a fried chicken sandwich with honey mustard, and I think I got that from the Arby's. Baby, I be thinking some fat shit, baby. I be thinking about some fat shit, you know. But yeah, I subscribe to this channel. They talking some good stuff. It's a reasonably small channel too. I am down for all of it. So, but anyway, that's enough because when you know what, let me tell you what makes you spend unnecessary money. When you have a taste for something that you don't have in that you don't make, you understand what I'm saying? That you don't have like I can't create no chicken sandwich from Arby's and with what I want on it. I could definitely create one from Popeyes. Can't do that. They the one got the chicken and the bread and everything that goes with it. They got it all up there at the store. I don't have it. So, but I think I'm finna get up off here and go get it. Yes, I'm finna bust another 20 on it. Mm-hmm. Or I can go and make some sad form of chicken and rice. I have desired chicken and rice. It's already, I think I just got to razzle dazzle that, or I can make my own chicken and rice. But Lord have mercy, I just want to learn how to fry some chicken, Jesus, because I discovered a season that oh Lord, that bring that chicken to life. It brought it to life when I baked it. But baby, anyway. Miguel is hungry. And I try to eat only when I'm hungry. But anyway, let me see what that was in one direction. Make a move, boy. Hold on, let me see. Build about here. Okay, Liam Payne. That's why I put it in this chat. Well, I tell you, we have to really show like at least a little basic care and concern for each other, whatever. But these people are getting up out of here, and it's way too soon, just in my opinion. But listen to his girlfriend. Oh Lord, did y'all hear it? Oh, I didn't even share it. My bad. Hold on. Hang on, slow.
Liam Payne's girlfriend, Kate Cassidy, breaks her silence on his death. The influencer takes to Instagram to thank everyone for the outpouring of support and to send a message to her late boyfriend, sharing on her story, quote, "Thank you for all of the kind words and love that has been sent my way. I have been at a complete loss. Nothing about the past few days have felt real. I ask and pray that you'll give me the grace and space to navigate this in private." She then shares a message to the musician who died on October 16th after a fatal fall from a hotel balcony, writing, "Liam, my angel, you are everything. I want you to know I loved you unconditionally and completely. I will continue to love you for the rest of my life," adding, "I love you, Liam." The model, who was first linked to Liam in 2022, had been on a trip with the former One Direction star in Argentina, where the couple had attended a wedding together days before his tragic death. Kate had left Argentina a few days prior to Liam's death, prompting speculation that the couple had broken up. However, prior to his death, she took to TikTok to explain that she was ready to be home.
Travel from South America back to Florida with me. I was so ready to leave. Honestly, loved South America, but I hate staying in one place for too long. And we were supposed to be there for like 5 days, turned into 2 weeks, and I was just like, I need to go home.
The two were first linked at a 2022 Halloween party. They made their red carpet debut that year in December at the British Fashion Awards. Liam's former One Direction bandmates also spoke out after the singer's death, writing in part in a joint statement on October 17th, quote, "We're completely devastated by the news of Liam's passing. In time and when everyone is able to, there will be more to say. But for now, we will take some time to grieve and process the loss of our brother, who we loved dearly."
That's sad. Oh, she did that boy. Oh. Oh, she had a baby from him. Oh, Payne had a little baby. Liam Payne. Lord, he done left his baby. Yeah, that's him. Let me play that song. Get up out of here. Then I put Mounk Tounk in jail. Okay, here we go.
Diddy ain't so good. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Mega mix. I know it's late. Baby, I can't focus. I just flew in time of day and hoping that you notice. Did you notice? I just posted my landing. Wondering if the same old understanding stands. I know you got work pretty early. I'll be around by 3:30. Usually it's done by 1. So baby, when I wake you up, just let me ride. Set you back to sleep, girl. Don't say a word, no, girl, don't you stop. Just hold on tight to me, girl. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. Rock you back. Both fell asleep looking so crazy. Like blah, blah, blah. Till 6 o'clock in the morning we was going in. Like sha, sha, sha. Hit it from the back on my intox. But now I'm sober. So baby girl, turn over. About to go down, something like a pop tastes so sweet. I'll be calling that a Pop-Tart. Just let me ride. You get some sleep, I'll try. Yeah, I'm pimping in it. 12 play game, gasoline in it. Going crazy, I'm tweaking. You have that dope pussy every time we freaking. Baby, just let me ride. Baby girl, set you back to sleep. Don't say a word, no, girl, don't you stop. Baby, just hold on tight to me, girl. I'll rock you back, girl. Rock you back. I just wanna rock you all day long. Even when we both want. I wanna get into. You're so deep, I'm touching your soul. No holding back, baby, let go. I'm about to hit that stuff that makes climax so that you can get that sleep. So you can take the day off so that you can stay up in it. You can blast off to them. Let me dive deep in your mind. Take our time, get lost in our feeling. I know you're ready for this sexual feeling. Just let me ride. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. Oh, girl. Don't say no, girl, don't you stop. Don't stop me now, don't stop me now. Just hold on tight to me, girl. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. Rock you back. Yeah, the way you is just drive my back. I'm coming through to meet ya. Oh, yeah, to meet ya. Know you're almost half asleep, but you know I'm a child. Need you, girl, I need you. Gonna give me that standing. But if you keep the door unlocked, be ready. I know know you got work pretty early. I'll be around by 3:30. Oh, usually you're done by 1. So baby, when I wake you up, just let me ride. Let me love you, baby. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. Don't say a word, no, girl, don't you stop. Baby, just hold on tight to me, girl. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. And rock it back. Baby, just stay comfortable. I want you as you are. Baby, just lay there naked, waiting for me. Let's not get emotional. Let's be who we are. Can we do that? Can we do that? Can we? No, it's been a long day. It's about to be a long night. So keep your eyes closed till I roll through. So baby, when you're feeling like a woman in the sheets, somebody spitting your knees, don't worry, that's me. I'm over here putting work in. Baby, you ain't gotta tell me what you want. Just let me ride.
That was Zayn from One Direction.
I'ma fuck you back to sleep, girl.
Baby, he got that cold line. He gonna spit your knees.
Just hold on tight to me, girl. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. And rock you back. Up a minute, ignore what I'm really on to you. Staring in your eyes, looking on your waist, like a man should. Can't wait for you to come over. Let's get it started on the sofa. Hot lines, long, strong loving. Girl, I'm gonna put it on you. And I'm here to represent, girl. Leave you lying there shaking till you just can't take it. And I'm here to put it down, girl. Let me work on you. Go to work on you. Just let me ride. Yeah. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. Oh, yeah. Don't say you were girl, don't you die. Just hold on to me, girl. Fuck you back to sleep. I'm gonna love you. Yeah. Baby. Soon as I touch you, coming right on me like the waves. I flip the pages cause I wrote the book on the way how to sex you up. Sex you up. We can do it like I'm on the stage. We'll have an audience, baby. I'll show you the way that I sex you up. I can lick you up and down till you say, love how I eat on that pussy. Just might go put a tat on that pussy. That says Usher. There's no other. Damn girl, yeah, you got that juicy. Love when I make you come, I make you good shit. One after the other. I'm the champion lover. Fuck you to sleep, wake you up again. I got something to get up with you. Come and sit on my tongue again. Cause I love to taste you. Yeah. I can tell you've been eating your pineapples. Yeah, your pussy tastes like pineapples. Girl, when I hit your G, it feel like you gon' be, baby, come for me. Set you back to sleep now. Don't say a word now, girl, don't you stop. Just hold on tight to me, girl. Set you back to sleep now. Yeah, rock it back. I'm kissing, I'm sucking, I'm licking all over your body. Yeah, who else gon' beat it like me? Keep sweating nobody. Yeah, you but I'm really nice. Yeah, you let me shoot it deep like fall is light. Yeah, fell in love after only one night. Yeah, and then I ran off on that pussy toy. You always let me in, I got this TikTok. You think good food, only you left in this TikTok. Used to think that we was all the same. I'm real R&B, these other niggas lame. I'ma wake it up, you got the kickback. kind of shit, I'ma pick it up. Put you back to sleep, baby girl, no picture. No, oh shit, 'cause I'm a real nigga. Just let me ride. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. Don't say a word, no, girl, don't you die. Just hold on tight to me, girl. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. Where you been? It's been a year. Baby, I ain't seen you. You know I miss you. Baby, let me love you back to sleep once more. And I know we don't speak no more, but I just wanna tell you I'm sorry for fucking around with Keisha and Michaela, for all the Georgia peaches in Decatur, for all these bitches in the elevator. I just want you to love me. Yeah, baby, don't test me. You know I'll do it. You want me to say your name, girl? Okay, Karuch.
I'm a home, my friend, feeling out of focus. Now I'm seeing things I ain't never noticed. If you make me feel like nothing else matters, and your love got me caught up in a rapture. It's still true when I'm on after. I'm on after you. Baby, I can tell it's real, not surfaced. And we fell in love perfectly.
Set you back to sleep, girl. Don't say a word, no, girl, don't you die. Just hold on tight to me, girl. Set you back to sleep, girl. I know exactly how to treat you. I'm talking mindsets, 'cause I fuck your mind first. Then I fuck you crazy, you come every time, baby. You know daddy's home. Baby, you know that's right, spit on it. Choke up on your throat, come for me, back for me. Baby, I got that bomb. Tell your sister and your mom. And I don't play, 'cause I fuck you like I hate you. But I kiss you like I miss you. Ooh, you got that jacuzzi. And I got that message for you. All night ride. I'ma fuck you back to sleep, girl. Open up, be a girl. Just hold on tight to me, girl. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. Just that, ain't sorry that I woke you. Ain't sorry about the job, no. Got sick in the morning so I could get a little bit more of your love. I know you want me and you feel me, 'cause you never disagree. So when you wake from your sleep, girl, let me run. You thought it was over? Baby, I know it's late, yeah. I've been so frustrated. Today's been a little bit hard on me, and I just had to call and tell you I'm missing you. All the things I do to you once I get in the room. I hope you're in the mood. Just leave the keys to the door, the same place you left them before. I'll be there out for you. Know what I came for. Oh baby, assume the position. We about to try every position. I'm not playing games. Tomorrow you gon' have to redo them braids, 'cause I'ma sweat on my baby, spread on my. You know what to do with your legs, and I know what to do with this hair. 'Cause you got all of the right features. Baby, you're wet as the Caribbean beaches. I wanna dive all in your sea. Girl, let me fuck you back to sleep. Just let me ride. Let me love you, baby. Set you back to sleep, girl. Rock you with the deep, girl. Don't say a word, no girl, don't you just hold on tight to me, girl. Fuck you back to sleep, girl. And rock you back to sleep, girl. I'm sorry about the love. You're thinking I'm on it, for your love. Right back, rock you back, right back, rock you back.
So,
Kitty Aesop.
remember when I
said Kelly Aesop. The best mashups and mega.
remember when I was selling on the wall, was telling you about how Chris is sending signals to Carucci through like his stage presence, his dressing, and all that type of stuff. Because you remember, she met him because he hired her as his stylist. And of course, the people on the internet have put all the clues and shit together. But I've been know that he was sending signals to Carucci. Remember, remember he was going with Rihanna, and he broke up Rihanna and started going with Carucci, and then whatever. Y'all know the history between those two, right? And so the red bandana tied around the microphone when he's singing that song, Residuals. If you listen to the words of that song, it's talking about, like a breakup or something. And he ties the red bandana, and then of course how he does his hair, his clothes, and stuff like that. That's a Carucci thing, right? And you can remember when they used to go out to those different fashion shows and stuff like that, whatever, how they'd be dressed and stuff. That was her. I would have his hair done and stuff. And in that song that we just played, remember, because she always say, well, you don't let me know when you're talking about me in your songs, because he said, remember he said he'd be making songs about her, he'd be talking about her, and she said, well, I don't know, you're going to have to call out, let me know, whatever. And that's when he said, in his song to I don't call out your name, he said, Carucci. In that song, that very song, right? That song he's talking about her, I'm going to tell you what other song he's talking about, in my opinion, because it coincides with when they broke up and all of that, and then what was going on. Like, Chris, you ain't hiding this shit. Or you ain't really trying to hide it. Now, she ain't you, I believe he was talking to Rihanna and was saying, okay, he's ready to, he want to go back to Rihanna, but she's scared she don't feel the same way. Well, let me walk through it. But this is another song I believe he's talking about when him and Carucci broke up. Which I love. I love me some Christopher, honey. Hold on. But this is my shit right here. Baby, he can sing this thing. Come on, Chris.
You ain't the girl that you used to be. You say you're done, you're moving on. This ain't the world that it used to be. Looks like you won. Sick of leaving messages on yourself. A true lover, but when I'm not there, yeah, you have somebody that really cares. They fuck it up and it's not fair. You used to be the one to talk to on the side.
Listen now.
Waiting for my love to break up. Crazy how you ask you walk through every night. Acting like you've been a player. That grass ain't greener on the other side. Oh yeah. That grass ain't greener on the other side. Oh yeah. Seems like ain't nothing cool about being real. No one's time is up but what they feel. Take a hoe and try to treat her well. She'll be back up at the club again. I know what you want, but you're not gonna get it. That's enough for sure. That you're riding with me. You do it what you want with somebody else. Oh no, baby, you're the one to talk to. On the side, waiting for my love to wake up. See how you ask you walk through every night. Acting like you've been a player. Like grass ain't greener on the other side. I've been there, oh yeah. I've been there. That grass ain't greener on the other side. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My homie said I need to stop it. My mama said bitches be watching you. They gon' put their hand all in your pocket. But that credit card that's in your wallet. Drinking liquor when we celebrating. Calculating on my funds. Trying to get a nigga take the kind of out. Cause she want the tax every month. I know what you want, but you're not gon' get it. Take my kindness to weakness when you act it. Keeping it 100 ain't your forte. You used to be the one to talk to. On the side, waiting for my love to break up. See how you ask you walk through every night. Acting like you've been a player. That grass ain't greener on the other side. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That grass ain't greener on the other side. Yeah, oh yeah, other side. Now, when you listen to that, you listen to the words, right? Remember he said, you used to be the one to talk to on the side, waiting for my love to break up. Remember? It was wide reported that he used to talk to her, waiting for him and Rihanna. They're going back and forth, this and that, we ain't know. Okay? And so then after Rihanna officially called it off, then that's when he came out and officially acknowledged Karrueche. Okay? Fine. And I like Karrueche, to be honest. I like Karrueche. So given the time and the placement, all that stuff, what he was talking about, and remember he was saying, oh, that's what I was going to say. I remember he was saying, like, she started acting like she was the shit, whatever. Remember in the song he said, you know, he said how you can walk through acting like you've been a player, like she is, you know, doing her thing. Remember, that's kind of sparked that beef with Quavo. Remember, Chris got his crazy ass on here talking about, bitch, if I love you, I'ma harass your ass for life. You ain't gonna never have no peace. Remember, he said, come on, like you know, your mama be on all this ridiculous shit. Cause I be having extra room in my brain. Hold on. Here you go. I think is this it? This ain't long enough. I think this is it. Here you go, right here. Think I'm lying.
Y'all be complaining about niggas being like stalkers and love with y'all kind of crazy shit and get tired of it. Well, guess what? I'm one of them niggas. If I love you, bitch, ain't nobody gonna have you. I'm gonna make you miserable. I'm gonna chase that nigga out. I'm gonna chase your ass around. And it's done. Ladies, y'all ever dealt with a nigga that just be like blowing y'all shit up, hopping gates, stalking the fuck out you, getting on your nerves? Well, shit. I'm one of them niggas. If I love you, bitch, ain't nobody gonna have you. Fuck that. I'm tearing up everything, nigga. Y'all be complaining about niggas being like stalkers and love with y'all kind of crazy shit and get tired of it. Well, guess what? I'm one of them niggas. If I love you, bitch, ain't nobody gonna have you. I'm gonna make you miserable. I'm gonna chase that nigga out. I'm gonna chase your ass around. And it's done. Ladies, y'all ever dealt with a nigga that just be like blowing y'all shit up, hopping gates, stalking the fuck out you, getting on your nerves? Well, shit. I'm one of them niggas. If I love you, bitch, ain't nobody gonna have you. Fuck that. I'm tearing up everything, nigga.
Hey, at least he honest about it, right? You be like, oh, hell no. Hey, and ladies, you ever ran into one of the motherfuckers? You be like, oh, hell no. You be like, God damn, here we go again. What the hell? And oh my, listen, that's why I be getting clowned on my other social media accounts and stuff. They be like, when people be on there, especially on Facebook, you know. Oh, listen, on Facebook, if I'm in a relationship, oh, we flipping that status. I don't give a fuck. We flipping that status, right? They shouldn't have put a button out there. It's a lot of people don't flip the status and nothing like that. Fuck that. We flipping that status. What? So listen. And of course, I got 30 and 40-year friends, so they done been through it with me or what have you. Even like a lot of times there's like relationships I don't even, publicize or whatever, but it ain't that, not this anything to hide or whatever. A lot of times I just, it's just personal choice or whatever. I really don't be meaning to publicize any of my shit other than me flipping that status. Other than that, I don't have people in my shit, but so on my regular social media, whatever, like if they see a status flip or this, that, and the third, whatever, oh, here they come with the comments. Here they come with the clown. Oh, here we go again. Here goes some bullshit. Is this one crazy? Is this one? It'd be so. But listen, that should be a trip. After it's over, it'd be funny, but it don't be funny when you going through it. Do it later. You be like, what the hell? I'm trying to think. I had one. I'll tell you not a word of a lie. I met him when he had came up to the job and it might be, the police place. Of course, people come in and out. Met him. He was handling some matters. I should have really found out what those matters were. So, he was crook, okay? He come and, we talking or whatever. And then it was just something about us talking whatever. I ain't like, came up there. We had lunch a few times. This is something about him I ain't like. And I figured, at some point, we're just going to be, friends or whatever, probably fast friends or what have you, and be cool with it or whatever. He had other plans. Baby, he brought his ass up there and showed out. Yeah, he did. And we was looking like, what the hell? And everybody like, that's the one you just met? I'm like, yeah. But then we was looking like, and he come up here to show his ass? Is he crazy? I like, apparently. And we like, oh my God. And then sometimes I like to be fashion forward. And sometimes you can't be, depending on where you are. Like here, you really can't be. Can't wear nothing that is couture or stuff. Nothing that's just, you can't do all of that because people, like I said, you can't. I don't give a fuck how cold it is outside. If you have a full length polar bear, there's somebody gonna call the cops on you, but they don't think you're crazy. Okay. So I was doing some a tour, right? some kind of something that you wouldn't know. You would have, you don't, unless you into that type of stuff, then you know where it's coming from. Where I'm at in my head, you know, with fashion at that moment, right? But if you don't know, then you're gonna be like, what the fuck she got on? But if you know me, you're going to trust that I'm on point with if you see me in something that's not necessarily you know. But anyway. Honey, that boy said, and he said he cussed me out to me, and your fucking dress ugly. Honey, I hollered him. Oh, we laughed our ass off. That's what he said. He said he was off, child. He was crazy. I like, oh no. He said, and your fucking dress ugly. I'm like, bitch, my dress, and you don't know what the hell I got on. Motherfucker. My goddamn outfit. You must be crazy, nigga. Yeah. I told you, Chris, but at least Chris is, he honest with it. He tell you. I'll harass your motherfucking ass. You know, and as there are some people that will tell you, listen, you don't get no peace. You are that motherfucker. Y'all done been told that before. Ain't nobody getting peace. And they mean just that. You be like, oh my God. That's why you start devising goddamn coming up with goddamn plans and you be trying to run the motherfuckers off. Child, please. Shit don't work. And I told you I tried everything in University of Florida. I had to finally go through with some of the shit I was saying. But Chris is crazy. Okay, now you can clearly tell on this one that, because this one he made this song, She Ain't You. This was right after the fight, I believe that this is right after the fight with him and Rihanna, and when he started messing around with Karuchi. But him and Rihanna was, you know, she was like, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. Okay, listen. Tell me if this ain't right. I never. Hold on. I love dancing to this one too. This beat anyway.
You make it hard for me to see somebody else. I'm calling her your name. Yes, messed up, cause I'm thinking about you. It's your fault, babe. I never wanted us to break up. No, not this way. But you don't understand it, girl. When she touches me, I'm wishing that they were your hands. And when I'm with her, it's only about sex. With you, I had a bad romance. And if I could, just trade her in, I would. Cause nobody compares to you. No, yeah. I think I'm gonna let her go. Can't leave you alone. Baby, get it out with her. All I want is you. I wanna leave without afraid. But you don't even feel the same. Now I realize she ain't you. She. She ain't, no, she ain't. I've been sleeping out for quite some nights now. It's not the same in my bed But if she found out what's going on in my head, it'll be alright, have me right back. But you don't understand me, girl. When she touches me, I'm wishing that they were your hands. And when I'm with her, it's only about the sex. But you had a bad romance. And if I could, just trade her in, I would. Cause nobody compares to you. No, yeah. I think I better let her go. I can't leave you alone. Baby, give me that with her. All I want is you. I wanna leave without afraid. But you don't even feel the same. Now I realize that she ain't just she. She ain't, no, she ain't you. What is this? I don't know, he did. She ain't you and play no games. Oh, my baby, he did this 4 months ago, 2 months ago. Yes, is that him? Oh, wait a minute. She ain't you. No, she ain't you. That's 2 months ago. You make it hard for me to see somebody else. Calling her your name, yes, messed up. Cause I'm thinking about you. It's your fault, baby. I never wanted to break up. No, not this way. But you don't understand me, girl. She touches me. Hey, 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 hey. Well, I can do them dances. I'm doing it right now. Yep, this is recent. I can tell by the dancers. These are new dancers. Look, my baby. Yeah, he looking lean. Ooh. Ooh, look how he doing. Ooh, oh. Oh. Oh, my Ruth Brown. Oh, Ruth. Oh, he too cool. He too suave. But he could put on anything. You know, he be wearing Van shoes and shit like that. You know, ain't that much. Ooh. Mm. Yes. 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 Uh-huh. You know what your problem is. You don't have to see it. Ooh, I want you to take me serious. Oh, really. I want you to take me serious.
Hey. Oh, he did some stuff he ain't done in a minute.
Like a trucker, my class, my place. And you know I can forget about this. But don't none of that matter. I'm about to make it up together. And I just wanna see you. I just wanna see you. Take your time, and I just wanna see you.
Oh, Jesus.
Goddamn you for me. And I just wanna see you right now. Every day. Take the time with me. Goddamn you sexy. Goddamn you. Right now. Take your time with it. Goddamn you sexy. Goddamn you. Yeah. Oh, I just wanna see you strip.
It should be all kind of laws against this shit here, baby. Ah! Oh, I know what I want to compare. What's this? About you on the influence.
Only mine. Girl, I get the money, we see make you mine. Yes, you love me, nothing make you mad. Now only you can love me, make me nice, nice, nice. I feel make you mine. Girl, I love you, but I never make you mine. If I let you smoke it, you won't lose my life. If you have it, then I'ma spend the night. Girl, I love me every day. Never dancing with the money I go there. For your love, I go there.
Now these visuals, baby. What's that first song he did with DIDDY? Right here. Yes.
Never waste your time, never let you go. Top down, back to back, you the best I know. Oh yeah, you did blow my mind, blow my mind, blow my mind. For your love, I go change my life, change my life, change my life. You are come here, do you just make us play go? Dirty white for me, I say so. So many nights I wait for my time to get you all alone for one night. You do me something no like I go mad for your time. I want to do you whatever you want. Freaky, freaky for you. Show me what you're into. Girl, you just blow my mind.
They were my baby.
Blow my mind. Girl, you just blow my mind. Your body they blow my mind.
Oh, Lord.
When I drink from your water, give me a cup. I ain't just wanna sip, I'm tryna steal your love. I'm guilty of it. I don't give a shit about telling all our business when I'm killing it, when I'm feeling it, kissing it and turning to another. Yeah, girl, I fuck with her. Angry and you're dangerous. It don't matter, no. Cause your body controlling me. It don't matter, no. And I know you see the same vision. Nobody gonna change how we live. Nobody gonna change how I feel about you. I want to do whatever you want. Freaky for you. Show me what you're into. Oh, girl, you just be my mind.
What's the fuck? Come on, y'all. Hey.
Hey. Trips that you plan for the next whole week. It's too long for a nigga so cheap. Being flex OD, sex OD. You got it, girl, you got it. Hey. You got it, girl, you got it. Yeah. Pretty little thing, you got a bag and now you violent. You just took it off the line, no mileage. Waiting, hitting you the DM looking violent. Talking while you come around and now they silent. Through the Cooper 17, no guidance. You be staying low, but you know what the price is. Ain't never got you know it being modest. Poppin' shit, but only cause you know you poppin', yeah. You got it, girl, you got it. Hey. You got it, girl, you got it. No, baby, in a bag and I'm working. No, not a vibe, but you're working. Nothing, no, I love them all to me, a birthday. Baby girl, you got it, girl, you got it, girl.
Y'all get ready.
You got it, girl, you got it, girl. I don't wanna play no games, play no games. Fuck around, give you my last name. No, you got the same damn thing. That's okay, cause baby, you got it, girl, you got it. Hey. You got it, girl, you got it. You're the only one I'm trying to make love to. Picking and choosing, they ain't really like running game using. All your stupid exes, they gon' call again. Tell them that a real nigga stepping in. Don't let them niggas try you, test your patience. Tell them that it's over, ain't no debating. All you need is me, playing on your babies. You ain't gotta be frustrated. I don't wanna play no games, play no games. Fuck around, give you my last name. Know you tired of the same damn thing. That's okay, cause baby, you got it, girl, you got it. You got it, girl, you got it. I don't wanna.
Come on, y'all, break down, break down.
You got it. Play no games. Freaky.
Hey!
I can learn a lot from you. Gotta come teach me. You a little hot girl. You a little sweetie. Sweet. Sweet like Pearland. Sweet like Peachtree. Like that. I could tell you crazy, but shit kinda intrigue me. Yeah, like that. Seen it on the plan, trying to see that shit in 3D, mommy. I know I get around cause I like to move freely. But you can lock it down, I can tell by how you treat me. Seen how you did, homeboy, so please take it easy. Good to have me on your side, I ain't saying that you need me. Yeah. 6 got tall, but I ain't trying to get preachy. No, no. Seen how you did, homeboy, please take it easier on me. Cause I don't wanna play no games, play no games. I don't wanna play no games, play no games.
You know what? Drake and Chris, you know, they the king of, well, I've had to put Chris on top. Chris is coming in at number 2. I don't know what Drake will fall at, but Chris definitely coming in at number 2 of fly shit. Fly looks and fly shit. Chris said, tell him that real nigga stepping in. Okay? Oh, okay. And you know when somebody says I'm fly shit to you when you ain't got no response. You like, like, wait a minute. Now, unless you ain't of the fly department, then therefore you ain't gonna never have no response, so don't even worry about it. Because you're just gonna be looking crazy. I don't understand. You know, but when somebody got some, you say some fly shit to you, you ain't got shit, you be like, wait a minute, huh? I sure wish I could introduce y'all to the king of fly shit. Y'all probably be lost in the sauce. Be like, what did he just say? I tell you, baby. For me, baby, that credit card man had all us lost sometimes when he would be like, okay. And then you have your girls be looking at you like, what you gonna do, bitch? Like, ain't nothing I'm gonna do. What he say? That's what I'm finna do. How about that? Like, you, bitch? Yes, me, bitch. Woo, yeah. Those were the good old days. Yes.
to feel something. I need to feel something. I need to feel something. Yeah. I need to feel something. Whoa. Cause damn it's so good, and damn it's so bad. I hate it so good, I make it talk back. You tell me it's mine, you know I like that. I'm reading your signs until you climax. I need to feel something. I need to feel something. I need to feel something. Yeah. I need to feel something. Whoa. I just think it's funny that you on the same page. You usually call me, act like you don't know me. Something changed. I just think it's funny that you don't feel pain. You're so numb to pain. Nothing's changed, but something's strange. I remember all them songs, baby, undress. I'm talking rough sex, don't stress you. You call me names they wouldn't know me yet. I pull your hair back, you start to act bad. Cause I'm so good, and damn it's so bad. I hate it so good, I make it talk back. You tell me it's mine, you know I like that. I'm reading your signs until you climax. I need to feel something. I need to feel something. I need to feel something. Yeah. I need to feel something. Whoa. You're in charge, girl. I need it. I need to feel something. I just wanna feel something. I just wanna feel some, feel some, feel something.
I highly recommend this video. Hey, I highly recommend this video, baby. What that is preferred over all that jackrabbit, child. All that, oh, child, like you gotta, ugh, Jesus, my nerves. Mm. I need to feel something. Hey.
Fucking Robitussin. I don't know how this shit got me lazy right now. Yeah. Can't do Percocets on my leg. I'm turning one, trying to live it up. Yeah, right, baby. Yeah, right, yeah. Bring it over to my place. You be like, baby. care, so I know you care. Bring it over to my plate. You don't know what you do. Keep to me. Your body like speaks to me. I don't know what you do. Keep to me. Your body like speaks to me. I can make it hurricane on it. Hey, 100 bucks make it rain on it. Tie it up, put a chain on it. Make you tattoo my name on it. Oh, make you cry like a baby, yo. Just go pro and make a video. Yeah. Make you cry like a baby, yo. Just go pro and make a video. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey. Bring it over to my place. You be like, baby, who cares? So I know you care. Bring it over to my place. You don't know what you do. Keep to me. Your body like it speaks to me. I don't know what you do. Keep to me. Your body like it speaks to me.
Yeah, you caught me on one right there. You caught me on one. So, and you know what? I think I'm gonna have to go out with my favorite. My favorite. I know my favorite is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know what? I can play both versions of Loyal. I can play both versions. Let's see. Hey, come on, y'all.
Young Moolah, baby. You thought it was over? I wasn't born last night.
Hey.
I know these hoes ain't right. But you was blowing up her phone last night. But she ain't have a ring or not her ring on last night. Oh, nigga, that's that nerve. Why give a bitch a heart when she rather have a purse? Why give a bitch an inch when she rather have 9? You know how the game goes. She be mine by halftime. I'm the shit. Oh, nigga, that's that nerve. You all about her and she all about hers. Birdman Jr. and this bitch, no flamingos. And I done did every day, but trust these hoes. See me fuck with when a rich nigga want you. And your nigga can't do nothing for it. Oh, these hoes ain't loyal. Whoa, these hoes ain't loyal. Yeah. Let me see. Just got rich. Took a broke nigga bitch. I can make a broke bitch rich.
But what?
But I don't fuck with broke bitches.
Hey.
Got a white girl with some fake tits. I took her to the bay with me. Eyes closed, smoking marijuana. Rolling up that by Molly, I'm a rasta. She wanna do drugs, smoke weed, get drunk. She wanna see a nigga trap. She wanna fuck all the rappers. When a rich nigga want you, baby. And your nigga can't do nothing for you. Nothing, no.
these hoes ain't loyal. No, they ain't. Whoa, these hoes ain't loyal. Yeah, yeah. Black girl with a big booty. If she a bad bitch, let's get to it right away. You up in this club, bring me the vibes. I know, girl, that you came in this bitch with your man. I said, no, no, girl. All this money in the air, I wanna see you dance. Just got rich, took a broke nigga bitch. I can make a broke bitch rich.
But what?
But I don't fuck with broke bitches. When a rich nigga want you, and your nigga can't do nothing for you. No, nothing. No, these hoes ain't loyal. Oh, no. These hoes ain't loyal. Yeah.
What's so hot in the system? Ain't no telling, will I fuck them while I diss them? That's where they be yelling, I'm a pimp by blood, not relation. I don't chase some, I'll replace some. LB's Hermes, no shake. My hoes ain't loyal, man, they rotate. School me to the game, now I know my duty. Put her in the loader, she was riding in that hoodie. Fuck that bitch, got my own hoe. Fuck your weed, got my own smoke. Hey, put my ring back on, tell that bitch put her ring back on.
Come on, girl, why you front? Baby, show me something. When I call out, she gon' leave. And I bet you $5 she gon' cheat. Come on, girl, why you front? Baby, show me something. You done spent your ring on her. It's all or nothing. A rich nigga want you, baby. And your nigga can't do nothing for you. Nothing for you. These hoes ain't loyal. These hoes ain't loyal. Yeah. When a rich nigga want you, baby. And your nigga can't do nothing for you. Oh my heart. These hoes ain't loyal. And they been playing games. Yeah. These hoes ain't loyal.
Hey, hey.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, these hoes ain't let me see.
Okay. I'm a pimp by blood, not relation.
I wasn't born last night.
Hey,
I know these hoes ain't right. But you was blowing up her phone last night. But she ain't have a ring or not her ring on last night. Oh, nigga, that's that nerve. Why give a bitch your heart when she rather have a purse? Why give a bitch an inch when she rather have 9? You know how the game goes. She be mine by halftime. I'm the shit. Oh, nigga, that's that nerve. You all about her and she all about hers. Birdman Jr. and this bitch, no flamingos. And I done did every day, but trust these hoes. CB fuck with when a rich nigga want you. And your nigga can't do nothing for you. Oh, these hoes ain't loyal. Whoa, these hoes ain't loyal. Yeah. Let me see. Just got rich. Took a broke nigga bitch. I can make a broke bitch rich.
what? But what?
But I don't fuck with broke bitches. Got a white girl with some fake titties. I took her to the bay with her. Eyes closed, smoking marijuana. Rolling up that by Molly, I'm a rasta. She wanna do drugs. Smoke weed, get drunk. She wanna see a nigga trap. She wanna fuck all the rappers. When a rich nigga want you, baby. And your nigga can't do nothing for you. Nothing, no. These hoes ain't loyal. No, they ain't. Whoa, these hoes ain't loyal. Yeah. Black girl with a big booty. If she a bad bitch, let's get to it right away. You up in this club, bring me the body. I know, girl,
that you came in this bitch with your man. Listen, no, girl. All this money in the air, I wanna see you dance. Just got rich. Took a broke nigga bitch. Yeah. I can make a broke bitch rich.
But what?
But I don't fuck a broke bitch. When a rich nigga want you. And your nigga can't do nothing for you. No, nothing. No, these hoes ain't loyal. Oh, no. These hoes ain't loyal.
Rich young nigga, name got bigger and my chains got bigger, so my chains got bigger. Ferrari, Jacko, switching 4 lanes with the top down, screaming out, money ain't a thing. Me and CB in the bay with her. I sent her back home so you can lay with her. Okay, let's talk about this ice that I'm carrying. All these carrots like I'm a fucking vegetarian. Shout out Easy F, keep her red bone wet. Rose Rolex, hoes on deck. She know I got a check. Doing too good when she ride that dick. Man, I wouldn't trust that bitch. Nope.
Come on, girl, why you frontin'? Baby, show me something. When I call her, she gon' leave. And I bet the $5 she gon' cheat. Come on, girl, why you frontin'? Baby, show me something. You done spent your bread on her, and it's all for nothing. Yeah, when a rich nigga want you, baby. And your nigga can't do nothing for you. Do nothing for you. These hoes ain't loyal. These hoes ain't loyal. Yeah. When a rich nigga want you, baby. And your nigga can't do nothing for you. Oh my heart. These hoes ain't loyal. They be playing games. Yeah. These hoes ain't loyal.
Go, baby. Go, baby.
Let me see.
Let's see if this that song. Hold on, let me see if it's that song. I don't think it is. Okay. I don't think this it either, but I like this song.
I walked up in
running that bitch with 5, 10s, 20s, 50s, 100s on me. I don't usually do this. I ain't really with the stunning, homie, but I gotta do it, cause tonight she about to bust it on me. She gon' get the touching on me. I put all my money on it, cause you know you working with some ass, yeah. You bad, yeah. Make a nigga spend his cash, yeah. Cause last year, you been killing this since last year. Since last time I had these bitches getting mad, yeah. Ain't that something? I don't usually hit the shade club or dream much, but today I got my pay stubs. I'm laced up, let me show you what the face does or drink does. So you moving from the waist up. I don't take guns, baby, what you call it? What you hiding? Skeletons all up in your closet. You exotic, open up, let me come inside it. I'm invited, tell them bitches I'm a sexaholic. I'm excited, perfect timing, you look good when you throw it back on me. You gon' make even the broke nigga put his lights on it. You gon' make us spend the dough, he don't even have money. When you take up all your clothes, they gon' put their tax on it, but it's not enough. She said you gon' have to give me more than $1. You gon' have to give me more than $5. You gon' have to give me more than $10. You gon' have to throw more than $20. So you gon' have to give me more than $50. Yeah, you gon' have to throw more than $100. Yeah, you gon' have to empty out your fucking wallet. Yeah, you gon' have to empty out your fucking pocket. I'ma need a stack.
Hey,
I'ma need a stack.
hey,
I'ma need a stack. Yeah, I'ma need a
hey, hey, hey.
I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. Yeah, I'ma need a rack.
After you back it up and stop, wobbly, drop and make it happen. Versace on my name, Balenciaga to the side. And I'm on a Molly, I'm throwing thousands like rocks. Who say less? My little baby blessed. She just bought a new booty, she on bed rest. She be twerking the Tounk for the paychecks. She type my name on her booty, no face next. I'm throwing up the racks, like some quarterbacks. Ooh, what a catch. That don't come with tax. Now you up in sex.
What up, Diva?
Shake that fucking ass. For a budget plan, I throw a bunch of cash. I get so bored, I start throwing money underhand. I need another hand. I got a blinding hand, louder than a southern band. You gon' need a stack.
No.
She said you gon' have to give me more than $1. You gon' have to give me more than $5. You gon' have to give me more than $10. You gon' have to throw more than $20. So you gon' have to give me more than $50. Yeah, you gon' have to throw more than $100. Yeah, you gon' have to empty out your fucking wallet. Yeah, you gon' have to empty out your fucking pocket. I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. Yeah, I'ma need a rack. I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. Yeah, I'ma need a rack. If I leave a paper trail, then I'ma need a tip drill. Shaking and turn the lights down. What's it for the light bill? Then I'm licking all on that pussy, put it right there. Only wanna fuck the black bitches with the nice hair. Baby, bend it over, ass up, take the mask off. Don't ask me if I'm throwing cash up, spend it that part, black card, play your part. Now go retarded, that booty stupid, think you smart. I fuck regardless, sprinkle up fucking up your guard. That coochie water, I carry it up, she call me dad. I'm not a father. Ask her where she from, she said New Orleans. It's a mic check. Don't try to kiss after you swallow, I don't like that. But you look good when you throw it back on me. You gon' make even a broke nigga spin a bag on it. You gon' make me come along like I don't even have homies. When you pull them titties out, put them in my mouth, then I hit the dash on it. She said you gon' have to give me more than $1. You gon' have to give me more than $5. You gon' have to give me more than $10. You gon' have to throw more than $20. So you gon' have to give me more than $50. Yeah, you gon' have to throw more than $100. Yeah, you gon' have to empty out your fucking wallet. Yeah, you gon' have to empty out your fucking pocket. I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. Yeah, I'ma need.
Okay, I see. Diva?
I'ma need a stack.
Hey.
I'ma need a stack.
Ow.
I'ma need a stack. Yeah, I'ma need a rack.
Oh, I'ma throw it back in here, yeah. By the time it hit the ground, better bring that ass over here. Everything, all the drinks on me tonight. Put the bang on me, I'm tryna see what that pussy like. I'm just tryna bear a couple bears. When she hits the stage, I'ma leave more than a tip. Let me grab, let me smack, don't care if you swear. Pulling on my pants, I'ma let you spit. Biggity bounce, don't toot it up. She breaking it down, I can get it up. Straight up to me, showing them cheese. I'm acting like a fiend, been here for a week. She give me the red light special. You can lie to me, baby, tell me that I'm flush. Just keep stepping on the money like they rose petals. I'm not a trick, just a rich nigga, know better.
She said you gon' have to give me more than $1. You gon' have to give me more than $5. You gon' have to give me more than $10. You gon' have to throw more than $20. So you gon' have to give me more than $50. Yeah, you gon' have to throw more than $100. Yeah, you gon' have to
to empty out your fucking wallet. Yeah, you gon' have to empty out your fucking pocket. I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. I'ma need a stack. Yeah, I'ma need a rack.
Okay, Diva. I hope your baby feel better. Lord have mercy.
I'ma need a stack. Yeah, I'ma need a rack.
Let me Chris Brown with one more thing. Chris Brown one more time. I hope it's the right song. Oh, I think it's it. Wait a minute. Yep, that's it.
Here we go. Yeah. Okay. Party in the hills is over. Yeah. Okay. Call your homegirls if you meet in my place. Yeah. Okay. Shawty stay fresh like ass always. Yeah. Okay. You ain't gotta go home, but you know you can't stay. Okay. You ain't gotta go home, but you know you can't stay. Pulling up tonight, giving it up tonight. But doing it my way. Oh, baby. For living in the moment. Somebody got shit to do right now. Yeah. We gon' stay up till I take you down. Yeah. We gon' go hard till they turn the lights out. And say it's over. Whatever every lover. Yeah. Okay. Party in the hills is over. Yeah. Okay. Call your homegirls if you meet in my place. Yeah. Okay. Shawty stay fresh like ass always. Yeah. Okay. You ain't gotta go home, but you know you can't stay. Okay. You ain't gotta go home, but you know you can't stay. Going all out tonight. We're using your mouth tonight. We're doing it my way. For living in the moment. Somebody got shit to do right now. We gon' stay up till I take you down. We gon' go hard till they turn the lights out. And say it's over. Every lover. Okay. Party in the hills is over. Yeah. Okay. Tell your homegirls if you meet in my place. Yeah. Okay. Shawty stay fresh like ass always. Yeah. Okay. You ain't gotta go home, but you know you can stay. Okay. You ain't gotta go home, but you know you can stay. Okay. You ain't gotta go home, but you know you can't stay.
That's my little song. I wanna thank you.
Should I hit it now? Pull up at the strip, fuck up a chick, show 'em how I live, yeah. Blink on my neck, I got him on deck. They don't know you already have the grip. Cause you're nasty, babe. You do everything I like, but you're classy, babe. And your sweat, that's my type. Oh, you're nasty, babe. You do everything I like, yeah, you're nasty, babe. You're nasty, baby. I can see you freaky and we in the bed. You're a fit for lordy body, shorty, yeah. I can spot your curves with no infrared. Levitate me, baby. Open my third eye. That's my baby, she my little chico. When I'm with her, we go down my line. And the way that she go, now wherever I go, I look around and the colors so bright. Leaves, yellow mood ring, purple like a beam. I dream indigo. Baby, what you wanna do tonight? What you got for me to try? We ain't let it dip a cup of water. No. Pussy fire, it's about time. Cause you're nasty, babe. You do everything I like, but you're classy, babe. And your sweat, that's my type. Oh, you're nasty, babe. You do everything I like, yeah, you're nasty, babe. You're nasty, baby. I can see you freaky and we in the bed. You're a good Pilates body, shorty, yeah. I can spot your curves with no infrared. Levitate me, baby, open my third eye. It's my baby, she my little chico. When I'm with her, we go down my line. And the way that she go, now wherever I go, I look around and the colors so bright. Right up in the leaves, yellow mood ring, purple like a beam. I dream it. I still believe that we don't die. So many questions, don't know why. I think I know in my other life. When I'm with you, I feel alive. Open my third eye. That's my baby, she won't. And she my little chico. When I'm with her, we go down my line. And the way that she goes, now wherever I go, I look around and the colors so bright. Please, yellow mood ring, purple like a beam. Dreaming indigo. What you got to try? Baby, what you want to do tonight? What you got to try?
Oh my God. Been tapping on. Crazy. Oh, they go heat. And they dress all up.
You like it what you see? Everything designer, that's on me.
Yay!
That's why the when I walk, looking like you, just trying to fuck. Yeah, this trick got you in heat. It's jumping, baby girl, hop on this dick. Yeah, you know that I'm a weak. All these tricks got you as a heat. Yeah, cause I some kind of love. Girl, I know that you ready. Girl, I'm not gonna let you down. I ain't gonna keep you waiting. If you thought it's gonna get knocked out, you play a hide and seek, I'ma find you. Baby, hold on tight when you're riding. You know I like to eat, give me options. If you thought it's gonna get knocked out, I wanna get it. All I ask for my ego. Baby, we gon' keep it simple. I need all that love on me. You like it what you see. Everything designer, that's on me. That's why the when I walk, looking like you, just tryna fuck, yeah. This trip got you in heat. Just jumping, baby girl, hop on this dick. Yeah. You know that I'm on beat. All these trips got you as a heat, yeah. All these trips got you in heat. Some whale juices running down me. No stylist in the sun. Catch you flashing with an icy bit of believe. Pretty mice inside a mansion by the beach. The curse all on your face to suit your stylist, so you not. She's inside your room, designer garments for the week. Yeah, that's all on me. I swear that's all on me. You acting like you really want it. You gon' get it. Once I fuck you good, I got you. In your feelings. Fucky present good, I thought you. Got you dripping. I can listen more. Counting digits. Cherishing the riches. You like it what you see. Everything designer, that's on me. That's why when I walk, looking like you, just trying to close. This trip got you in heat. It's jumping, baby girl, hop on it. You know that I'm on beat. All these trips got you as a heat. Give me directions, I do whatever you want. Gotta fit for that heat, just to add to the food. You light it up, while I'm breaking it down. You gon' knock out by the end of this round. You got me speechless, y'all like pussy no more. Girl, you're the only one that knows what I want. I'm feeling this shit, I know you feeling it too. I can go deeper, but that's all up to you, yeah. I wanna get it. All I ask for my people. Baby, we gon' keep it simple. I need all that love on me. You like it what you see. Everything designer, that's on me. That's why when I walk, looking like you, just trying to float, yeah. This trip got you in heat. It's jumping, baby girl, hop on it, yeah. You know that I'm on beat. All these trips got you as a heat, yeah. Okay, I'm tired now. Me and Chris would be here. We would be up in here. So anyway, Diva, how was she feeling? Oh, you like that song too? Yeah, tell her. I would have hoped baby feel better. Lord have mercy. There's so much going on. Ugh. Trying to keep our head above water. Do things that feel good to you. I knew I should have ordered groceries earlier, but child, that case was going on. I had it on. I was knocked out. Occasionally I go peep and see if they, but it was all up the speed, so I could put it on and let it run, and then they have to worry about advancing it because it was on par, right, with what's going on in the court, but. Anyway. Okay. Oh, Diva, let me see if you remember this one. I'm gonna take you back. This just popped in my head. Y'all don't ever do that song just pop in your head. You gonna have to throw more than $1.
Why is Sylvia on one panel and over here on this other show with Kat and Kayla? Okay, let me see what's going on. Let me listen in.
Everything she can to hide. Luckily,
But these white
you
people
have
really
Andrea
standing
Barkov
behind them.
and Lawyer Lee in that courtroom reporting on it.
She got left out.
Andrea Burkhart, and from what I've seen of Lawyer Lee previously, it's been a while, but liked her content too. So, you know, people you can trust for the way that they process the information and come back and
Okay, here we go.
explain it.
Y'all remember this song? Ain't nobody remember this song. Nobody remember this song. I know this. I'm on an island by myself. Hey!
You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. And you may find yourself in another part of the world. And you may find yourself behind the wheel of a large automobile. And you may find yourself in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife. And you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue ocean. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. And you may ask yourself, how do I work this? And you may ask yourself, where is that large automobile? And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful house. And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful wife. Letting the days go by, let the water roll me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue ocean. After the party's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. Same as it ever was. 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 Letting the days go by, let the water roll me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue ocean. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. You may ask yourself, what is that beautiful house? You may ask yourself, where does that highway go to? And you may ask yourself, am I right? Am I wrong? And you may say to yourself, my God, what have I done? Letting the days go by, let the water roll me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue ocean, into the silent water, under the rocks and stones. There is water underground. Letting the days go by, let the water roll me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue ocean. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Look where my hand was. Time isn't holding up. Time isn't asking. Same as it ever was. The same as it ever was. Same as it ever
That shit used to be crazy back in the day.
Let's get the message to the receiver. Hope of an answer someday. I got 3 passports.
Damn, he was off the chain with it. Okay, let me get off it for real. What used to be my ass hurts. Alright, y'all. It's been a wild filled week, baby. In the legal system, baby. You know, I don't know if I know the defense attorney, Weinstein, said the judge asked why the case wasn't bifurcated, like that was the right thing, and they were saying that he said that Shard Art still either put that request in and Glanville struck it down, but I would deny the motion. But I don't know if that would have been the right thing, right? Because bifurcation and severance is pretty much the same thing, so to speak. It derives at the same. It performs the same function, right? It's just trying to avoid prejudice to one or more defendants, or, you know. Some areas it's interchangeable, some areas it's not. Some areas it requires two separate trials to be part of the same case. Some areas it doesn't. It all depends on what the judge orders, right? So I don't know. I don't know if any of this could have been avoided by shit being bifurcated. I don't know. Anyway, so guess what? Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow even better one. I'm out of here. Ooh, and so are you.